Imagine that you are a hero in a different reality. The sky was hanged by lead clouds, the earth was enveloped in a dense fog, and only the teeth of the towers challenged the world with its height. This place is called a hinging garden, and one desperate hero runs along the slippery grass, slippery in search of a shelter, but he already take it under the sight. The crack of lightning shakes the earth in the place where it just was, and the air is filled with an ionic trace. But tearing off the light shooter continues to run away, avoiding his retaliation. However, a new thunderstorm is already brewing ahead. A shadow soaring on the wings is visible in the light of flashes. The keeper of the Senbikuri garden sits majestically in the cloud as if on a throne, and arrogantly grinning at the hero's futures. As soon as she moves her finger, the earth again foams from the thunderclines, and only a miracle of the arrow manages to slip away from them. The blood boils in its veins, the lungs are already torn out. He opens the fire in order to at least somehow entertain the keeper. A dry click of a shot and a whistle of bullets is heard. But the bullets are stopped by an electromagnetic barrier, and Senbi simply brushes away from them, as if from annoying midges. Her answer does not make her long wait, and the long-suffering land again boils under the blows of the tree of lightning. But the shooter is already behind her. At such a distance it will be much more difficult for her to protect her. He makes a complex somersault and discharges 2 revolvers into it. The shooter does not have time to land after such a maneuver, as the entire field of grass is covered with magic circles. The keeper was tired of playing the catch, up and decided to catch a mole, hitting the entire area. The earth is seething hundreds of geysers, and there is such a roar that the ears are paved completely, as if someone had taken a steel car stuffed with pieces of iron and shook it properly. This blow hit the target, and on a holy night, a contented grin blossoms like a lunar night. Arrows appear as unexpectedly, like a demon, hiding behind a smoke veil. He was at the distance of an outstretched arm from Sanbi. "Adios," he says goodbye and presses on a knock, his magical revolver. The air again filled with a crack of many lightning, and the flashes are so bright that the eyes burn. Even the body of the keeper can radiate lightning. Its electromagnetic field holds a blow at the near distance. The shooter survived, but was forced to move to the starting position. But then someone raised his hat from the ground and offered help. A pale face, black coal eyes, yellow coat of naughty hair on his head, and he is dressed with a white sleeveless jacket. The ranger refuses to help so that no one should intervene, even if he dies. But the blonde swordsman was already bored with standing idle and not even know for what reason. The shooter mysteriously replies that sometimes it is better not to know anything, that it is only more annoying. And that time, the angry keeper of the garden is already on top and gathered in her hands sheaves of discharges. The black-eyed swordsman again offered his help. He already knows how to attack Sanbi, and the shooter grievedly reminds of their condition. Sanbi giggles vilely. Giving her hands to the sky, she gathered a ball of discharges above herself. And then 2 thunderclines break from her hands, the highest magic of lightning when she gains a terrifying form. The swordsman screams to make it hear. With these categories you need to understand separately. But the shooter is horrified by such a prospect. He repeats again so that the ally does not intervene. But someone is hardly listening to him. The black-eyed chose a black dragon and pulled. 2 people, 2 dragons, 1 each for each. The swordsman ran back the goal. However, the ranger did not follow his example. He only desperately cursed, and begged the ally to stop. At the same moment, the world seemed to lose colors. All the sounds and the bright blinding lights disappeared from it. Only his heart was plying. Everything looked as if the record was paused, full of stasis. The fabric of the space dispersed, and the gears of the universe creaked. The ranger was constrained by the law of this world and could not even move. He asked not to help. A desperate scream burst out of his throat. All because of that fool that attracted the attention of the dragon. The ranger began to ask for mercy plaintively, because there was no guilt in this. She herself had to see that he did not want to, but the universe did not respond. Time again restored his move. The black-eyed swordsman turned around as he thought to his comrade, because it's good that they were here together. But all that he saw was the destructive action of magic. The dragon swallowed his target and went through a stream of discharges. Then the blonde rushed back to the ranger. Now it was not the time to lay down. The shooter was barely able to raise the eyelids. Everything was floating in his eyes, and the body was burning with unbearable pain. And that is how stupid everything would end, he thought. The ranger swore angrily because he came here because of this idiot Klangon, who let everything go downhill. The shooter coughed with blood. The bastard ruined everything, he said. What kind of business the guy thought on the other side of the screen, he was extremely discouraged by such accusations. In the end, it was not he could not evade a simple attack. Online action game of the dungeon, whose world was called Arad, and all players and characters should constantly risk their lives in it, carried away many people. Someone risked for the sake of greater power, someone longed for money, There were such players whose intentions are covered with darkness caused all fears for their rear. They were the most crazy of them that they cannot live without legendary complexity, and they embody their script with the challenge of this world and common sense. So the ranger himself turned to the black-eyed, telling the world of Arad in danger. Like all NPCs, this one also stuck with talk about over an important mission. Only for a real hero, they say. It is urgent to conquer the awakened Isis. The ranger, however, only asked him to lead him to Isis herself, promising that he himself would do it himself, because he was born only to one goal: to fight alone. But such a concept liked the player that he himself loved calls. To fight alone is the purpose of life. I also wanted to not kill the boss, namely to subordinate. This character spoke as if the truth lived in the battle of the battle. The player himself did not know what exactly he liked here, but at such moments he was grateful to the developers. Because he himself put his life on the end for the sake of viewing, for days he kept a stream of his game. The ego was called Peak Chinsen, the age of 20, 9 years. The character is bad, not married, streamer, and an expert in battles. He gained his fame due to the fact that he taught newcomers and helped them in creating a strategy, so I thought that the ranger turned to him for help. Under the approving jokes of the audience, Chinsen agreed with the proposal, which you could not do for the sake of creating content. At first, Streamer thought that the ranger was just letting the fog to get to the broadcast. That's just everything turned out to be a complete failure. The ranger cursed him and left the chat. Chinsen jumped up and suddenly his screen went out. It turned out to be fingers. He hooked the food wire and accidentally pulled it out. Why only the shooter spoke so much? Because he could just resurrect for the coins. He suffered as if really died, thought Streamer, and again launched the game. But then something unexpected and strange, from a terrible COD, seemed to be broken. His hair stood on end. The computer seemed to explode. Chinsen fell to the floor and screamed in horror. Bright light blinded his eyes. He completely did not understand what was happening to his room. And then he saw her, a phenomenon of a similar meeting with the divine, not comparable to anything else, from which the guy fluttered with all his soul. He instantly felt like an insignificant animal in the divine hands. He touched the blade, and because of him the blade broke. A magnificent voice sounded in his head. The blade, at these words, that ranger immediately came to his mind. But whoever is what is happening where his room was, he showered with questions of the goddess. His guilt, his responsibility, said indifferently, and poked a divine finger right in the chest with such force that the space could not stand again, and was cloudy with broken glass. Suddenly, Chinsen discovered that he was falling, as if someone had woken up his sharply. He cut off the night sky of the bizarre world Arad, just another falling star. The endless sea, the green plains, the salty air tickled his nostrils while he admired the world in an infinitely long fall. The meeting with the earth was not filled, and he drew himself a fiery strip, disturbing the quiet night whip. His landing left the deep scar to the earth, but by some miracle he survived. Coarse black hands with long claws, a sword in his hand, and complete confusion about what happened. What happened to his hands, Chinsen did not understand when he saw the light ahead. Cotton and the explosive wave threw him back, faster than he managed to understand something. The forest covered the flame of a fire, and the night darkness hid behind the trunks of powerful trees, as if in fear of the horde of ugly monsters. They also had the leader who kept this forest, which he had just disturbed, which caused her anger. It was pointless to explain to them that all this happened by chance, and with her actions it only brings up the forest fire even more. Nobody listened to Chinsen. The keeper waved her hand with a strange staff, and a flock of frantic green creatures rushed at an uninvited guest. He would like to know why all this was for him, but it remained only to drape the most shameful way. Unfortunately, Chinsen stumbled and buried in the ground with all his face, his body led to which he had not yet managed to get used to it. He found some puddle, and hastily washed the dirty mouth in it from the sand crispy on his teeth, and only then he saw his face in the disturbed water surface. "What devil is happening here?" his mind screamed helplessly. The fire flared up more and more, turning into a real disaster. While Chinsen hid behind a tree, the keeper ordered her henchmen to comb the forest and find it. Flamebeanos, gnolls, and Tau, all these monsters from the game are a fighter of the dungeons, which he could easily identify. And his appearance exactly corresponds to the Dark Knight, one of the game classes. So Chinsen made a simple conclusion that he was actually inside the game, which so much stripped. They just told him the game. They told him anything terrible, but he did not know how to return to the real world. Suddenly, one of the bulls sprinkled and fell on his back. Another couple of guests joined this fun, one man and one woman. From his shelter, Chinsen heard that these two came for Binoche, who was not at all happy with the new guests. In a guy, Chinsen recognized the class of a ghostly knight who belonged to the same game. But the girl was NIP NPC, that it means not a game character, a series of Kerman. Right now, the ghostly knight was walking along the chain of initial quests. And if so, then the knight is a player, Ginson understood. He sees a real person. It is difficult to imagine how all this is realized, that a person moves just with a mouse and presses the buttons. But in reality, Arad, everything looks real. The guardian of the forest threw 3 fireballs into the player at once, apparently decided to burn her forest herself. The ghostly knight fled and jumped up to avoid a blow and counterattack. His blow was called ash branching and added the light of this crazy dance. Using his sword and skills, the knight confidently made his way to Binoche, whose specialization was a distant battle. But now he pierced her with a sword, the skill of a swift cut, and the battle ended. Ginson admired. The player was strong, or rather effective. Here the battle looked much more beautiful than on the monitor screen. But death looked natural. Now he felt a qualitatively different level of experiences, as if he himself walked along the blade of razor. However, Binoche was still alive. She tried to get up and gave out a replica on the script. Even despite the fact that she could hardly breathe and coughing blood, she still tried to finish her phrase. Then Ginson pulled himself out. Since he was a living player in front of him, he can somehow help him, which means not the time to hide in the clouds. The former streamer left his shelter and shouted to the player in the hope that he would help him. But here under his feet the gears of the laws of the universe stirred, the same that the shooter tied. She could not pacify this flame, said Binoche. She continued to give out a replica behind a replica, moving the plot. But Ginson could not interfere with this. He was reliably connected by hand and feet. Neither move nor even the sound to make. The guy was completely confused. Then Binoche said that he misses them, and this replica meant that the player goes to the next dungeon. Ginson wanted to scream stand, but the couple had already left this location. As soon as the Putes were sleeping, he rushed after them. It seems that these chains on purpose prevent him from facing other players. Then he burst into a stream of angry curses and curses. Whoever captivated him, the guy vowed that he could get out of here and nothing would come of them. And then he lost heart, realizing that he did not know what to do at all. Right now he is in the middle of a dense forest, where it was dark, humid, and scary. The dark thunderstorms were not so frightening on the screen. An ordinary initial dungeon, the closure of which takes 10 minutes or less. He must hurry because another knight could soon clean up the level and go further, and then Ginson will be locked here, with many ferocious predators. And he was not afraid of in vain, because as soon as the flame of the fire subsided, as all kinds of monsters climbed out of the forest. Zombies or ghouls in simple swaying as if they were pulled by the threads when walking, and quickly surrounded the unlucky player. Ginson screamed in horror so that they would go away, but the walking dead could not listen. They only smiled with charming smiles, with a full mouth of sharp, rotting teeth. The indescribable experience of complete immersion, not at all as funny as it might seem at first glance. So Ginson decided not to check what would happen to him if they started eating alive and ran like a hare. But in the game, these are ordinary mobs, which you do not even think so, while you crumble them in a salad. Here, from the other end of the forest, a piercing scream and a bright flash reached them. The voice looked like Syria, the character of Arad, which means a ghostly knight somewhere there. When Ginson burst into the clearing, where the battle was walking, she was entirely covered with ice. The ghostly knight stood opposite the ice guard. The series froze in the block of ice. It is good that the ice would be magical. Otherwise it would mean death for living flesh. From the monster, horror and grave cold blew. Wrinkled dry skin on the face, ice spikes, Gulgic in the living looked completely disgusting. Ginson realized that he was being interpreted with the boss, and until the fight began to decide to talk with the player between the replica of the main scene. But for some reason, the ghostly knight did not answer. The ice wall almost crushed Ginson and hit the player. The ghostly knight also turned into a block and stuck in it like a fish on the lake. Gulgic waved his staff and called on his assistants so that no one would intervene in their battle. Then the streamer, the loser, desperately began to knock on the ice, in the hope that the knight would answer him. And then he understood the status of AFK. The player is not at the keyboard, which means it is useless to contact him. The Heil almost grabbed the guy, and he again had to save his life. But this time, sharp claws took out his body. The soiled white clothes were painted in red. A real wound, real pain. What will happen to the wound if a dead man is scratched? Blood poisoning, sepsis, necrosis, death. That was what Ginson thought about and screamed in horror. He saw the monster again swung at him to complete the begun. Instinctively, the guy set the sword under the blow, and the claws scraped for steel. It's not that a cruel death awaits him, he thought, looking into the dead eyes of the dead man. But I didn't want to die at all in such a company. 29 years old is not at all the age for heroic death. Ginson waved his hand. Scraps remained from the enemy. Then something dawned on him, and the guy grabbed his sword tightly, feeling his body in a new way. Fear left him, and the player's gambling grin appeared on his face. Mobs are mobs. He dragged them for sure the grass, making a couple of sharp waves. For 10 years, he saw these skills every day. They literally got into his memory. You just need to think about them. And then his body itself does everything thanks to muscle memory, because until that moment it was still on Arad, millet without its direct participation. Skeletons can start praying. Soon go back to the grave, said the guy and grinned. Gul threw ices into him, the Upermkot skill, and the sword breaks them right in the air. Then Gul threw even more like ice blades, but they were all reflected. The usual attack, a quick incision, again an attack. Chinsen used the combinations familiar to him. He just thought about skills, and his body moved as if in itself. So he got to the distance of the blow to the main gull. He called on a huge ice wall to protect himself, so even the earth shook under their feet. The monster laughed, creaky, nasty laugh, thinking that the battle was already over. But how was he mistaken? Chinsen appeared from the blind zone and chopped down with his sword. Before the monster managed to understand or react, he received a crushing series of attacks. With a red line, he divided the level of the level, and he began to decay into two halves. The consistent use of skills interrupts the animation of the previous attack and starts the next one. Thanks to this, you can actually teleport to a short distance. The system of combination of skills, a temporary gap, so called it Chinsen. It was the main technique of his Dark Knight, and now he enjoyed the power granted to him. Despite the wounds received, the boss was still trying to restore the magic circle, and the guy had to hastily finish him off so that he would not suffer. He, with disgust, pledged the ghoul with a sword, remembering how tenacious these creatures were. As soon as the boss died, his sealing ice prison disappeared and the series was released from captivity. Jinsen remembered that this event was called a breakthrough of the dungeon by the Glovi Gavisi, and so he accidentally completed the task of the ghostly knight. A holographic card remained from the monster, with a photograph and a name. At that moment, the universe cracked again, and the hero dragged on to the spatial funnel, where he again found himself in the hands of the goddess. Again, in horror, Chinsen thought of feeling infinitely small and miserable. The goddess praised him for achieving, but this was only the first step on the path of possessing a flame. Namir suddenly understood the stunned guy, learning this goddess. In their first meeting, he was too excited to see her properly, but now he clearly saw that in front of him is the goddess of wisdom Namir. It would be more correct to call her enlightened, that the ability to move through the worlds had. She was just a character, part of the game. As soon as she could pull him out of normal reality, he did not understand Chinsen. Namira steadily watched him. He became a sharp sword capable of fulfilling any mission, the one who dedicated his life to Arad, and the one who will become the true sword of this world. But he should not dwell only on this, the goddess said, completely ignoring the initial question of the guy. In this game, a traveler or seeker was called a sword. Players simply controlled these seekers. And for some reason, he was called as a user to become a seeker. Namir again wanted to say something, but the guy sharpened sharply. He already knew that he would be offered, and immediately refused why he should help her at all. Let him send him home. Such a mission, said the goddess, and in her hands some fragment began to gather. Before the guy had time to swear again, a fragment of unusual magic pierced his head. And he saw everything, the ranger, remembered his request not to intervene, his death. He ruined everything, unexpectedly came aware of Chinsen, and he froze in horror. From the dangling feeling of guilt, his fear began to suck into his gutters with tenacious paws. The sword that was broken, the same called player, a person from another dimension. Due to arrogance, he decided to go against his fate, and as a result, the Lords of Time got rid of him. And it was possible to get it only thanks to him. The goddess was voiced by the terrible conclusion, and hot tears rolled down the hero's cheeks. Through his fault, a man died, a real man, even if he did not drag that guy into Arad. But because of his actions, the tragedy happened. A curse spreads throughout Arad, Namir said. The curse affected the test and led swords in the wrong direction. And if this continues, Arad is waiting for a bad future and the death of all characters. It should become a blacksmith in the hands of the goddess to direct the swords in the right direction. Namir expressed so ornate that the guy barely kept up with his flight of thought. Chinsen remembered what happened in the forest. Usually, while the player distracts the ghoul, the series prepares the magic circle of such a training. But due to the fact that the ghostly knight did not move, the accompanying character could not move. Perhaps this is just a coincidence, but if not for the intervention of Chinsen, the series would have died there. The death of the key character would lead to the fact that the training could not have passed. In fact, the curse was a bug, and Chinsen had to assume the role of the one who eliminates this bug. The goddess confirmed his guesses and waved his wings, raising the storm. Since he understood everything, he should go. Namir ordered him to find a source of the curse and eliminate him, despite all the protests of the player, who has not yet agreed to anything. The goddess promised to return it back to his native world, as soon as the curse was eliminated, and Chinsen did not have a concept how to perform such a job as a character of a low level. she could give him at least a cheatic skill. But on this, the conversation with the divine essence ended and it simply disappeared. Instead, red crystals with the image of objects appeared. Only one could choose. And there was something to choose from. Rare objects of an epic level. From their appearance, Chinson's drooling flowed. Then he quickly realizing what he wanted, and requested the king's contract. This thing allowed to wear items 10 levels higher. At that moment he received a crown that he went down from heaven. The golden force covered the hero as soon as he touched this subject. With amazement he watched a fiery crown in his hands. Of course his request did not end there. I really wanted immortality, or an endless supply of power. Then Namir replied that to free him from this stress and unnecessary experiences, they could not meet anymore, she warned. He will have to look for her trace in the spatial corridor. In the end, the goddess smiled and promised to watch his actions from heaven. And the hero was again alone in the dark forest, in the middle of charred trees. After standing so for a minute, he heard a jerking voice behind his back. The ghostly knight still could not return to the game because of a long ping, and the series ran to him. At least his quest still continued, thanks to the intervention of Chinson. The priest really wanted to understand what the cause of the bug was, and decided to simply secretly follow the player. They walked until the morning, until they went to the base of the Seekers. There was a safe zone for players. The village of Elven's Guards, that was her name, remembered Chinson. Even after everything he saw, he could not believe what is in the world of the game, which before that he saw only through the pixel graphics of the old engine. It was hard to believe that now he was an instrument of divine forces, and everything else. But one guy knew for sure. He wanted to prevent death, like that to which he himself was involved. Now he was determined to survive here in Arad and correct his curse, so he rushed to meet with adventures. His mission of blacksmithing ticks was to help the players get rid of the curse, and for this you need to go to the village in which quests are distributed. Along the way, Chinson conducted his own investigation. He also learned to some things, for example, open an inventory in which his training swords lay. The last time he threw them away, but it seems that Namir returned them to the player. It was in her spirit, the guy thought, throwing the fruits found in the storage. It remains only to check the information about his own character, and Chinson requested the status. The auction and the minimal did not work. In his current state, he could only use the inventory and status. Besides, even his health and mana points were not displayed in them. But the main problem was that he was the entire second level. The goddess said something about the spatial corridor. This place belonged to the archmages. It was necessary to find it in order to return home, and for this one should raise reputations and get into dange, that is, dungeons. To enter the corridor, 38,000 points of reputation were required. At the moment he had as many as 6. It immediately became clear that the journey would be long. The main problem is that Namir is not the same. Even if he can get into a spatial corridor, whether she would really let him go like that. This is how his long, exhausting journey began, because he could not like a player to use quick movement. Fortunately, his body did not need food. There was neither a feeling of hunger or saturation. Perhaps this was precisely what Namir had in mind when she said that she had taken care of unnecessary thoughts. If you do not follow the instructions of the goddess, in her words, the world of Arad will come to an end. However, in the game itself, Namir has a different goal. She wants to resurrect the god of creation and create the world again. But in such a case, this means a complete zeroing of the current world of Arad. With what anxious thoughts, Chinson fell asleep around the fire. But in the end it was weakly worried. It is more important to return home. He just wanted to survive. And for this the first thing was Handen, a beautiful city, which was spread out at the foot of the wooded mountains. The capital of the possessions of the Duchess Bellamere, Handen. He is the first check, the point of conservation to get here. Took several days of real time. And in the game it would have taken away about 10 seconds. But before the hero managed to go into the city, the guard crossed the spears in front of him. 2 of the casket of the same from the face gazed at the unknown poor man with a meaning. After so many days of the journey, Chinson was completely stunned by the refusal, and in prostration he leaned against a tree on the sidelines of a large road. He completely forgot about the entrance fee while he was here. Then he was heard by the character Lotus, the appearance of the already mature man as an artisan, and asked if the guy wants to get into the city. Seeing his eyes, Chinson lit up and he shouted the name of the artisan, which surprised him. Lotus was that NPC that he gave the money for the first fee, because the hero immediately asked him a little. But this time the character behaved strangely. He did not understand why he should give his blood to a stranger. Of course it was so, because the contribution was paid only if the series in the first task was saved. Chinson twisted the skill of charisma to the maximum and began to whimper plaintively. In the blink of an eye, he invented a compassionate story that he suffers from a ghostly hand syndrome as his friend, and even folk methods do not help. As a result, a friend lost his mind and defeated him of the cauldron. He attacks everyone who is close in intimacy, and in this city there lives an alchemist who can treat all this. The guy supplemented his performance by falling to his knees and began to wail that he forgot about the contribution. Now his friend would die, and he himself does not know what he would do with himself. There was silence for a few moments, and Shinsen already thought that his special tactics did not work on emotions. Suddenly he saw a meek male tear on Lunas's face. Before the hero had time to add something, the artisan turned away, and was justified by the fact that the invisible ninja cut the bow here. Then he threw off the food, money for a fee, and even a sword picked up by Yibo. Shinsen bowed low to the ground to such a generous gift, and Linus himself left. He only wished the guy to save his friend, and he could first ask the documents, never transfer money to scammers. And finally he again stood in line to enter the city. It was lucky that he remembered the official purpose of his license. Of course, it was not good at heart, after someone used a real injury for the good, but difficult times demanded difficult measures. However, the NPC from the game were not real people, so that they could not worry about their account, the hero reassured himself. The gate opened, and the guy was able to enter the city, after all his misfortunes. Picturesque buildings, busy streets where they are full of characters and players, who are looking for friends, who trades, so the world of fantasy should look. So the hero was delighted to see everything with his own eyes, and not through the filters to wretched graphics. Nearby on the street, some girl Boyko instructed other players. Long brown hair, bright rubies of the eyes, a chic figure. This dazzling beauty was called Chobung. The guy involuntarily shouted her name, and the girl was surprised that he knew her. He asked her whether she was really a tournament champion. The beauty became interested. The player looked strong in appearance, so she suggested that he join the duel, and he agreed without hesitation. Who would not want a suit with such a cute baby? Here the hero heard different surprised exclamations. Other players did not understand why the hero was just standing here and talking to himself. And then Shinsen realized that everything that he says goes into a common chat where they see all this. It was so humiliating that he rushed away. Only the heels sparkled. Now he remembered that that shooter did the same. It was worth thinking about it from the very beginning. For a long time, laughs and jokes came to his ears, even when he left the main streets. The guy ran until he was wasting all his strength and hoped that no one was following him. Still, it was worth stopping saying aloud. Someone else would hear. But then the lunar radiance was caught his eye. He came here often during the quest Heavenly Castle, when the level was still very low. There should be many players inside that this task also passed, which means that it was possible to get information. As soon as the hero entered the institution, as he was cast by a strict evaluating gaze of the elf in a luxurious red dress that stood behind the bar. All players and characters at the tables also looked towards the entered, as if at a curiosity. But he was so hoping not to attract attention, but now he felt as if they were taking off his skin. I wanted to immediately get away, with my miserable second level and 6 points of reputation. But then he discarded these worthless thoughts. The main thing was to impress. Seeing his hesitation, the charming elf asked him how to help. From surprise, the guy shuddered, and then asked for a glass of milk, and the bartender stared at him with an incomprehensible look. Then he leaned closer to her and whispered that he wanted to know the rumors, whether there was nothing suspicious lately. The elf agreed. Right now something strange and was happening, but then she seemed to understand what he had in mind, and opened a chest with sparkling contents in front of the guy. The thing was good. He asked how much it costs, but then he remembered that not that wanted to know at all. But then his conversation was interrupted by a series that came here with the player Violent Mollusk, and began the dialogue that was in front of the quest of the Heavenly Castle. Shinsen looked at the player's girl, with a fighter class, and paid tribute to the drawing and details of the characters. However, then another person intervened in their conversation, and demanded that the girlfriend go away. All the same, beginners ask a bunch of questions, and do not listen to the answers to them. No one can know everything. A blonde with a short haircut and in the beret demanded to listen to her, because this is the order of the captain. The case took a strange turn, so Shinsen was worried. In a small drinking establishment on the outskirts of the city of Will 3, a blonde captain and her guard, a knight in a full late armor, and another cute face with raspberry hair, all of them belong to the knightly order of Iron Wolves, and it is not known what they did here. This order was personally commanded by the ruler of the Empire de Los, which was located in the Heavenly Tower, and studied it from the inside. Thus players performed most quests on behalf of this order. But these knights had never appeared here before the tower. The burning blonde was called Fiona, the knight of the guard behind her back Dan. They are the characters who meets the Museum of the Dolls at the level of the museum. A charm with pink hair, Lenny, comes across in the lobby of darkness, and none of them should participate in the plot of taverns. Shinsen looked at a couple by the rack, So far, they have a conversation that starts after passing the dungeons, which means that Trinity at the entrance will no longer appear in the story of a fighter player. But the very fact that the Trinity of Iron Wolves watched the player said that he was a master of martial arts, and all this was very reminiscent of a curse. Having finished speaking, they all headed for the exit, and the series thanked the bartender elf goodbye. Then the guy decided to follow the company of the girls. They walked along the main street that led to the foot of the tower. The tower is so high that she looked like a space elevator. So hiding, Chinsen proceeded directly to its base. At all costs, he needs to find out which of the three is infected with a bug. He was already thinking how to stop them, how the guard crossed the peak again in front of the player. To go here, a pass, which the guy did not have at hand, was needed. Jinsen arranged such a commotion that an unusual character drew attention to him, tall and stately in a strange coat with a fur trunk. Despite the warm weather, looked like a player that is swinging alone. Meanwhile, the hero rushed to Roger Levin, the merchant that he gave out passes to the tower, or rather made a deal with them. However, here he was disappointed. The secretary said that the owner left for business, and she herself could not give out a pass. The guy immediately desperate, because it would seem just found a bug, and now he was hopelessly behind. Closing, he began to beat the ground with his fist, because it was possible that an important character simply departed on vacation. Chinsen did not know how to get into the tower, but then someone called him. A strange guy in a fur cape talked with the guards and showed them a pass. The constable confirmed the signature of Roger Levin, with such a serious face, as if it were a Nobel letter, and not a piece of paper. The player called the best. The guard missed him and handed him back the pass. But Chinsen took it. Even if he himself did not receive a pass, he could go with the one he had. So, delighted, he thanked the guest for his help. It turned out that the player watched the hero for some time, and he was very amused by his behavior. He is so passionate about the game, and so got used to the role. Chinsen did not even know to consider it a compliment, or be upset. In general, he did not do anything special and behaved as usual. The Lucky even promised to beat the Hippo for him, and this phrase alerted the hero. He played for a long time but never heard this. And then it dawned on him he was offered help, the hero thought with horror. One has only to accept it, how to open the heaven to give it out like a bug, so he asked the guest to dump. On the other side of the universe, one player from an unexpected turn of the game even cried out. Such a funny player. But the annoyance left so quickly. But what was even weirder than his user's name was empty. For the future, Chinsen decided to avoid a guest player, and he himself began to climb the endless staircase. There was no elevator or quick movement, and he did not know how far the Trinity of Iron Wolves could go far. When unexpectedly they ran past, screaming ahead and cursing the knight that they had so stupidly substituted. Fiona rushed, and behind Lenny that Dan was dragging on her. Dan tried to reassure them that he would still accompany the Seekers, but the girls believed that now it was not the time to worry about them. The low-ranking knights threw the player and again go down from the tower. What is happening here? Chinsen was completely confused. At first he thought it was a curse, but that if these three were not infected with a bug. What if it is the one who commands the knights, the captain one wall shut? Without hesitation, the hero rushed to run after that, turning down the stairs right down the corridor. What will happen when one wall shuts, and that girl is a fighter to encounter? Suddenly the captain leads the knights and infects them with his bug. It was necessary to hurry, so the hero leaned, not paying attention to not the obstacle and small monsters that came across to him. Some particularly annoying and fast still had to collide. Some kind of creature like a bat circled nearby, threatening him to injure. The guy put his hand in the inventory and took the sword, instantly figured out the creature. But a dozen more flew to the place of one. They squeaked piercingly and clapped their wings. So the Black Knight again began to shred them, an ordinary training sword. However, he himself lost his vigilance, stuck in battle and exhaled too quickly. In the end, he entered the dungeon. Lines, like warriors with heavy weapons, appeared behind bats, and even a whole crowd. The next mouse was divided in two, but the pursuers were not much smaller. The warrior of the lizard caught up with him, and began to poke his double-toothed spear like a fork. Only a miracle of Chinsen was able to evade. Having guessed the moment, he grabbed a spear and was even able to strike with his foot. But the blow did not drop the lizard much. He again began to poke a fork. Then the hero applied the inferior protection. He beat off the blow and jumped up with a special attack, power gathered in his hands. The attack, a wave of attack, and with the help of animations, it was possible to move instantly. So he went to two lizards behind his back, and did not let himself be completely surrounded. There was no time left for unnecessary thoughts. He was here himself, with a crowd of enemies. But there were too many of them, so the hero tried to escape again. Unfortunately, another lizard cut off the path to retreat, darker than the previous ones. And from him, too, had to leave a temporary break. But such frequent use also had its own restrictions. As soon as mana ended, Chinsen felt how we weaken. He miscalculated greatly. At first it was necessary to increase the level, and then to meddle in these wilds. Then he saw the real head of the dragon, and even managed to surprise where she was here. The dragon doused the lizards with such a heat, as if someone had opened the door from hell, and Chinsen himself barely managed to dodge the stream of fire. But the lizards really liked to bask by the fire, and they enthusiastically squealed. This was one of the many traps hidden in the tower, and she worked on the hand of the hero. And very close, after a series of statues, there was a place where you can completely restore health and mana, something like a control point. Now it went more fun. The guy had a plan, and he adhered to him. The mobs quickly turned into a salad. While he was holding the recovery points, he was actually immortal, and covered the floor with a carpet of defeated enemies. This place was perfect to raise the level, and the hero perked up. Other lizard, like monsters with forks in their hands, fled to the noise of fights. The dark incision made sashimi from brainless lizards. They exploded with red fountains. A flash of skill, a sharp jump, and a black knight is already moving to the next purpose. A triple blow, and the enemies turn simply into minced meat. His battle style is ruthless and effective. Another rotating attack takes out swivel and annoying flying lizards. This is still a game. With the exception of this one can feel the bad smell of their insides and sticky syrup on the skin. But there is pleasure in this. Chinsen waves a sword and revels in his strength, as if he had become the hero of the web novel. Still, he was not mistaken with the choice of a ward. The crown allowed the use of equipment that would have remained so dead. The battle made him stronger. The experience of killed enemies slowly increased his power, and now the one who had to come for a long time, having heard all this noise. But now Chinsen was not a beginner. His level grew to the 14th, and he is no longer the weak thing that entered the tower. This zone belonged to man to dragon Lakius. Unlike his cold-blooded minions, their leader knew how to speak. And he also led his lizard soldiers, and again led them to the attack on the invader. They were not worried about the losses or the risk of death. They simply violently attacked him without thinking about the defense. A swing sword and a sharp movement. Chinsen dodged, simultaneously cutting the warrior to the lizard of the tendon on his leg. The lizard lost his balance and fell to his knee, screaming in pain, and the hero again jumped at the attack from the rear. The dark incision ended the case with the first minister. The sword did not meet any resistance at all the same as chopping water. The second lizard came to his senses and decided to take revenge on the fallen comrades, but their attacks were straight and predictable. It was just that the poke was too slow for an experienced player who repeated his reception with entering the rear. That's just this time the guy missed a little and crashed into the column behind. All the gathered monsters stared at him in amazement, as if expecting some tricks. But no, nothing of the kind happened, and Chinsen smiled stupidly. Then I received an unpleasant review of cold-blooded critics. The slap in the face cheered the guy, and he continued to exercise in the high speed cut of monsters. Those could not oppose him. The lizards below are attacking in small groups without system. Bats entertain him with blows from above, if he suddenly got bored. But gradually, the monsters became more complicated. They no longer climbed on his sword and tried to avoid risky throws. Chinsen cursed the vile mobs, who did not want to get together in a heap so that he could put them with all in abyss. Unfortunately for him, even the blows in the jump did not work on swivel flyers when they did not want to be substituted. They also managed to counterattack immediately after his miss. The combo of the Dark Knight goes beyond the time frame. In addition, you can use skills in the order in which you want. And exactly how you combine skills well shows your level of game. It seems that he still used a couple of skills incorrectly and constantly missed. If this was a game, he would not have worried about this. But now the guy fought for his life, and the battle became more and more desperate. The vile lizard grabbed his legs and jerked, from which Chinsen unexpectedly fell to the ground. He was almost pierced with skewer, so the hero spun exactly in a frying pan. And then he turned the power of the enemy into his weakness and pulled the lizard by the tail. But at the same moment, the tip of the two-toothed fork burst from his chest and almost hit the hero in the face. It would be a little, and this unexpected attack could send him to the eternal offline. The boss of the lizards is apparently tired of looking at the genocide of his brainless subjects and decided to speed up the process a little. The lizard growled and began to turn the fork. One monstrous jerk, Lakius freed his spear and stood in front of the guy. But Chinsen did not wait for him to be attacked, and he himself sought to seize the initiative. He invested in the skill that he let the waves of darkness over long distances, but they crashed against the mighty torso of the boss of the lizards like a rock, without causing him harm. It's so easy not to win him, Chinsen thought belatedly. He needed a plan. The lizard exceeded him in growth, strength, speed, and range of attacks. He immediately seized the initiative and squeezed the weak player. Combined and fast attacks sprinkled on him with an incessant hail. This lizard deserved its leader's title. His stabbing blows turned around by a fan. It was simply impossible to protect against everyone, so Chinsen desperately grabbed the spear with his free hand. But the lizard was not so simple. At the same moment, the discharge of lightning pierced his body. The guy was breathing heavily and coughed, smelled of burnt hair, caustically and unpleasant, and from a deafening cod still rang in his ears. The next blow, the boss threw him to the wall. There was nowhere to run. Chinsen still had a drop of strength, and he tried to get up. He was breathing heavily and realized that exactly stuck. A strong lizard with a spear of a thunderbroke in his hand, he was surrounded by discharges of static electricity, and it is obvious that in close combat, it is better not to touch it, unless there are rubber gloves. But despite this, Chinsen again attacked using the uppercut skill. Then a neat cut, but this movement was also blocked with a spear. The dragon simply made a giving way to the defense and slipped to the side, and the guy fell. Now they seemed to play with him, not recognizing his opponent. The cold-blooded raised a spear as a true villain. He did not want to just let go of a caught toy and wanted to bring to complete despair. But at the last moment, the guy managed to apply the combo and teleport back, avoiding a deadly blow. The dragon was very angry that his prey was so simply running away and rushed to him with all his feet. But he was met by a decisive onslaught. The guy did not give up and invested all his strength. Having completed the combo with a blow in the jump, the skill worked as it should, and the damage passed even despite the block set by the lizard. As if the little man suddenly became much stronger, the lizard thought. The thing is that the true meaning of the combo was not in the evasion, but by the worshipping damage the hero continued to crush, and the spear of the dragon cracked. He did not give a lizard anymore, and again hit the combo. Already the fifth mentally counted the number of strikes by Chinsen. The more often you attack, the more damage. In the last final attack, the increase in force is impressive 200%. And all this power was concentrated on the blades of his sword for a decisive blow. One wave and dark power slipped from the blade with liquid destructive fire. The great wave hit the surf and frightened the birds that they loved to nest on the slopes of the tower. The surf broke through all the boundaries of the distorted space, and the flame of the blow was released. This blow completely cut the walls, columns, and boss of the lizards, as if they consisted of air. The bay all around the lizard with cherry syrup fell to the ground. In the end, they were all just a gaming simulation. But then the hero himself lost his strength with the last blow and collapsed to the ground in the same place. This level was passed. After a couple of minutes, the stomp of forged boots rang out on the stairs. Several knights from the Order of the Iron Wolves heard the roar of the battle and went down the level below to check what was happening. The entire floor of the level covered the bodies of the murdered mobs, and the knights called the captain of the captain to look, discovering among the bodies of man. Chinsen was barely breathing. He gave all his strength to go through this level, and was ready to pay someone to be taken out of this place. From the persistent smell of cherries was already sick when the system caught fire. They counted the experience for the murdered boss, and the level increased, and health points are restored with it. The hero again felt a surge of strength. Now it remains only to take the necessary objects and you can move on. However, having looked closely, he did not find it all among pieces of red foam rubber. Nothing fell out of monsters. Then the tip of the spear touched his neck, and the captain of the knights asked him strictly whether he was true to destroy all the monsters alone. Chinsen recognized his voice, and when he turned around, he confirmed his guesses. Harts von Kruger stood in front of him, and wanted to know how he got into the tower. Together with him, he was surrounded by other knights novices, taking him in a dense ring. Kruger took up the hilt of the sword, and repeated the question of who he is, and how does his name know. But how could not this character know? And Chinsen frowned, because he was seized with an alarming foreboding. Everyone knew Hartza, because he had just a disgusting character. Because of his behavior, he was the only one personally received a limitation of characteristics. Because he behaved very rudely with the players and constantly lifted them up. The captain was already ready to give an order to take the prisoner, but the guy came to his senses and spoke. Of course he knew Harts, because he was an outstanding person in the Order of the Iron Wolves. The hero honestly admitted that he received a pass to the tower from Roger Levin, although in this statement there was a share of cunning. Hartza ordered a pass to present for verification. Of course he was not going to believe the word of a suspicious person. Chinsen raised his hands up and carelessly stated that there was no pass, a pass from each other, and his friend himself is somewhere below. Harts did not lag behind, and ordered the lead to a friend. He wanted to check the identity of the suspicious seeker, and he warned that if he lies his consequences. Then they went to lead the guy under the escort. Chinger was not lucky again. From all the characters, he came across the most intractable. But there was no time for this. If a series with a girlfriend, after a campaign in the tavern, went to the heavenly tower, then the lobby of darkness had to go through the plot. In other words, this player is already going to the level with the master of the tower on the top floor, while Chinsen himself was stuck at the beginning of this path. At the very top, other characters join the player and help in battle, and among them there is a Captain 1 Wallshut, who may be damned, and what you order to do if the player encounters him in this case. Jinsen did not have time to swing, so he chopped down the dark cut of the nearest guard. Hearts became furious, because they thought that the prisoner was unarmed, and he pulled the sword as if from the air. The captain hit with a spear, but fell only into the glimpse of the animation of movement. For a moment, the hero disappeared in order to appear behind Hearts, which was a second surprise for him. "A miserable tricks," he blurted out, inviting the hero to battle, and he accepted that challenge, but only in order to deceive the captain and rush further than the Utik. There was no point in fighting these opponents. It was lucky that he did not throw out the training blade, but I did not want to deal with the knights anymore. True, Hearts was very upset that he was not respected, and briskly poked a fugitive with a spear. The guy put his hand in the inventory and simply threw himself what was there in the pursuers. A small grenade with a lit wick stumbled upon the tip of the captain's spear. The thunder explosion forced them to stop showing a hail of fragments. But this only angered the captain more strongly. He took a spear from another knight and began to wave their way violently, cursing with every blow. But then he noticed a strange sticky liquid spilled on the floor and stopped. A stubborn captain thought some other trick. The entire floor was covered with black puddles. In one hand, Chinsen held a bottle with a mixture, in another grenade. The prank was a success. The explosion thundered, and the whole room was seized by a flame that gave the guy a time win. In addition to noise, there will still be no consequences. An ordinary flask with butter and a fiery grenade. Who would have thought that the objects bought from the Elven just in case would be so successful? Looking out in one of the windows on an endless spiral staircase, he saw that the sun was already tending to sunset. Chinsen was tired while running down the stairs, and now the next turn appeared familiar silhouettes. The series noticed that they were following them, and decided that there was another seeker. Agans also turned around and said that it was necessary to find shelter, and as soon as possible, whoever followed. But Wallshut was much more bloodthirsty, and shouted warning that if the pursuer wants to interfere with their plans, then he should think about it. Finally, he found his suspect. Chinsen thought then doused. He lagged behind only the floor of the stairs. But then it turned out that they also found him, about which he announced an angry scream from below, from which the guy flinched. Hearts received an excellent curling of hair, and now he could boast of enviable curls, but he did not feel thanks. The captain gritted his teeth with anger and covered the scoundrel with blasphemous curses, which usually did not miss the censorship of the game. The characters from above recognized Hearts, although with difficulty, and in amazement asked him what happened. Hearts replied that the bastard had to be caught in front of him, and Wallshut stepped forward. And in an instant, everything became not only bad, but even worse. Chinsen was between the hammer and the gravity. In fact, there is nowhere to run, and on both sides there are two knightly captains, one of whom can be cursed, and the second evil is like a demon. Hearts simply boiled with rage, so that a peaceful detention could not have been hopeful. Then Jinsen pointed a finger at the sky and told them that someone had just helped from there. This one was so ridiculous that both knights involuntarily looked where he pointed, and while they were distracted by the guy just jumped out the window, straight to meet the affectionate arms of his native land. The captains were extremely discouraged by such a crazy act and stared down. Using his sword for sure, the ice axe, Chinsen clung to the wall of the tower began to slow down. Then he easily slipped into the tower, losing a couple of dozen floors, and he landed to his feet. Otherwise it was not to be called a miraculous salvation, but desperate times demanded desperate measures. On the one hand, his goal was right in front of him, but on the other hand, Wallshut did not look damned. True, it still needed to be neutralized until the group reached the next dungeon. Meanwhile, the series was clearly concerned, but the knight reassured it, "You never know what extravagations roam here." He invited everyone to rest before going to the top floor and smiled so strangely. Throughout his life, Chinsen did not go as many steps as in the tower. The group had to reach the next dungeon, and he was worried that he was late. Suddenly, he heard screams from the next room, and when he looked there, he saw the fuss. But it was a fight of a completely different sense, one to her friend a massage companion with the help of the handle of the sword. The girls refused such a massage, which is not surprising, and Chinsen tried to understand what devil was happening. So far, nothing has happened, and he decided to observe the group, in the hope that the bug will show himself. But after a while, the guy suddenly realized that he had missed something important and froze in place. There, which accompanied the player, did not try to harm anyone. He did not give any orders to the soldiers, and in general behaved as usual. Quite usually, because of which Chinsen felt like a fool, all his efforts were in vain. The character behaved impeccable, even there was nothing to complain about. Then the group decided to divide, one with a partner in one direction, girls to the other to speed up the search. There came close to the seeker, and Chinsen felt a dangerous moment. He saw the captain's hand reaches for a violent mollusk, and in the result he simply patted her on the shoulder, wishing the adventurer of good luck. Despite the fact that the goal did not show any signs of a bug, this, on the contrary, even more strongly strengthened the suspicion of Chinsen, so he continued to observe. The thing is that if you drop off the accounts, then it could not be understood why the usual plot was so confused that those girls from the Wolf's Order were in the tavern. Having thought about what he saw then, Chinsen remembered that it was impossible to see what was happening inside the tavern. Perhaps the changes that occur were just a pass in the game, not a curse bug. Then the noise of the levels jumped out, tore him from thoughts. Heavy knights in armor rose from their shelters. There he only laughed. He was again met without any manners, and he ordered the mobs to immediately call the main thing. Only their boss could be the main one's local foam monsters. The same container of experience as the rest is only a little more dangerous. When Chinsen killed the icy ghoul last time, that strange card appeared. But it doesn't matter if it is infected or not, if he dies here, because it changes the course of the plot. What if the one who is actually infected is the boss monster? The hero suddenly thought, and looked at the ghostly figure dressed in sparkling armor. There he fought back from the mobs, and asked the partner where Harts went to, and he suggested that their brother in the order could still look for a strange offender. They decided to detain that blonde if they found. When he heard this, Chinsen was worried that he had a great effect on the plot. Due to the actions of Harts, other characters did not trust the guy, and he was looking for a way to join their battle against the boss, without arousing suspicion. Another character appeared at this level, hearing the clang of metal and loud shouts, a long sword on his belt, and several more blades behind his shoulder, an unusual tattoo on his arm. This man looked like a dangerous warrior. One swing of the sword and guard turned into a pile of debris. The blonde companion admired the skill of the old man, but the gray-haired warrior with a bandage in her eyes did not appreciate the joke. They already climbed high, and the girl said that magic is thickening, which means their goal is already close. Then the swordsman asked his companion Sharon to move aside, which surprised her. Several waves cut the air many meters ahead, but they didn't get anywhere. Then the old man asked for forgiveness for anxiety, because he thought it was a monster. Chinsen barely managed to recapture a sudden attack, and stone crumbs fell around. The old man immediately appreciated the abilities of the stranger. He was a good fighter, but this guy had only to master the ghostly wave. In the game, such jokes were forced to always be on the alert and even pleased, but now the hero was clearly not happy with these tricks. Sharon asked why he should follow them, and the guy turned to them by names, asked for a favor. The blonde woman was a fairy. She owned dark magic and headed the guild and school of magicians, but the old man was a ghostly master that he hid his real name, led the hall of ghostly swords in a remote lane. In addition to basic settings, they were characters that they were fighting on the top floor with their leader. And if they believed the hero, then the knights will no longer touch him. So the guy asked the opportunity to rise with them as an ally. Of course, the guy did not hope that they would agree like this, 2 seconds after meeting, and there was only one option to win confidence here and now. Pointing to the old man with a bandage in his eyes, Chinsen told him that he really needed Grandmaster Duncan. Even the fairy was stunned, how the stranger knew a lot. The guy thought that she could not look down on him anymore. But then the old master pretended that he did not understand at all what it was about. The hero raised his finger to the sky, and with a confident face, said that a person with that name really exists. But this is not an old man. That's how he portrayed a good mind with a bad game. But he himself strongly did not understand what kind of nonsense now happened, because this name was indicated in the description. From a sense of shame and awkwardness, the guy wanted to fall through the ground. Then something dawned on him, because this part of the game recently ruled, and some character settings could fly. Their short-lived and incomprehensible conversation was interrupted by the guests. The mobs had already recovered and again went to annoy the invaders. The guy himself was still thinking intently why the old man did not know his name, and then he realized that he was before his grandson from the Tower of Despair. This time, Sharon liked the answer more. She smiled and admitted that he was an entertaining guy, but now they are in a hurry. True, at the same moment, barely moving his body, the old man called a shockwave around him that he almost broke the floor. The fairy raised her hand and screamed to him, but she almost blew her oncoming windstream. The old man turned around, and in a cold voice as an underground river asked the guy who he was. The name was said at random, so Chinsen himself did not expect that the password would find out on the first attempt, and now he was a little nervous. Having pulled himself together, he introduced himself with his real name with a good-natured smile. Stepping closer, he told the old man that he looks much more powerful. Sharon, for the first time, saw the old man so terrible. The young stranger said that he wanted to climb the top of the tower as a student, and he even honestly admitted that he needed the title of student only to hide in the name of the teacher. But what was even more difficult to believe in was that the old man so easily agreed to the request of the man whom he first met. Then the fairy pressed against the hand of a young guy and said quietly that his eyes were beckoned as gems, and suggested somehow to discuss important issues over a cup of tea when they descended down. But the proud guy knew that he had not bloomed his rose for such chicken, and he was not going to talk about the Tower of Despair either. The desperate fairy was ready to even buy this information, but Chinsen simply could not admit that he wandered on the website of the fans of the game. She continued to exhort him with different sentences, and some seemed interesting to the guy. Then Chinsen asked if she had transparent cubes. It was an unusual material that was used to pass quests, the use of high-level skills, conclusion of a contract, buying crystals of contradictions and other things. As soon as the fairy showed him cubes, as a nimble hero picked them without a twinge of conscience, Sharon was outraged loudly, but then the old man stopped and said that they were in place. The boss's room recognized her Chinsen, although outwardly this big hall did not differ from the many like him. The fairy was raging something about the loan, which he is obliged to pay later. At the same time, a group of a combat class seeker entered the boss hall. The series greeted the old man and a fairy, and one began to look for the way up. But then a bright flash blinded everyone, so they were blinded. The battle ensued instantly, without unnecessary preludes. The captain barely managed to defend himself. His partner covered his back. Now they realized why they climbed here so easily. Real difficulties began only now. Sigard, master of the light tower, introduced himself as uninvited guests, magnificent and formidable. He sparkled with discharges of static electricity and demanded to be called. He looked like a ghost in armor and urged them to retreat. He would probably say something else. But the seeker named Violent Mollusk missed a boring, senseless chatter. He or she came here for the sake of the game, not the atmosphere and immersion. So this time the girlfriend's girl rushed to the boss first, leaving the characters of the companions behind. The knights lied to her hot-tempered character, and they also hastened to join. Then another character wished to participate in a joint raid, and the series with Hearts turned around. They immediately recognized a violent blonde that he arranged such a commotion in the tower. Hearts immediately wanted to deal with the villain, but the master's strong hand stopped him. Chinsen is his student. Let the misunderstanding arose in the past. They must settle him later, he told the knight. Or they can resort to God's judgment, where the threat indicated the fundamentalness of his position, Duncan. There he noticed that the conversation was going on completely right before the battle with the boss, so he ordered Hearts to obey. It was time to forget about all the insults, since in addition to the boss they added problems. In an instant, a group of seekers was surrounded by the minions of the Lord of the Light. The blind old man struck the first blow and immediately cut down one tin. Sharon hit with magic, almost without delay in casts. The old kind of sitch with mobs began. Steel rattled, sparks and blows fell. Jensen was not just because of his low level. At first he thought to just watch everyone from the side, but there were a lot of enemies. In the game, they fought with the boss alone. Red stones limited the battle zone with him, and now they fought in the next room, and the player did not see what kind of horror was happening here. Mollusk used the destructive combo and the boss hit properly. At the same moment, Sigurd's minions froze like broken dolls. But when they already thought that the battle was over, the boss was risen from the world, the whole and unharmed. Anyone who would stand in the way will be turned into ashes, he said. Hearts swore angrily at one, ruined everything with his hopes. And I already thought to fry all the mobs, because there were really a lot of them in this room. The first stage was simple, but then the player finds out that the source of the boss force lies in a soaring palace, and it is necessary to destroy the monsters of the magic circle guarding there, and only after that you can return to the second round with Sigurd. While everything was going according to plan, Sharon suggested retreat, and Chinsen joined her. For the player, move to the soaring palace, make a couple of clicks of everything. So while Chinsen was running there, the first monsters have already been destroyed. Further, all the stages also passed without problems, and did not require intervention. And here they are again in the boss's room. Perform the last part of a long quest. A violent mollusk is confidently, and is not afraid to go into the near battle that was her specialization. The drum of war rumbles, and the tower again explodes, unable to withstand the power of the blows. Then it was time to look at the plot video again. There should be no problems with the magic barrier. But Chinsen was still afraid. He himself stopped looking at the crumpled remains of Sigard, and then he noticed that the card never appeared. A wave of anxiety covered it completely. A magic circle appeared above the tower that frightened the pigeons living on the eaves. If the bird touched the circle, then died, and Sharon was puzzled by what was happening. It is obvious that they could not rise above, although they fulfilled all the conditions and destroyed the boss. And this despite the fact that they never found any traces of the curse. The heavenly tower was cleaned, but the boss card never appeared, and Chinsen thought that it should have missed the bug somewhere when he went down the stairs. he saw his familiar faces. From surprise, he poked into a girl with raspberry hair and shouted, what was very indecent on his part. So Lenny turned around with a displeased face. The guy shouted at her and asked why she rose again. The girl answered with pride that she should be in the same place as he and he. Let her not recognize her. Once she would receive a confession. Lenny wanted to get up from the very beginning, but Dan ruined everything, so the hero realized that the girl suffered the wounded and returned. Then the voice of Va, who was indignant about the unemployed circle, came to them, and Lenny was delighted to hear his voice. However, when she wanted to run to him, Chinsen stopped her. The thing is that now there was a conversation, and its appearance could provoke a curse and a new portion of bugs. Now the guy realized that Lenny should not enter and prevent the conversation. Under his gaze, the young girl was embarrassed and even reached for the weapon. She did not understand why she was not letting her a strange type. The reason for the bug was in her. The hero already understood. He told her that the captain had an important conversation and offered to wait below. Now if you remove it, then the boss card had to finally fall out. There he went to the old master and said that he could leave. He needs to report a lot. But then they felt a wave of air. A huge whale flew by and the airship of an incomprehensible structure flashed aflame. He moved directly to them at high speed, and the characters were alarmed. So the last script event begins. Chinsen was the only one who was not very surprised. Or more precisely, this task was called Salvation on the Boat. The character of Ophelia makes an emergency landing right in front of the group of seekers, and will become an impetus for the next development of the plot. So far, everything went as it should. The airship was burning exactly the famous Hindenburg, but headed for the tower. Lenny did not like it. She wanted to go upstairs soon because this is happening. Chinsen tried to calm her down, saying that everything should be so. Only now his words sounded like the thoughts of a madman. The ship fell. She screamed about the fact that the captain needed to warn, but the guy clung tightly to the girl in the hand and did not let him go. She can't rise, especially since the airship did not fall directly on them, he said. And then he regretted his words when something huge flashed past. For some reason, Hindenburg did not want to hide the tower, but stubbornly looking for meetings with the ground. This time, damage was in the tower itself. It was necessary not to detain Lenny, but to prevent what the hero realized with her. It was too late to run away, which means you need to blow up the ship. Only now he immediately remembered that the airship was supposed to land to start a new chain of quests. At this moment, the correct development of events flashed through Chinsen's head. Lenny should not die here, and the emergency landing should be committed before the adventurers. The airship was quickly approaching, and now in his windshield it was already possible to see the pilot's face. The audience that looked after him on stream invited the guy to give up, but in his dictionary there was no such word. If it was necessary to retreat, he simply attacked in the opposite direction. So that he surrenders here, Chinsen laughed, and confidently declared that he would deal with everything. Lenny still did not understand what was happening. Before her eyes the airship was either frozen or bounced, and she asked the guy who he was. The fruit of the heavenly tree, the strange fruit that exploding forced to move without inflicting damage. It acted, including on the Allies. That was what the guy used. Only for a moment, Hindenburg hung in the air, and then inexorable gravity dragged him down. "They are afraid to stand!" shouted the guy, and again threw fruit into the ship. Having hit the object, he turned the vector of movement, and now in front of their eyes the airship began to fly up. The characters are seekers from the upper floor. Looked down in surprise when they heard an unusual noise. But what was their amazement when they saw what was happening there? An unidentified flying object quickly approached them after a rapid fall. Chinsen ran up the stairs and threw the injured vessel with heavenly apples, and Lenny did not believe his eyes. The dexterity of hands and no fraud, hundreds of hours of game life paid off in full. However, at the last save the throw, an outrage happened and Chinsen was perplexed. Then he looked at the inventory, and to his horror found that the fruit was over. Gravity again took her, and Lenny watched the disaster with horror. But then in her eyes, the hero jumped out the window right on the falling ship. In his teeth, he squeezed a transparent cube and in several jumps reached the ship. Then he rested his feet on him. He applied the skill of a dark explosion, hoping to give the ship the right acceleration. The explosion nearly smashed the ship itself, and that rocket started to the top of the tower. Along the way, blowing wings sticking out architectural excesses. Looking, hearing a roar, ran away from the windows and shouted to everyone to run away. The roar, explosions, flame, dust, and fragments are around, but the airship made an emergency landing. His shell was completely burned and only a skeleton remained from it. And then a card with the image of the unfortunate ship appeared. The bug was eliminated, and Chinsen congratulated himself, because there was no one else to appreciate his greatness when he caught the card. But no one has cancelled physics yet, and gravity again presented him unpaid duty. The guy tried to wave his hands like wings, but it did not help, and in the outcome he was saved by the charming of Lenny, grabbing the last moment by the hand. "Now he is her debtor," she said, and winked playfully, from which the player's heart missed the blow. Already below Jinsen, he discovered that his training sword could not stand the skill of a dark fuse, but the gun did more than it should. The sword that Lotus gave him, Harts took himself, and the equipment and gold received in the tavern already at the end. It is good that it was possible to reach the 23rd level and get the skill of a dark fuse, but transparent cubes were spent to use powerful skills. To study more steep skills, it was necessary to get more a mysterious resource of cubes, and in this case the choice was not great, and Jinsen headed to the Magic Guild in the city of Mare. A day ago, he completely exhausted went down from the top of the tower. Lenny said something nearby, but the hero was so tired that he could not make out her words. Let him prevent the decline in the airship, but it was she who saved him from death, the girl said, and so she demanded compensation for debt, not wanting to miss such an opportunity. Daring as a thief, she looked charming. Jinsen threatened her that he would tell Captain Wan about her unauthorized climb into the tower. Lenny immediately flared up with indignation. She made a sweet, offended face because the stupid hero did not understand anything. Then she ran away, ordered him to appear on Saturday at 6 in the evening at the entrance to the port of the West Coast, and if she repaid something not tasty, he would regret it. The discouraged guy stood stunned, did not understand female hints, for which he earned a couple of mixtures. The love line immediately after going to the tower chuckled over, and asked the student of the master whether he was busy. The guy was slightly strained since they came for him, but the captain of the Iron Wolves quickly reassured him that they just wanted to say goodbye. Harts was especially friendly, and said that he really wanted to tear his head, but he would do it another time. On this they wished him good luck and left, and Jinsen looked thoughtfully after them. There Walshut was not infected with a curse, but in a sense he could be more dangerous than a bug. It is good that the knight did not notice anything. Someone coughed behind him, and when Jinsen turned around, he almost opened the brick factory, his stomach clenched so hard. The old man praised him for a good job in the heavenly tower, and the guy almost jumped out of his chest. The guy thanked the old man for his help in the tower. Without that stupid request, everything would be harder to fix. But now they had something to discuss, said the old master with such an intonation that she did not suffer objection. The guy promised to hold his mouth on the castle and not tell anyone about the Tower of Despair, and even after death in hell. He sighed in relief when the master left, and Sharon realized that the promise was given so that she also heard him. But this truth was no longer interested in the fairy. She had already guessed that it was Jinsen who raised the airship to their floor, but it was possible to simply blow him up and escape. But instead he performed such a complex trick. Everything was done as if they were obliged to meet a person inside the airship, the fairy said. The sorceress threw back her long silver hair back and smiled seductively. She did not wait for an answer, but offered to look at her if he wants to conclude a deal in the Guild of Magicians. The next day he did so, and now he wandered with his mouth open along the corridors of the guild. At first, the guy thought that this place was like an ordinary shop, but it was huge inside. Sharon wanted to get information, and Jinsen thought would not hurt him to conclude a transaction. It was not worth mentioning bugs in Namir, but what information could be sold in any case, the gold and weapons ended, and this place was the only place where you can get help. Sharon recognized him and greeted him. The guy came before she thought, and she asked him what he wanted to talk about. But Jinsen hesitated with an answer. Then Sharon introduced her friend. Her name was Iris. She was the singer of fortune, and when the fairy wanted to introduce the guy, the singer said she already knew about him. Iris was a local fortune teller, so not surprisingly the hero was wary. Behind her could stand terrible strength, and the guy saw an ominous shadow. He quickly took a step towards the singer to check his guesses. Sharon watched in surprise in these two, not quite understanding what was happening. Iris already saw the future, since he knows him, and then Jinsen asked what his role in this future. Such a hint could help him to move on. A person is full of questions, Iris called him that, but everything goes not according to plan, she said, fingering the string with her fingers. But Jinsen was delighted with her replica. He was exactly a script from the game. He sighed in relief, deciding that he was wrapping himself strongly. Sharon thoughtfully thundered from the glass, and remembered that she only called the name of the singer. So how can a simple guy know that she sees the future? The fairy asked, and this made the hero startle, because he realized that he had gathering too much. First, their strange meeting, then airship, now this is who he was, asked Sharon. All this looked very suspicious. He understood the hero, and tensed without knowing what to answer, and how to explain such a chain of events without giving out the whole truth. Jinsen took several decisive steps towards the fairy, and stood very close to her. It is time to reveal his personality, he said with a pretense of importance. In fact, he sees the future, the hero said, inventing an excellent legend on the go to sell information. A few days later, The Guild of Magicians again became the center of important events. Some girl burst into the Sharon Hall with shouts of a master. "The trouble!" the girl screamed, and the fairy told her to calm down and explain everything. Lorien disappeared, the girl whose portrait with a pet hung on the wall. Sharon was worried. Again, this unbearable girl, Lauren, disappeared. The light of the magic stone that she left disappeared, the assistant said, and showed a jewelry with faded stone. No matter how much they caused Lorien, there was no answer since yesterday. Sharon ordered the search and showed the zone for starters, but she still did not know that some also heard this alarming message. Lorien Cornaro was a genius of 18 years old, although she was more remembered for the princess's character than abilities. Jinsen went inside and said that he had a vision of the disappearance of the girl, but also stated that she would soon be safely found. Sharon, that stood by the window and already managed to saddened, turned to him. At first she did not believe the guy, but he said so confidently. Unlike information about the old master, Lorien was a completely different story. But then Sharon recalled the salvation of the airship and thought that the guy could really see the future. Jinsen rejoiced while everything was going according to plan. He remembered the quests branch, and he knew that Lorien was missing immediately after the episode of the Heavenly Tower. It was an ideal option to use his abilities. Although the disappearance itself was predetermined, it was not worth worrying. By the expression on Fairy's face, the guy saw that she still did not believe him completely. So far he decided to leave her. All because he planned to meet with Kagon, a harsh dark elf warrior. The dark shadow flashed over the city, so wide and dense seemed to come for the night. At night, the city was illuminated by magic circles in the sky. The sight was beautiful. Sharon was already on the way when some incident took place. It was obliged to ensure the security of the city, although most events were resolved thanks to the active role of seekers. In exchange for help, Jinsen received important items, although it was possible to request a fee with gold or potions. He felt somewhat awkward in the role of a fraudster, although there was no direct deception in his actions. Then someone crashed into him at full speed, and Jinsen recognized that strange talker, guessed that he helped him to penetrate the tower. The player was indignant that someone came across her, but then she saw that it was a dark night. The Admirable also recognized the hero and said that they met in the tower. Jinsen immediately rushed away until this madman brought a curse on him. But the Admirable did not lag behind, and directly became interested in a funny newcomer, wanting to help him. But then he was called with the help of his voice right in his head, and Jinsen grabbed his head with a cry. The player laughed. She just sent a personal message, but it turned out so great. She was amused by the hero's reaction, and she began to laugh vaguely, seeing how he was outraged. But then Jinsen realized that the confidant who knew his name and asked how it was possible. They received in response a new portion of laughter in response, who was signed by the real name, and looking up the guy saw his signature. To the Heavenly Tower, there was nothing like that, and he did not understand since when this happened. And then he remembered that he had introduced himself to the old master that way. Previously there was no name, which meant that it could, with its actions, fill out the empty counts of game elements that were not given initially. The admiring smiled again and offered to join the guild. The hero immediately saw a scroll with a contract. According to the player, having joined the guild, he will receive endless access to equipment, potions, and can also pass all the dungeons with a trailed car. But the hero listened to the floor of his ear. The admiring talked about the advantages of his guild when the guy heard familiar voices. Anyway, the player was very carried away by talking about his steepness, so he did not pay attention to anything else. Ophelia's monastery said so that everyone would hear that she would return there anyway and take revenge. She held a knife in her hands, and with every word her long hair raised her stream in a stormy stream. This girl left the airship, who saved the hero, so he looked around the corner to observe the character's character. The captain won the weapon out of her hands, with a slight movement, let him share her feelings. He still believed that the girl did not need to strain if there was no strength for it. All these remarks were the beginning of the story about the Hippo. With them was a muse player in the neighborhood that a quest was held on the class of archer. Then the Reckless found that no one listened to him all this time. The temple on the Hippo, her home, was declared by Ophelia, not wanting to just give up. The followers of the temple were her family, so that the girl could not forget their kindness. Lotus forced them to attack and kill each other. As she could just leave it, Ophelia cried out and hot tears rolled down her cheeks. The Hippo was called a flying whale the size of the island. There are many ruins on its back, and the followers of the school that defended the whale. Ophelia sat on the airship and ran away, because at present her native house was attacked by an apostle named Lotus. The apostles are representatives of the world of demons. There are 12 of them, and they are the main enemies of the seekers in the world of Arad. Lotus uses their abilities to turn people into puppets. He is not a simple rival. Jinsen sighed in relief. It is good that he would not have to deal with him, because his task is to eliminate bugs, but the player Muse chose a too complicated profession for a beginner. Then the captain of the knights noted that the Seeker does not listen to them at all. There he shouted to the Muse that the Magate has a completely different side, but she went on. Now Chinsen realized how the passage of dialogue in reality looks like. He looked closely, but he did not see the traces of pollution. Most likely 2 knights will go to a Hippo. The conversation was over, and he also thought to go, as desperate screams came here. Someone fled along the street and called the captain. Although the plot event has just ended, who could intervene, the hero thought, and he was seized by an alarming foreboding. Lenny was desperately scared from Lamb Hearts to go with the captain. Her persistent intervention puzzled the guy. After a conversation with Ophelia, the Seeker, the player, at the head of the group of characters went to the temple on the outskirts, a dungeon on a Hippo to destroy the Lotus. 3 should investigate the case there, the Seeker adventurer and Agans. In other words, Lenny cannot go. But the girl persistently demanded that the captain give her a chance to prove herself, at least once, and to go with him. Hearts, his deputy, asked for forgiveness for not being able to stop the restless subordinate. He shouted at her all that she would calm down at finally, but he thought about what to do. But in the end, he agreed all the same. She is stubborn like a donkey, so not to dissuade. And then the hero realized that the script is not a template. If Lenny goes with them, the quest will be infected. If you leave everything as the girl herself will die, as in the Heavenly Tower. The knight was beside himself with the happiness that she was given permission. The template could burst right before sending. Waving a gigantic tail, a huge whale lazily soared in the night sky. It was quiet on the pier. Only the waves were measuringly beaten into the shore, and with a quiet rustle climbed a wave tank. Kagon greeted Madame Sharon and wilted her a compliment about a good appearance. But her joy from Fairy's visit was very disturbed by the rustle in the pantry, which was published by a strange guy with a shock on her head. Sharon introduced him, and said that he was just a temporary guest, that he lives in the guild. Meanwhile, Chinsen was looking for suitable objects, but there was nothing necessary. Kagon was the captain of the gallery and agreed to ride Madame Sharon at any time for free. But this service was not required for her. The fairy had a headache when he remembered what happened. In the morning, this extravagant guy burst to her and stated that they had a problem. The future comes faster than planned, and soon something terrible will happen on the Hippo, he said. The guy did not go into details, promising to tell about everything after returning, and asked to prepare for sending a Hippo. He needed potions, colorless cubes. Now I still had to buy weapons and armor, although all these were pennies compared to the information that he provided. Kagon persistently offered to drink a cup of tea, but then they heard a nasty sound, as if someone had brought down a whole shelf with a bunch of weapons, and all this with a clang sprinkled onto the stone floor. The elf was horrified by what was happening and turned pale. Chinsen portrayed innocence itself on his face and said that he only touched. But this did not protect him from the crack, from the dark-skinned warrior, and they began to bicker about the cost of things. But Chinsen pointed to his creditor and asked with all the questions to contact her. The fairy was very surprised, not understanding when she managed to become someone else's wallet. Then the doors opened, and another warrior entered the captain's room. Her name was Lobato. Once she was a knight of the duchy, and now she wanted to charm the ship. A strange picture appeared to the guests, so they froze on the spot without knowing what to say. But in the end, the ship began to be prepared for sails. The sun had already managed to rise high. For Kagon, the day was excellent customers to have more than enough. The captain of the Iron Wolves, with surprise, discovered a guy here, who had already appeared next to them so many times, and now he was also connected with the Guild of Magicians. Chinsen modestly stated that only an ordinary overlap. Even so, but it was obvious that Madame Sharon has great hopes for him, and looking at what a long score the fairy was holding in his hands, the guy nervously swallowed. While they spoke with Vice Captain, they were noticed that they came with Lenny. There he recognized the student of the old master, and the hero informed him that he would accompany him as a follower of the Guild of Magicians. And at the same time he asked him to allocate one person to guard, because of a rush in the guild, there was no one. And the Captain 1 immediately stated that they just had a suitable candidate. He was even glad to get rid of a walking problem. This is how, thanks to his multi-income, Chinsen could stay next to Lenny and look after her without any problems. The girl was extremely excited by the fact that she had to complete the task with a mysterious guy, and asked him that he was weaving for intrigues. But then Kagon called everyone on board. It was time to go. Then the Seeker Muse arrived in time. The ship swayed on the waves and gently broke away from the surface. Kagon grabbed the helm and straightened her glasses, ordered everyone to fasten. After that, Gaylor, adjusted by the magic winds, gained acceleration and soared upward. Taking a course on a Hippo, they whistled with a cool ocean of the sky with a whistle. Those who did not fasten felt like a sardina in a bank. But what surprised Chinsen was that the Seeker should definitely glue her to the deck. The fighter that climbed into the tower was the same. During the movement of the characters there is loading, and their avatars freeze in place while the player simply passes the screensaver. On the approach to the Hippo, they were met by a dense layer of clouds, which they passed through. And now, breaking through the veil, their small ship was before the eyes of a whale, each of which was the size of a lake, and against his background they seemed to seem like a chip. The Hippo, the soaring island, paid attention to them no more than the clouds that accelerated with its appearance, but this spectacle fascinated travelers. But no one met them on the Hippo pier. She looked abandoned. Kagon immediately said that she could not stay here. The atmosphere was oppressive, even more than in the heavenly tower. The situation was even worse than they thought. Here the main event began, which means that the loading of the muses should have already ended. Jinsen decided to hold on to it not to lose sight of. According to Ophelia, Lotus was supposed to be somewhere here, and now they saw one surviving minister of the temple that he asked for help. A mask with 3 eyes in the image and likeness of a hippo was a characteristic distinctive feature. But then she cracked and disgusting tentacles climbed out from under her, so the servant of the temple was faced with a clearing. Other disgusting offspring of chaos appeared nearby, with clearly unfriendly intentions. Everyone who opposes the Lotus should be killed. The monster curtainly and the monsters rushed forward. The usual committee of the mobs at the meeting, but these looked disgusting and creepy. One destroyed the first to cut him with a lightning-fast blow of the sword. The captain boldly went on the attack, ordering no one to regret, still turned dead, and it was better to alleviate their suffering. While everything went smoothly, the muse fell from the bow, the knights fought, and the guy with Lenny could stand in the third line and observe. The main thing is that she would not leave him. The girl patted him on the shoulder, because the guy does not even have a weapon. He should be careful. Chinsen was surprised because he had just bought a new thing and wanted to show but could not. They stood and argued among the bodies of the killed minions, thinking that they were in complete safety. But here, one of them stopped pretending to pretend and rushed at Lenny from the back. "Think of the sword," she said. "Nothing but the handle after all." And then the hero moved the girl aside and pierced the monster with an energy blade. In such images, he again saved her. The energy of his sword without problems cut the mask and infected flesh, as if he were a Knight Jedi. Several strokes and a monster chopped into a salad stopped functioning. The guy smiled sweetly and winked at her, wiping his cherry syrup from his face. At that moment, her heart fluttered from such attention. Meanwhile, the team's affairs advanced well. The muse quickly shot monsters, punching holes in their foam bodies. They figured out everyone, but this was only the first wave of many futures. Vice Captain asked the Seeker if she felt the same. They have been observed since then as soon as they landed, but they chose the wrong ones to follow. Someone really hid behind the trees on the border of the ruins and watched the adventurers. The travelers decided to pretend that they did not notice, and then they opened a view of the main temple, which shook their scope. Vice Captain suggested going to the jungle first and hide there. A cheerful couple followed the main group, and then they found traces of the use of magic, and Lenny remembered that, according to the guy, the apostle used brainwashing, but not a spell. Having examined the traces of the battle and the crystal in his hand, Chinsen realized that these were her traces. A follower of the temple managed to hide Isadora, this woman to follow the adventurers to kill them in the event that the Lotus can turn the Seekers. But in the forest of dendroids they fought with her and captured. That's where all these traces of the magical battle come from. There were no bodies, which means no one died, after the Battle of Isidore becomes an ally, and indicates the path to the Lotus. The fact that the battle with her is over suggests that the group was already on the way to the next dungeon, and because of Lenny, the guy was moving too slowly. He thought so deeply that the girl had to give a click on his forehead to bring the guy to her senses. If the story will develop as usual, then Lenny will die here soon, Jinsen thought, and this thought painfully chopped it under the edge. You can't prevent it from preventing it, and the hero clenched his fists. After all, everything is already a foregone conclusion. He thought he looked at the traces red from the cherry syrup. The guy discarded these thoughts and called the girl, saying that it was necessary to go together. Someone would attack her again, and this provoked another storm of indignation. "You would think about vigilance once," she screamed. Chinsen could not change anything, but at least tried to make her smile. This is the only thing he had left. Then Milashka Lenny decided to translate the topic, and stammered asked him whether he was meeting with anyone, and her face was blurred by a blush. This is the turn, the guy thought, and the jaw almost dropped along the road. This question completely confused him, especially since this is how straight. But then his thoughts were interrupted by evil tentacles that they escaped from the ground. They scattered in different directions to evade an unexpected attack. True, the hero was not so lucky. The long liana managed to twist around his hand. And then Denrodid, a resident of the forest, appeared. Nevertheless, they were too happy, thinking that the seekers cleared their way. Chinsen reached for the inventory. You will have to deal with the monsters yourself. But he immediately attacked another one from his back. There were too much monsters in one place. Fortunately, Lenny managed to repel this attack, and they equalized the score of the rescued lives. He moved so agile that she cut both wooden vines and the dendroid himself struck. The monsters also appeared, and the girl cursed. These jungle were very strange. Chinsen immediately told her that a pumped monster was a converted follower of the Hippo, like a dendoid. He became so after a prohibited spell. The girl snorted and replied that he was caught like a boob, and it would be better not to give a lecture, and destroyed monsters, and pressed herself to his back. Chinsen smiled and said that he simply slightly weakened the vigilance. The trinity of the freaks rushed at them simultaneously, losing its nasty mouths. But thanks to coordinated work, the couple deftly fought off, although there were more enemies. Lenny knocked over the opponents perfectly. After all, she was a knight, albeit a low rank. So having worked with his hands, he quickly figured out everything, perfectly complementing each other. True, unexpectedly, the girl fell to the ground, unable to stay on her feet anymore. Although she scared him so, it turned out that Lenny was just tired and turned her leg, so she asked to help her rise, very embarrassed. But the hero ruthlessly replied that in truth, some of whom he meets, and she knows her. She was immediately upset, although she tried not to show the look. The hero held out his hand to the girl to help to get up. Her palm was warm. After all, they agreed with her to meet on the weekend if she had forgotten, said Jinsen, and smiled gently. And then her heart trembled again, and the heat in her chest did not let him breathe. Someone could say that this was only cheap sympathy, but the guy did not think so. When Malashka Lenny realized that she was making fun of her, Jensen did not care if his words could help the girl leave with pleasant memories, but she beat firmly. Then she began to pursue the guy to pour additives, forgetting about the tired leg. So the expanses of the ancient temple were announced by their ringing, cheerful voices. Toward evening, they reached the main temple. Lenny was still confidently breaking through the ranks of the monsters, and Chinsen covered it. They walked along the only road to the Lotus, where the captain and his companions were supposed to pass. The first destination of the Seeker is the white knight that appears after the passage of the temple of the goddess. In the same place they receive weapons to combat the Lotus. Finally, a couple came across traces of musical skills, pierced by the magic bow of the body. Lenny noticed some light and asked what was there. Chinsen enthusiastically grabbed a rare equipment. It was a wonderful magic armor, a trophy that did not want to choose a muse. True, it immediately became clear that the item was sealed with magic, and it was a limiting chain on it. The thing is that starting with a rare class, the equipment has a magical seal, and if you press the button it should open. But when the guy did this did not happen. Lenny was also surprised, because I thought that only the magician could figure it out with this problem. Sharon could help to deal with this problem, so the hero decided to leave it for later, but then they saw many such items. The equipment was simply scattered on the ground, and from this species, Chinsen was horrified. And then he realized that the muse simply threw her away as unnecessary. The guy himself somehow wanted to go through the game with such a class, but it was a complex character. So all the Lotus can be taken to yourself, which he began to do. The boss monster in the temple of the goddess, Aldor, was quickly destroyed and lay on the floor. The former minister turned to the monster, asked Isadora why they could not save the others who were his family. There, he looked regretfully at the monster. If they are also turned, they will not be able to return to their relatives. Alsor was always looking for the right path, said the sorceress. Just at this time of timing, it was possible to catch up with the main group. Lenny immediately wanted to intervene and call the captain, but the guy did not allow her to. The territory behind the pillar hit the player's field of view, so it was necessary to be careful. Isadora told everyone that you can move on when the scene was completed. According to the guy's observations, so far there were no pollution. The time has come for the final stage. The group went to the passage that opened after the boss's room. As soon as he released Lenny, as she rushed to the captain with shouts, and immediately ridiculous. The girl frowned sweetly, and the guy regretted that he became a witness to such a shameful clumsiness. However, then a book caught his eye, about which Lenny, the chronicle of the creation of the world, stumbled. The book where the fate of the apostles is predicted, but the whole Arad, it was a very important subject in history. Before I thought about it, the guy completely destroyed the object, having noticed all the offense on it, for getting in her way. He urged her to stop, horror realizing what she had done. The girl did not even understand how important this book was, and then the voices of the group came to them. They heard a rustle in the boss's room. The captain was back to check everything, but did not find anyone. He went around everything several times, and thought that he should be heard. So that Lenny did not make a sound, the guy closed her mouth with his hand, until the captain of the knights left. But due to the fact that the girl destroyed the creation chronicles, did not find them, and now the last part of the quest was not fulfilled. If you leave everything as it is to turn into pollution, a stupid bug, the guy thought, completely forgetting in what position they were. But in the eyes of Lenny, it was not at all an ordinary scene, but a real rom-com. His face was so close that she could feel her skin on her skin, and when the guy removed his hand nearly again. The girl tried to break out, but the hero again asked her to be quieter. Allegedly, he whispered so close that his lips almost touched her face, and the resistance unexpectedly weakened. But the guy tried to recall the important phrase that he read several times in a torn book. The scene with an unexpected kiss dragged on, and the girl hurried the guy, but he told her to tolerate because he was busy. One cried or he became sad, somehow said the hero, having finished the first chapter of the chronicle of the creation of the world. Even if he was not a genius, but he knew the book by heart, so he was glad that he was so quickly resolved the crisis, though he did not even think that the other created. Lenny had already pondered the methods of different destruction of the one who did not understand the importance of the moment. Then the Captain Vaughn again walked along the corridor and he came across a strange book. So the delivery worked exactly in his hands and Chinson was delighted. The captain read the first part of the creation legend and admired. He never heard such a story. The story was not over, and he decided to take it with him. It was originally. It was strange to see Captain Juan so vigorous. Besides, he shouted so loudly, as if he wanted to know what this subject had found. Lenny also saw him like that for the first time. Even when a chop was made in a dungeon from it, even when she was bought with vice captain, a girl whispered in a trembling voice. The commander has never been so angry, and Chinson was alarmed by what she had in mind. The guy did not know if the captain was angry in the original after reading this document. It was hard to say because in the game he always had the same expression on the icon. So far it was clear that the replica that he pronounced exactly the same. However, the card never appeared, which means that the curse is not yet over. Lenny tightened with fear. It would be nice to continue to go for the group. But the instincts whispered the opposite, that it was dangerous to pursue the captain. Chinson wanted to tell her something, but then the earth shook under their feet. The Seekers were also alarmed, not realizing what began suddenly. The Hippo opened his huge mouth and gigged deafeningly with one sigh, calling the hurricane. Kita was painful, and this is the work of the Lotus's hands, the hero understood. The eyes of the lake were covered with muddy green ripples. The control of the mind gradually took possession of the Hippo. Chinson also felt this pressure, as if someone wanted to get into his head. Suddenly, both an earthquake and a headache subsided. It was not a joke to test them in their own skin. It was impossible to move without a plan. Lenny also felt this feeling, and the guy told her that she had to return. The girl protested the captain there, but the hero objected that they should inform the Guild of Magicians what he found out, although in truth, he already knew everything. He took out an analog of telephone communications in the world of magic from the inventory, and the crystal on the table Sharon vibrated. This signal meant that the Galler needed to be sent for them, and it would arrive soon. He recognized the purpose of the Lotus, the guy said, in order to somehow explain his behavior, and meanwhile, Kit began to move. Lenny was not allowed inside, and she stood at the door, although she heard everything perfectly. The Middle Ocean, the exclamation of Sharon from the room came. There is a special sea above the sky. If the Lotus usually lived in the water, now in the temple it could not use full strength. And if you control the Hippo to direct it to the Middle Ocean, it will turn out, said Jinsen. During the investigation, he saw that the plan of the Lotus ended up with success. When the Apostle restores all his strength, he will destroy Arad, the guy said in a gloomy voice of the predictor. It was a future that could not be changed, he said despite the protests of the fairies. A sorceress should be said some way to defeat the Lotus, and grabbed him by the shoulders. One was really available. She had to give him 100,000 gold, the guy said without a twinge of conscience, giving his face a pathos look. When he left, Lenny wanted to return to the Hippo soon. But the hero told her that first they need to go somewhere. She did not expect this at all. They just walked along the embankment and ate ice cream, and they wandered around the Handen market, where there was a bunch of all sorts of things. He reminded her that she herself saw the power of the Lotus. They needed to prepare for the battle with the demon. The girl still did not understand why they were ice cream, and the guy replied that it was just tasty. Then they approached the tray of Hannah, a nice girl who sold everything in a row. She immediately liked Lenny with her grace, and the hero asked the girl to find everything from the list. The baby was surprised to read him, but something was familiar to her. It will take all day to the collection, so she invited them to return in the evening. Of course they could not wait so much, exclaimed Lenny right there. But the guy did not argue with the baby. He said nothing to be done. We'll have to linger in the market to dinner, the guy added and smiled softly. As he promised, He would treat her today with dinner, and the girl was forced to run after, in fact. In the note there was a request to say those words, not a list of purchases. So they further carefully spent the long time that they were left. At first Lenny was embarrassed, but then quickly forgot. His stupid laugh was too contagious to think about something else at this moment. True, I had to pay brutally for all the wipes. After they went just to have fun, doing everyone in a row, Lenny even won a toy of priests 3 times in balls. It seems that she really had fun and enjoyed life at that moment. And Chinsen was glad that he helped to do this, watching a girl with a smile on her face. Toward evening, they sat on the bench, relax a bit, and eat. Lenny was happy to erase a snack, and even wanted to bring such a youngest. Then the hero remembered that she also had a family. Mother and younger sister, they lived poorly, and it was from a sense of responsibility for them that Lenny tried so hard to seem to be the captain and earn an increase. The girl herself realized that all this time the guy just pulled time. The captain was a master of the sword. He did not need any help. And even if so, then certainly not from a beginner like her. Lucky if she does not die again when they return to the Hippo, but she just thinks about her relatives, as she became terribly impatient without realizing it. On this day, Lenny was able to have fun for the first time in a long time without thinking about anything. She smiled charmingly and promised to remember this day forever, and the next time they could meet already in the Empire of Delos. From these words his heart sank. "If we return, let's go," the guy agreed. Lenny ran a hand through his naughty hair and pulled out a piece of paper from there. All that she does this follows orders, because the iron wolves do not retreat. At these minutes her face sparkled with happiness and warmth. The hero wanted to add that even death would not stop them, but buried these words deep inside. On the Hippo came night, after a long, difficult battle. The group came to the Church of the White Knight, where, according to Isadora, there was a weapon that could be defeated by a Lotus. That's just the horror that they saw did not at all like a weapon. Vice Captain asked them what kind of strange eggs were. Inside everyone was a disgusting spawn, a mutant. Taking a closer look, they recognized this form, but too late. The monsters seemed to smell them and got out of the cocoons, rapidly attacking with sharp claws and tentacles. The next day, a lot of people gathered on the pier. The knights arrived with Ophelia and waited for the news from the Seeker for whom all hopes were. Dan the First noticed how the ship returned and reported on it. The first muse in the neighborhood went down the first to the ladder, but he came alone. Therefore it is natural that Hearts had questions. Where the rest, and what happened? The Seeker silently showed him a sign, and Hearts' face frowned. The Iron Wolf, the sign of the order, which allowed to call for the detachment. Since this was the order of Vaughn, everyone obeyed and raised the standards to the sky. At the same time, Chinsen was trying on the new things, after the current, how Sharon took a magical seal with him. His reputation increased 10 times thanks to these little things, and he already reached 27th levels. It was great news, and the guy rejoiced at his success. Suddenly he noticed that his entire equipment disappeared, although the reputation remained the same. And then he realized that things became invisible, though he did not feel their weight, deciding that it was due to the blessing of Namir. Then the familiar voices of the Seeker and Singer came from the outside. "It will take a couple of minutes and can save all the Arad," Iris said, and went inside. In his hands he held a strange object like a bracelet and asked to trust her. This item was called a hyper jam. This thing did not allow the Lotus to take control of the owner's mind. But this was the wrong thing that could be obtained so simply, and Chinsen remembered the ominous shadow that came from the Singer. Suddenly he was dawned. Now this character is under control like someone's puppet. After thinking a little, the guy decided to leave everything as it is. His task is to eliminate the bugs, and not to change that part of the story that does not like, is just a game. Hearts was already waiting for the player on the pier in order to go on a Hippo. In this expedition, another warrior of the order joined the detachment. Her name was Lobato, and she fought with a heavy stamp. Finally, the story began. The guy thought that he followed everything from the side. After returning to the Hippo, they had 2 goals. The first, central ruins where the Lotus himself was hiding. And the second, the ruins where the surviving novices of the temple hide. Therefore, the expedition was divided into 2 groups. The Muse with satellites will lead the survivors, and Chinsen will go with a knightly detachment to the center to clear the path to the Lotus. The first wave of monsters was only a breakdown of their strength. They quickly scattered from simple spells, but even on such opponents they had to spend endurance. Basically, they tried to destroy on the approaches, so as not to fight in close combat. But the fight still came out fierce. The Fanatics mutants did not know fear. Chinsen also took part, breaking through the system of monsters with the help of his skills. It was never possible to miss the opportunity to pump. He quickly burst forward, but then turned around, realizing that no one was following him. Dan's knight grabbed the addressed monster, and he shouted plaintively to be saved. After all, he was an ordinary novice of the order. He would probably have died here. But the hero performed the blade dance, and quickly destroyed the monster, as if he had been made of jelly. Fiona was observing his abilities. Lenny told her about this guy. Dan thanked for the salvation, and the hero warned him that mental attacks would wait for them closer to the center. To withstand them, you need to collect all the will into a fist, and for this he prepared something, said the hero, but his eyes were covered with a veil. The world around has disappeared. Its outline broke out as if in a fog. Dan called him several times, but the guy did not answer, and stood as if obsessed. When Chinsen turned around, he saw a monster in front of him with many ugly tentacles. In a uterine voice, it ordered to obey orders, become a servant, and give his life. It was only worth mentioning him, he immediately appeared, the eighth apostle, a long-legged Lotus. With an effort of will, he forced himself to calm down. On his native planet, Solaris, Lotus controlled all forms of life, but then he was weakened by the lack of water. Solaris, the demon heard in his thoughts, and asked where he knew about this place with a terrible voice. The demon did not tell anyone about his homeland. The hero realized that things were bad, since the Lotus reads his thoughts. The head was torn in pain, and the demon grabbed something from something that was not worth it. Chinsen, read Lotus, came from another world, the hero that he considers everything that was happening. With all his might, the guy tried to move away before the terrifying gaze of the demon, so that he would not recognize too much. But Lotus did not let him go, and pressed it stronger. He demanded answers to his questions. Its ugly to the mouth full of sharp teeth exuded a disgusting stench, and resisting was becoming increasingly difficult. The demon saw everything, and his world, and learned about pollution, much more than he should have known. Since he is so interested, then let him read, the guy decided and opened his mind, directing the demon to the memories. And Telepat could not stand the random stream of memories of many passages of this game. This helped. The pressure on his mind weakened, as if someone had unclenched a vice. The stream passed to him, and it was a chance. The hero took out his sword, and he shone green like a good Jedi. Like the demon, he came from another world, and could even get him out of here, the guy said, but promised to kill himself if they tried to take possession of them again. Such arrogance from the lower form of life was very outraged by the one who was used to commanding everyone, but the guy was not afraid of his formidable appearance. He knew that he would die anyway if he gave a slack. Then the hero asked the demon if he was a source of pollution. Lotus thought about his words. He had already seen the guy in the head of the guy and understood the question. Among the apostles were those who distributed the virus, one called Delucy. The hero explained that we are not talking about biological pollution. The demon snorted contemptuously, and stated that whatever it was, he had nothing to do with him. So the apostles do not know about this, the hero made a conclusion, and the demon suddenly laughed, a sickening laughter. Lotus was amused by one moment. Since Namir, the goddess, and the transcendental creature cannot decide the issue of pollution, which means that the creature spreads, it can evade its gaze. And if such among the apostles, the demon laughed again. Chinsen quickly remembered that one person was really capable of such a trick. Her name was Hilda, and the image drowned in the shadow of memories. There can only be such a problematic person to think about pollution. The guy was indignant, but it was not for sure. The demon was amused by the guy avoiding reality, and Chinsen thought that his thoughts were reading again, but Lotus already saw everything on his face. Hilda, Sirocco, and Cassius, three of the apostles that thoughts could read, and the hero asked the demon if they were stronger than him. To which the formidable and arrogant demon simply exploded with anger, as soon as a miserable person dared to compare him with others. The best Hilda is capable of playing with puppets, and Cassius is just a warrior with a sixth feeling, Lotus shouted, and the guy was amazed at his reaction. Sirocco still knew something, but his abilities were not completed, and also did not go into any comparison with him. Lotus was indignant, and his tentacles shook his million. He is the great Lotus, the lord of the seas. He only has to return to the sea as even forgotten memories, the demon growling in the uterine. Hilda did not know how to read thoughts. She knew how to weave intrigues and control others. Know how to read thoughts directly. There would be no need for intrigues. At least next to Iris, it was not worth worrying that his thoughts were read. Chinsen wanted to ask something else, but the demon told him to be silent. Now his turn. To ask, and he wanted to know what kind of strange box he lives in his world. The demon did not fit in the demon's head that he was locked in this box, and not one, but many lower forms of life do anything with him. The guy sighed heavily once the demon himself does not see the obvious. He needs to tell him. In the near future, he will die at the hands of adventurers, 1,000,000, or maybe even 1,000,000,000 times. The little men cannot perform his fate. The Lotus exploded from the anger. He wanted to break, trample the guy like a small bug. But unexpectedly, Lotus remembered his anger, and said that now is not the time for games. Today he was lucky, but the next time he will not be so. The demon advised the miserable little man to get out of this place. The guy did not expect his opponent to give up like that. Maybe because now was not the time for the games, due to the fact that the player began to act. Then he finally came to his senses, and asked Fiona what stood nearby for a long time in a disconnection. Before she could answer, Dan rushed to them and reported on problems. The adventurer disappeared somewhere, and Lenny is looking for her now. The anxious feeling hit the guy with the current from these words. Before Fiona gave the order, the white shadow flickered nearby. Now the hero realized why Lotus left his mind so quickly. At the moment, the hyper-shum of the muse does not work, which means that it is controlled by the Lotus. And if she encounters Lenny, then to be trouble, the hero thought with horror. He fled with all his feet until he burned his lungs, but then stopped. Thoughts chained him to the ground with a heavy load, whether he should save her. After all, his role in eliminating pollution, so why will he himself create a deviation of history? Come to your senses, you had to prepare for this. All this was done to let her go without regrets, the hero told himself when the space cracked behind him. With a ringing of glass, a deep crack formed in the world, and light poured from there. The muse is next door, and Iris left the game under space, which was a very unexpected phenomenon for him. It is strange that the player was not under the influence of the Lotus. The hero did not understand how this happened. Another character, a half-naked man with a sword and all in scars, came out of the space. This made the whole scene even more strange. This character Jinsen saw for the first time. But then he remembered Oriental clothes, a strange dialect, a blade on his belt, one of the 4 weapons masters, and a Shiren and time traveler. It was a story from the future. At the 70th level, this character takes with him a Seeker and Iris so that they look back at the events of the past. In the game, Jinsen was in such dungeons with such a concept, but did not think that he would see travelers in time with his own eyes. Then from the side of the main ruins came a voice that he ordered the Seeker to stop. The guy recognized Lenny's voice easily, and Shiran said to go there. He strictly ordered them not to touch anything in the past, because if the Lords of Time find out to be trouble. But this does not concern Lenny, he said, and ominously reached for the sword. The hero was alarmed even more. This trinity should not have changed anything. They just came to see. It should be a bug, the guy realized, remembering the normal course of history. Although he was not 100% sure, it seems that the Trinity was planning to do something with Lenny. It was necessary to somehow deal with this. But initially, the time of the time should appear in front of the muse. Flays of shots fell on the walls, leaving deep wounds in them. Lenny barely had time to dodge the high-speed charges that aimed at her, but the Seeker obsessed with a demon pursued her with fanatical devotion. Shiran brought his group from the future to the right place and ordered them to start when a shadow flickered above him. The swordsman reacted at a lightning speed and repelled a sudden attack that he had left a green mark. A man in the mask of a novice from the temple of a Hippo attacked them, and Shiran decided that he was a servant of the apostle. At least they didn't recognize him. He understood Jinsen that he was hiding under the mask. He did not have a concept that the Trinity from the future had planned, but it was dangerous to give them intervene in the process. Suddenly his equipment also began to disappear, as the last time, although he put it through the inventory, but as a disguise. Shiran did not let the unknown enemy come to his senses and attacked the first, so the hero barely managed to reflect this blow. If he is caught, then the matter will be bad, because the Lord of Time can find out about him. But the swordsman did not let the guy think properly. They crossed the blades again. Then he noticed that the muse was aiming at him. It was necessary to react. With a quick movement, he moved past her, interrupting the shot. Shiren was very upset that they forgot about him right during the battle. But the hero again used his teleportation skill at the near distance. Then the guy prepared his powerful skill to at least somehow entertain travelers in time. This blow almost dared a hurricane of his opponents. But then he completely unexpectedly received a lute on the head from the singer Iris. She pressed it from above with her hands and called the Seeker and Shiran so that they move on. It was a window of possibilities. They did not kill the guy, but moved further towards Lenny. And then Iris screamed that they should save Lenny. This cry deeply stunned the hero. The Seeker and Shiren fled where the muse in laziness fought to save her. But then Iris pierced the dagger with a blow to the back, and her head leaned back. Fiona and Knight Dan finally caught up with Jinsen and just eliminated Iris. This even more confused all the cards, and the hero did not know what to do with it now. They attacked Shiran and Muse from the future so quickly that the guy did not even have time to say anything. The situation was strange. They should not fight at all the more to accept travelers for fanatics. Dan shouted to the hero so that he would not stand still and run to save Lenny. Somehow the whole story again agreed on his figure. Turning around, Jinsen saw a shot broke the sword of Lenny, and she began to fall. And the obsessed Seeker was already charging a bow for a striking shot. The future was about to change. The pupils of the muse were covered with a veil, and the eyes became rhomboid like that of the Lotus. He had to save her or not. The hero was finally confused. And at this time, another ruthless shot whistled. She lay on the ground, all in cherry syrup. All this was part of the game scenario, but her eyes, frozen like a doll, looked too realistic and terribly. She seemed to want to say something but did not have time. Fiona understood everything, and tears poured from her eyes. Even the knight's shoulders trembled with quiet sobs. The hearts were squeezed into a vice. No, rather pulled him out of his chest with hot ticks. So he felt, just a game. The words sounded that everyone constantly told him. The tragic death of Lenny is an important part of the story. It is registered in the script. At that moment, the veil of obsession slept from the eyes of the muse. Because this episode includes the Seeker's hatred of the Apostles and the Lotus personally, this is the correct development of the story that came out of the pen of a ruthless author. The pain cannot be avoided, and he allowed her to pass through herself and reach the depths of the very depths in order to stay there forever. Cold rage beat with a key. He cursed those who forced him to kill Lenny with his own hands. Chiron and the muse lay stray on the ground, but then their image began to blur. And instead of them, he saw masks of fanatics, which the demon turned. If they are fanatics, and their image was an illusion, but from what moment? Because he clearly saw how they left the fault. Everything that was in his memory comes out, everything he knew, fake. Lotus thoroughly rummaged there. Until now, this vile apostle was digging his head, the hero understood. Travelers from the future that allegedly wanted to save Lenny. All this was the game of the demon from the very beginning. Fury swept his head. The guy no longer resisted this feeling. He entered the temple and called his enemy. Lotus was pollution, realized the hero, too strong, too vile. But this is not important if it is torn into pieces. His eyes flashed with real malice. In the main temple, the battle was also boiling. The echo of strokes spread far around. The captain was difficult to slip away from the monster with many tentacles. This one was especially strong. Prior to that, they fought only with mutants of puppets, but the main body of the Lotus settled in the main temple, and 2 knights were not enough to restrain it. But despite this, they were masters of weapons, so they were playing tightly at the demon. Everything could change at any moment. I saw how the tentacle reaches for him and could not do anything about it. But like all the real heroes, the muse came at the last moment. A well-aimed shot. The muse saved his life, cutting off a slippery tentacle. Let it be late, but in the end she came on time, and the knights were inspired. The demon realized that his trap failed, since the adventurer was already here, and in horror he remembered the script destined for him, to die at the hands of the Seeker. The stream of endless tentacles reached out in her direction, and the Seeker had to quickly dodge. One felt that the demon began to move nervously, as if afraid of something. The muse shot at him immediately in one gulp of magic arrows. Gaps were heard, but then one of the processes grabbed it entirely. Lotus released poisoning gas to get rid of the Seeker in one fell swoop, but she applied the skill of hot debut and freed herself from capture, moving to a neighboring cage. Vona liked this trick with a teleport, and he praised her. Then the battle flared up with even more fierce. The muse made a jump and attacked the demon with a powerful flash, another skill. This one had already forced the roof of the temple to collapse and crushed a huge but soft carcass inside. The knight stopped and sighed in relief when the tentacles fell limp on the ground. The captain was glad that the Seeker came on time, and smugly stated that they would have coped. Nobody noticed how something evil flashed under the rubble. And then everyone felt a blow to such a force as there was no. His mental echo spread beyond the limits of the main temple, and even beyond the borders of the Hippo, which was peacefully soared in the night sky. With pain, the knights and the Seeker fell to the ground. There he bit his hand in order not to give in to his voice inside himself. Only this did not help. They were all turned under his control, and the blue veil was frightened by their eyes. Lotus rejoiced and laughed gloatingly. Now he commands his fate. It was fun, the hero asked, looking at the demon right into his disgusting saucers of his eyes. The time has come to die, he said with such composure that even the monster became creepy. For a while he lost control of his new puppets. The eyes of the saucer, every size of the house, stared dumbfounded at a miserable person who could not be controlled. He continued to move, and the demon did not understand why. One tentacle moved, and he again tried to restore control of the hero. But this time nothing came of it, as if a guy was defending a barrier. Then the hero threw a bubble and broke him against the ugly head of the demon. Try to read your thoughts if you can, Hinson offered him. The demon began to rummage in the memoirs of the guy who received earlier, and saw how he bought something before the task. The resistance potion, the Lotus guessed, and his voice trembled. This drug was prepared by order in the Hannah shop, and made on the principle of the hypers of the jammer, prevented hallucinations, cleaning of the brain, but did not block reading of thoughts. In the depths of the temple, Lotus began to shake the tentacles again angrily. He shouted all these stupid tricks. He smugly stated that even without washing the brains, he has many ways to harm. Chinson angrily shouted to the demon so that he had already stalled. Too tired of his cries, it was time to die. And then the mighty apostle, one of the 12 terrible demons, escaped from the temple. The guy pursued him and chopped the damn tentacles with a green sword. With the help of his movement technique, the hero easily evaded the tentacle and could get to the fat head of Mollusk. But an overly swivel process nevertheless took it out and put it tight to the ground. "It is useless," Lotus growled. He had already read all the moves of the guy in his thoughts, and he knew that the fifth combo was the strongest, but this no longer worked on him. How to fight with those who can read all thoughts. And then the hero gave out a very powerful attack with dark power, and he immediately moved in space. Another skill combined 2 chopping strokes with a cross. He brought them up from above. The demon was desperately thinking that a man would still do, because a miserable enemy attacked even knowing that they would read him. Since the Lotus read his thoughts, you need to attack so quickly so that he simply did not have time to react. Lotus is so used to relying on his abilities telepath that he simply waited for the clues, completely giving the initiative to the guy. The next attack will be from the back, read the demon, and has already been looking forward to his success. He turned around and hit the tentacle there to the tentacle in order to slam the guy. That's just it, cut only a cold night sky. A sharp, bright blade pierced the demon in front. Lotus again read the direction of the attack in the guy's thoughts and hit the manual. But this time he also miscalculated. The attack came from a completely different side. So the guy attacks in the opposite direction of which he thinks about. The monster understood. He again looked into the hero's thoughts, but he saw there only strange symbols that could not be made out. Now his main ability was completely useless. Even on the contrary, prevented him from thinking. The guy confidently took advantage of this confusion to cut a couple of tentacles. But there were too many of them. And as soon as he moved again, as he flew right into his face, heavy like a tree trunk with a whip. He felt his bones crack from the blow, and the wave of pain spreads over the body. The demon already realized that these signs meant commands, and now he knew them. But now he learned everything, while a miserable form of life ran around the demon, studied all the memories. As soon as the hero wanted to get to his feet as he again received a slap in the preclec, precisely with a giant whip. Then Lotus remembered him all the bragging, where the death of which a miserable person declared Chinsen was barely breathing. "Why get angry because of that girl, because he himself left her to die?" said the demon and laughed. His mockery made the hero forget about pain and fear. Hatred ousted them. He rushed off and jumped straight to the mouth of an ugly monster. And then the sharp claw at the end of the tentacle pierced his chest. "What a fool," Lotus said, admiring his work. Suddenly, as if an obsessed with his toy fell off the hook and rushed to him. The demon did not understand anything, because he clearly felt how he pierced a man. Again, the tricks, all the tentacles on his body set in motion, the Lotus tore the metal. But the enemy was still approaching, completely ignoring his attacks and surviving. The demon felt a threat. It was necessary to find out what was the matter as quickly as possible. Somewhere deep inside his memory, there should be a memory of this plan. The demon scoured everything among the images when he saw the light. And then he began to read the properties of skills a hero, an uppercut, which was defined as an armor, piercing, and a jump in the description of which was invincible. It was complete nonsense, absurd. At the monster in my head did not fit as someone could be so strong. Meanwhile, the hero quickly reduced the number of tentacles. Lotus shuddered with his whole ugly and fat body. "It was impossible," he shouted. "What kind of armor? Piercing and invincible." He was indignant when the guy jumped again. He jumped and appeared right in front of the eyes of the demon's head. That's how a surprise. "Stop!" whispered Uglyhead, frozen in horror before the light of a green sword. He still did not know whether he did the right thing, but now there was no road back. All that he could make it atone for his guilt, so that her death was not in vain. And to destroy all the apostles, darkness enveloped the hero. All that was in his soul, he splashed into this blow. The sword in his hand was transformed. He stretched out in length, found the shape and texture of burned wood coal. It was like a tectonic shift or a fall of a comet. All the power of the destructive darkness fell on the monster by grinding it into minced meat. The dark section of unprecedented length shared the world into before and after. He gnawed into the ground and tore the veil of rainy low clouds, leaving behind a deep canyon. Chinsen looked into the sky, clear like her eyes. He did everything he could and even more, all to say goodbye to Lenny. The clouds closed again for all the tears of the world on them, as if the sky knew about their bitterness. Even after such a blow, the monster still moved his processes. Streams of cherry syrup flowed from under him, in half with insides. He was dying. The system, configuration, plot, all this time he was a puppet of the script lately understood the Lotus. But if he should not kill the Seeker so that the story continues, he asked the hero. He is no different from him. He is also a puppet that is chasing pollution. A demon laughed with his mouth. But the sword over it has already been brought, one swing and it all ended. As soon as the obsession slept and other characters woke up. There he found a seeker next to her. She was still in the waiting mode. The knights thought that perhaps the girl woke up earlier and fought with the Lotus alone. Then they saw a tectonic break and were amazed even more. In the meantime, they praised her for a good job and admired. The real hero licked the wounds, providing his body with the cold jets of rain. Unfortunately, not all wounds could be cured. Later, the knights returned to the front line camp. Galler should soon arrive. Lotus is really defeated. Everyone felt relieved after a difficult battle. Everyone rejoiced that the Seeker appeared on time and saved the mission. But the general joy of victory diluted the oppressive feeling of loss. Not all knights came out of this battle alive. Dan wrapped the girl's body in a shroud. Chinsen did not leave the shelter. He simply watched everything from the side. Lenny and the rest of the fallen were folded nearby to give everyone honors. The young novice of the order was erected to the knights, as she wanted, posthumously. The captain has ordered everyone to celebrate the victory, and they would grieve about the fallen later. Not everyone could be so easy to discard the grief about the fallen comrades, Lobato asked Vaughn, unless he was sorry for them. The captain answered harshly, "Sorry for those who fell means to insult those who could survive and protect their honor of the Iron Wolf." Chinsen heard this phrase many times. Let the captain spoke it to his knights. At that moment the hero seemed to be spoken with him. He grabbed his head and grumbled from the gloomy atmosphere because they killed the whole apostle. In order to at least calm his anxiety a little, the captain decided to look at the body of the dead demon again. Suddenly he survived by some miracle and wants to slip away. But Chinsen knew that it was a lie. The captain's real goal is to absorb the power of the Lotus and take the ring with him, with its help to create a terrifying weapon. This is the correct flow of history that he, as a hero, must protect, so it was no longer worthwhile to intervene. Whatever this leads, he does not have his own way, good or evil. He is a guardian of order, and should be impartial. But for now, they slowly drifted in the air with the Hippo. On this, the arch of the Hippo came to an end. The masks of the ministers actually entered the terrible. But they had a terrible overview. "Nothing can be seen even through 3 pairs of eyes," said Sharon. Jinsen did not even think that she would consider different equipment with such enthusiasm that he took with her. Some things used to exist, but then ceased to be the equipment available to players. Thanks to them, the guy found out 2 facts. Firstly, he could get things removed from production, and secondly, to use this subject, he must personally wrest the dead monster from the clutches of the clutches. He could not get other trophies. Sharon appreciated objects, and asked if he had brought something else. Hit the table with a mask. A strange noise spread throughout the guild. Chinsen crouched nearby and asked the fairy not to make noise. The potions helped him recover, but he still felt pain. Everything was due to the effect of the armor sophistication, so it was complications after its use. The guy could not tell the truth to the sorceress that he himself fought with the Lotus, not the Seeker. In any case, it was officially believed that the apostle conquered the muse. Of course, the guy had fears about the guards of the time, but in the end the card fell out of the monster, which means that the bug was eliminated. He also said Sharon so that she would not worry about his account. But the fairies did not hide the changes in the soul of the guy. Before he seemed an ordinary fraudster that he could only chat, and now he began to look more significant. Then the fairy called a certain scroll. He looked like a contract. Since the hero showed himself so well, Sharon decided to officially hire him into the Guild of Magicians. The hero left his signature and wanted to get a fee forward, and Sharon put a heavy wallet with coins on the table. On this, the guy immediately got up, and the surprised fairy asked him where he was. The hero replied that he should check something and return in a couple of days. The fairy was surprised if he was going to escape with money. But the hero, smiling, replied that there was nothing to worry about. He had a good reason to work hard, and so he went on a long journey into new lands. But unfortunately, the road to the village of Elvin's guards was destroyed due to the rains, so he immediately returned to the guild. The guy told Sharon that he was not going to the forest itself, but he had a business to Lotus. He was already thinking of captivating the ship to get there. Then Sharon handed him a bubble with a strange potion, but the hero did not know what kind of unusual liquid this was. Only the fairy wanted him to explain his principle of how the guy had already poured the contents into himself. The little thing turned out to be strong, so immediately hit him in the head, and he immediately fell to the ground. However, as soon as he looked around, he realized that he was right in the village of Elvin's guards. It's just amazing that there was a teleportation potion. Usually these pieces have a level limit and yellow color, the guy thought when he saw the masters of the blacksmith at work. Lotus was glad to see him. Everything was fine with him, though he was now since the series left. Then he patted the guy on the shoulder and asked how his friend, although it was about a little lie that the guy came up with to get to the first city. But Lenny came to mind. "You cannot worry about this," he answered the master with a cracked voice. Lunas immediately realized that the guy clearly came not to chat, and was surprised that he wanted to get a sword. After all, the blacksmith already gave him a good blade, and the hero again had to lie that they stole the sword. To make a sword, it was necessary to raw materials, and Chinsen took out the material from the inventory to the master in the face. The guy did not want to work out like that. Just the material tightened in the inventory, and still continued to fall out of it. When Lunas saw a bubbling something in front of him, he immediately swore and asked that this was the devil to shoot him. The chopped tentacles of the Lotus, vigorously explained the guy, but the blacksmith still did not understand what kind of demon it was dragged here. The hero wanted from these tentacles, which Lotus used as a weapon, made a blade, although the master still protested and said that it was complete nonsense. Then the guy feignedly reconciled what to do. He understood everything. Perhaps the blacksmith is better needed, he said with pressure, from which Lunas tightened. He immediately began to knead with his hammer a slippery squid, and stated that he did not refuse to work. This is how, thanks to a small provocation, it was possible to attract an experienced master. Although the octopus, at least the squid, Lunas promised to cope in a week, and the guy decided to buy potions on the market on the remaining funds. And only then it dawned on him that he got here with the help of a teleportation potion. He was very lucky when the indignant Sharon arose nearby, and began to grumble that explanations should be listened to the end. Before drinking this potion, you need to think where you want to get. He was still lucky that he thought before that about the right place. She thought that he immediately returned to the guild, but the hero asked why the potion was not yellow as he thought. This question was extremely offended by the sorceress that she was proud of her skills. Her potions, made personally, did not go into any comparison with the crafts that were sold on the market, and threatened to send him to run on foot for disrespect. Fortunately, it was possible to pacify her anger upon returning to the guild. She showed the guy a room. Now it was his chambers, with a bed and a window. The place was empty according to Sharon, because he was cooked in a hurry. The guy really liked this dwelling. Here one of the guild ministers brought the subject packed in a dense bundle. The guy thought that this was a gift to him and was completely embarrassed. But in the bundle there was a large sign with the inscription. The guy asked what it was, and the fairy said that his position is called the Committee on Fast Responding to the Incidents. The guy read, and was horrified by her old man taste to long, stupid abbreviations. Everything was decided, so the hero had no choice but to come to terms. From that moment, he is the head of the new department in the guild. He was obliged to follow the terms of the contract, report the upcoming threats, and Sharon, for his part, would provide him with comfort and everything he needed. There were many upcoming threats. Ahead of the plot was waiting for the transfer of the second apostles. The transfer, phenomena when things or creatures disappear from their measurement and appear in another, was the main cause of many troubles, and its essence has not yet been disclosed. No one knew whether the natural force was worth it, or someone's evil intent. Let nothing be known about the reasons for the transfer of the apostles. Hilda definitely costs everything. Her power allowed even demons to transfer to their world. And Hilda's goal is one to realize in the reality of the chronicle of the creation of the world. According to the prophecy, it forces the seekers to kill the apostles one after another, and will even sacrifice all Arad to resurrect the world of demons. This character believed in the prophecy an accurate fanatic, but she had more strength with more than. If Hilda was the cause of pollution by a guy with his 31st level was not an opponent to her. So now he had to concentrate on the classic development of the plot, to become stronger. Then the guy asked Sharon to cook him in therapeutic potions too. He needed a potion capable of healing from rotten energy, which increases the chance to die, from something terrible called the plague. As soon as Sharon heard about it, when she immediately jumped up and asked when this disaster would begin and where. Alprira, the kingdom of Fenes, the guy answered. As soon as she heard this name, as alarmed even more. It was in the city that was built underground, where its fellow tribesmen of the Dark Elves and representatives of other races could take refuge. And it all began, the hero said, and asked for forgiveness. The ominous power had already penetrated this city. The warriors of the Dark Elves asked the elder to hide, rather. Many were already falling from the plague, and the infection was all spreading to turn people into mutants. The elder blamed in all of vile people that they decided to attack their kingdom like this, and promised to take revenge. He ordered to concentrate troops on the border of the city. This meant a readiness for war, and raising the banners of the Dark Elves' army stood up. Chinsen returned to the village of Lunas and watched that he knocked down a day and night, and so he forged until he created a truly monstrous blade, which was difficult to call a blade. Tentacles chip artifact is discontinued, 1-to-1 with what he wanted. In addition, Lunas made a pattern, a mask for filling, although I did not know why it was. This funny form was able to change the weapon, its appearance on imitation, and the blacksmith asked the guy how he would use it. Grinning, he replied that he would work a little. Meanwhile, players lived their idle life for ordinary users. So the player, the confident, went to healed from boredom. He had already fulfilled all the daily quests, all raids, and now he did not know what to do. When I suddenly heard an ad in a common chat on the sale of a unique skin, a tentacle spike, 35th level, a unique shape from the boss. Suddenly the guy himself heard a voice in his head that he turned to him on his personal connection, from which he shuddered. He still could not get used to that he felt communication as telepathy. A guessing asked him his things. The guy twitched and told the player not to do so, and to speak in the face if there is something to say. From the side, it seemed that the ghost was now engaged in him, as he spoke to himself. The guest asked where the tentacles from, because it costs 8 million gold. And Chinsen replied that Elven's guards, but then the connection broke. And when the guy turned around him, the dog's head stood above his height. It turned out that this was a guest that he put on another skin of a skin. More precisely, it was a completely different avatar. In the game, it is normal to have several characters on the same account with different class. The guest weapon had a pink aura that testified to his pumping, plus 13 ranks of power, the player said. It was a lot, because usually the strengthening ended at 12 points, which means that the price of this weapon was simply sky high. For the main character, such investments were clear, but the player said that this was not the main character. He was just interested to go for this class, and bought a weapon because the pink is beautiful. Realizing that his interlocutor is a crazy gamer, the guy decided to rather sell the skin of the tentacles. He received a handful of gold coins from the clutches of the dog as a payment. After that, the foot in the player's hand turned into a pink tentacle. The sword referner came to taste, especially with pink sharpening. As a gratitude, the guy received even a small gift directly in the face. He immediately realized that it was an egg of creations, whose polished surface was mirrored. Creations are companions similar to animals from the dungeons. From simply cute to those who had powerful abilities, varieties cannot be counted. From the very beginning, the hero wanted to get an egg of creations, and for this, he decided to earn money. Albeit a guest one, and was an eccentric, he made a gift excellent. This is special, just suitable for him, the player said. And when the egg opened from there, the little lately. As soon as Jinsen read the description of how he threw the unfortunate pet away with all the anger, poor mollusk spread around the neighboring tree. The admiring smiled on the puppy. He immediately realized that his friend liked the gift. And where only such a concern, the hero asked. Of course, the pet was not to blame for anything. Just looks like a terrible demon. Maybe the hero thought of him. The guest one amused the guy talking to the pet, and he again invited him to join the guild. But the hero could not afford it. This increased the risk of personality disclosure. The player still did not understand why, and said that the guild was closed, and everything else was just rumors. Then the guy wondered what kind of guild was offered to him. He was still aware of their rating. But in the end, he still refused, and simply returned to the Guild of Magicians. When he went inside, Mrs. Sharon was not there. She left a note in the office. The dark elf did not want to believe his words, but they turned out to be true. She was given a message that a deadly infection spreads in her homeland. The plague makes the dead come to life and become terrible monsters. What even more terrible elves took this infection for the machinations of people against them. In this regard, on the border between the two states and the mountains of Alprayer, dark clouds hung, and if the war is still continuing. Before the crisis, the queen asked the seekers to investigate this matter, and fortunately the cure for the plague was found quite quickly. Therefore Sharon, along with the alchemist Lotus, went to the mountains of Alprayer to quickly create a medicine according to the prescription, because the elf left him a letter, because he was not in the guild for a long time. The seeker has already begun a quest, which means that the guy also had to arrive at these mountains rather. But when he opened the cabinet doors, a cute girl with ashen hair appeared in front of him. The series, after the quest in the Heavenly Tower, she also lived in the Guild of Magicians, remembered the hero. The girl remembered him, and the hero decided to pretend that they first meet, just introduced himself, and said that he also lives here. Someone passed by. They discussed the latest events and the upcoming war. Mages did not understand why the investigation was entrusted with the seeker to the adventurer, about which nothing was known, how to believe a simple vagabond. The series immediately intervened in their conversation. She believed the seeker, because he saved her in the village of Elven's guards. Of course they heard about it, but killing a couple of goblins is one thing, and the war is completely different. The series still believed in the seeker, while others mocked it, considering it a simpleton. The guy wanted to intercede for her, but she herself coped, rejecting all the laughs. The girl could protect everyone, only giving a blessing to everyone, and smiled so sweetly. From this, everyone felt completely unarmed, from her light. It was as if they were a holy or real goddess in front of them. Mages of the novices immediately began to communicate with the girl more respectfully, and the hero decided that this was a good opportunity to escape. I had to walk along the scorched wasteland, where the charred tree trunks only stuck out, and leaving traces in the thick layer of ash. And now the hero reached the border between the two countries, Mount Alprayer. Loten Maximog cheerfully moved his short handles and called Sharon, saying that he solved the problem. They were so lucky that they could find medicine, and Sharon brought enough raw materials, so now they could do everything. Then the alchemist asked the elf in surprise how she managed to prepare so quickly, and a shadow hung behind her. When she turned around, she almost said goodbye to life from fear, but the hero simply said that he also came to help. Sharon screamed that it was for nonsense, and the guy admitted that he had not yet come up with the name of the pet. But they decided to leave these disputes for later. The elf said that they had a lot of their problems, but nowhere was the Seeker, all due to the fact that the Walking Dead blocked the road to the Kingdom of Elves, so the Seeker went there first to clean the path. As the hero thought, the story has already begun to develop, and the first dungeon has already been cleaned. So now the Seeker is already in the underground tomb of the ancient hero, the place where the warrior of the elves of the Rungle sleeps. Under the influence of the plague, he will also rise from his grave, and while the infection is not stopped, it will become an important assistant. If at this stage the quest is a bug, he will touch the Rungle. Then the hero asked Sharon a medicine and said that he would join the investigation. She was surprised that he was ready to go alone. Even if it was a seer, it is difficult to find a way out in the maze, but gave a bubble with medicine. The guy smiled and taking the test tube in his teeth said not to worry about him because he knows the way. The dungeon was filled with a stench and deadly disputes of the plague. Conducting of different types and forms here was not measured. Real dance of bones. Jinsen, as he knew how to break through their endless hordes alone. His sword tentacles showed himself perfectly in business. He knew how to lengthen and pierce strong enemies. In addition, these hums were no more even after the power of the attack increased to 400. So for the first time he had fun with the heart-shredded monsters into cabbage. The flexibility of the new gun and its impressive range was especially pleased. This was part of a special ability, to call for a Lotus tentacle, though the probability is not large, 1 of the 50. And on the battlefield, there were only scraps of enemies and deep potholes on earth. There were 2 reasons why the plague spreads in the mountains. The first is the energy of the apostle, which turns into monsters. The second energy of the black dragon, which lifted the dead. The dark elves were unlucky to encounter an apostle and a black dragon, the guy thought when he saw his happy pet who cleaned his weapon. Then the hero noticed that he reached the pillar of the boss's room. So without any doubt this is a tomb of the Rungle. But when the hero went inside, he found that the coffin was broken and his inhabitant went somewhere. The cleaning speed was very large. The guy understood with anxiously that he did not have time, but on the other hand, there was no fine from the Lord of Time either, so there were no bugs. Since the Rungle was not a bug, then you need to go to another place. The boss of the monsters of the Alprayer, the black dragon resurrecting the dead, Spirazzi, was the next candidate. What else was surprised by the hero that the great warrior of the elves lay in a rather modest grave? There was even nothing valuable. Some rot and a couple of coins, the guy thought, while Mollusk helped him collect everything in the inventory. Meanwhile, the Seeker, accompanied by a companion, reached the entrance of the Foot, the capital of the elves. They are completely surrounded. You need to be carefully warned by the Rungle by the name of Alt 6453, with the class of the Blade. They were met by the Elder Saffron, the chief representative of the entire Kingdom of Elves, and he was not very happy with the uninvited guests. Once they pierce the road here through the infected area, then the Elves' army will now be able to use it, the Elder said. And he thanked that they delivered him from difficulties. Hundreds of archers took the Seeker under the sight, pulling their bows. Then the Rungle stepped forward and said that it was not the time for the war with people. He asked at least to listen to the Seeker. After all, this is asked by the one who killed the dragon of the horror of the Hydragar, and the one who fulfilled the 7 tasks of the goddess of revenge, said the ancient stench. He introduced himself as his Rungle, showing everyone his majestic appearance. The elder indignantly stated that this could not be, but he was ordered to stop. The Queen May herself came here and recognized the appearance of the ancient hero, which was described in legends. Saffron still saw the tricks of people in everything, but the queen objected that people could not control the plague nor the fallen hero. Then their thoughts and disputes were interrupted by the messenger, which he immediately reported on problems. He apparently completely forgot what happens to the messengers of bad news, but everything is from fear. Before he could call the problem itself, as she had already appeared to them, and everyone felt an earthquake. The black dragon broke the seal and broke out, destroying everything in its path. While Chinsen was running through the elves' cemetery, he also felt tremors underground and immediately realized that Spirazzi was risen. So the Seeker Rungle and the Dark Elves will go with him to fight in the last dungeon of these mountains. But then the hero was blocked by new hordes of crazy monsters. He did not have time for them at all, the guy said irritably. Meanwhile, the dragon had already got out and ran face to face with an Alt Seeker. She was pretty skillful, since she was able to dodge his heavy blows with her paw, and even struck several times to get a lick while receding, but only hit the steel chains. Then the dragon is angry with such meanness, roared with a green flame, but the Seeker quickly got closer to him and struck the skill. The elves have already managed to be glad that the dragon was so easily defeated, but before Alt had time to come to his senses, a huge clawed paw stretched to her. She missed this blow and went straight into the rock with a bullet. The dragon gloomily clouded in an ugly mouth. His body was immortal and could restore damage. Seeing such dark elves immediately fell in spirit. With moral stability and discipline, they had everything bad. As soon as Alt rose to her feet, the dragon's paw attacked her again. But she was lucky to protect the Ronel from the blow, and said that he was glad to be here. Thanks to her, he was able to see his relatives after so many years, and this last thing he could do for them. At this time, Chinsen only reached a boss room with a dragon's tomb. As soon as he approached her, a bright light poured from the door. The light beam hit the chest of a giant monster and forced him to recoil. The power of the Rungle made a hole in the dragon, but the elf itself turned to the ashes. It was her chance that he said in the end, and the Seeker thoughtfully looked not his fiery trace. Before the dragon recovered, Alt hit him with the skill of a huge explosion. Nothing, said the monster on the body of which bright furrows remained. But now he collapsed, cut into the ground in many parts, frozen in an epic position so that everyone could admire the vitality of this character. The elves were amazed that she was able to overcome the dragon. He was no longer revived. Then someone nobody made the slightest contribution to battle began to rejoice louder than others. Jinsen only managed to run. How it ended again, and without him, he even began to doubt whether he was the main hero of this story. On this map you can see the path of the hero and other characters. The Foot was the capital of the kingdom of the Dark Elves. After the fight with the dragon, they arrived there. The undead disappeared, but the plague continued to spread, Saffron reported. Nothing could convince the elder that it was not the plan of people. He continued to repeat the same thing. The queen was tired of all this in order, and she told him to stop already grumbling. It was people who were able to call the Rungle and stop the plague, she said. Then the elder showed her the antidote that people gave. Everything was really a coincidence, he asked. Saffron offered a simpler way, but the queen did not agree, realizing that even 9 centuries of life would not help him to stand on her side. The innocence of people complicates everything, the queen said, because this meant their disgrace is an unknown enemy. It would be strange to tell the Seeker that he risked his life and saved them from the dragon. Also the antidote brought that they would not drink it because they do not trust her. Instead, they sent her Nurfera, the city from where the infection of the plague began. She should still return alive from there because who knows what this city hides. The 6th apostle of the plague, Delucy, the ancient damned evil in its pure form. He is the cause of the plague in the country of elves, but now Jinsen was worried about something else. He went through the region with a spell, and the spoilage did not appear. This was the first time so that the damage did not appear, but the arch of the disease did not end yet. It was strange to talk about this world in the concept of the script, and the guy became a little uneasy from what was happening. So he went through the cave and finally reached the open area. First of all, he was met by a grinning dead man. Judging by his appearance, he was here recently. Many gnomes lay next to the broken altar, so the hero realized that he arrived where necessary. This dungeon was called the Altar of King Tyran. On the way to the city of elves, the dwarves lived. They did not look too good-natured. According to the plot, the elves really wanted to capture their hometown, but the dwarves refused to leave it, even despite the disease. Although the dwarves were smart, they were not inclined to communicate. They perceived all strangers as enemies, and attacked without hesitation. Therefore, they are considered monsters of this dungeon. Usually in this place there are a lot of gnomes, but it seems that the Seeker figured out everyone. To catch up with her, Chinsen used the skill of a quick step and accelerated. Along the way, he decided to give the name to his pet. Since he reminded Takoyaki, he now decided to call him the same. When the hero went into another cave, he froze in amazement and dazzling shine. In front of him was a treasury of gnomes, because of which they did not leave their city, a real tunnel of gold. Chinsen forgot that there was such a place and stared with might and main. Since he could touch gold, he began to immediately lay it with ingots in the inventory. "Now they are so rich," the guy shouted, rejoicing at his luck. And he began to throw everything into a box with doubled speed, gold, and decorations of stones. And so he lay on a pile of gold, and was so happy that he even forgot why he needed to go somewhere. One could just live here, the hero thought carelessly. And here, deep down, the dark octopus of his memories stirred that once and forever deprived him of this serene feeling. Lenny left his mark. The charter of lying, he jumped up, as if it were guided. Suddenly he heard a scream behind him and turned around. The Seeker Alt had fun with the gnomes with might and main, cutting them under a nut, because they did not want to part with gold. A minute went along with her. She was an elf that adhered to a neutrality between light and dark. Seeing a pile of gold, she realized that the dwarves mined him secretly from everyone. It was unbelievable, but now it was not the time to amaze to be surprised by Minette and led the seeker further. The guy knew that the elder Saffron instructed Mayor to watch the adventurers, so she was just a character. He realized that the girls came the other way and went after them. Suddenly the earth under his feet opened, as if opening his mouth, and the guy fell into the abyss with the rain of gold coins. Meanwhile, a terrible beast shrouded in darkness was walking around the city. He tried to remember where he is and who he was, but an unknown force, as if pulled him by the strings. And then he remembered that he was taken under control, and the apostle growled angrily. "This planet will still rot, Hilda," the demon growled. In the meantime, it dissolved with a black shadow on the streets of an infected city. "He is only an illusion of the disease," the demon whispered, "the essence of destruction," when a seeker appeared next to him. "The lands that are shrouded in his spirit are doomed to death," the apostle of the Plazi Plague whispered viciously. Then he dissolved with an elusive shadow in the air and disappeared. So without having achieved anything, the seeker arrived back to the Queen of the Elves and told how everything was. Now Saffron understood what was the cause of the last events, and the Queen thoughtfully repeated the name of the apostle. Everything was as the predictor said. Then the singer Iris went on stage in front of them. She was here to resolve all the contradictions between the elves and people, because they could believe her. What they saw only a small bit of the apostle's power. Delucy destroyed everything that touched. They should destroy him for the good of Arad. After all the misunderstanding was eliminated, people and elves concluded an alliance. The seeker left the kingdom and went in search of the plague apostle to the northern region of the Principality of Handen and Meyer. Handen was a formidable green city, which defended a huge magic dome. People fought on his border so as not to let the plague monsters into the city, but their forces melted like snow, because there were too many enemies. Then a sorceress named Michelle came to the rescue. She shot at monsters in one gulp of some magic beetles. Other residents who built this city joined it, and therefore were ready to fight for him to death, due to the fact that they were born specially expelled and nicknamed the Ciphers. And this city has become the only place where they could live. So if the exiles lose it, then they will become nothing. They became victims of a terrible illness that turned people into monsters and drove them crazy. Now the defenders did everything possible so as not to succumb to the overflow, but they did not know how long to hold out. Then Michelle felt that someone broke through their veil and rushed there. She found a breakthrough place, but did not see monsters here. And then with surprise she found a man that she had dealt with enemies. Chinson almost died falling into the golden tunnel, but fortunately a giant tentacle saved him. But when he got out of the mine, the storyline in this city has already ended. With the help of a teleportation potion, it was possible to win a little time. Unlike the pedestrian, the guy had a couple of days in reserve. The Green City was the first part of the quest. It seems that this time the hero began from the perfect moment. He was glad that this time he would not have to run for anyone. As he heard that he was called out, turning around, he saw a green-haired girl and recognized Michelle Monaghan in her from Cephers. She warned him of the danger, saying that the disease was walking here, and the guy admitted that he was looking for a remedy from her. But saying this, I thought that it was unlikely that Michelle would believe him because she did not trust the strangers. Usually she even drove the seeker away. But then she unexpectedly accepted help and thanked that he was here. To say that Chinson was discouraged, to say nothing. The girl asked him to tell the right path, since he was able to get here with a hole, and then the guy instructed her to be a sweaty sword and asked why she had it. Then the hero made a terrible face and stated that he came here to hunt Sephiroth. In fact, he already felt a bug and pulled the defender's girl. Michelle cannot ask a stranger for help, and if the seeker does not move here. So he swore dirtily to the innocent cute girl to configure her in the right way. All the disease is because of them. Since they gathered together, he will be able to kill all the Cephers, the hero said viciously. So he hoped to inspire Michelle that strangers are evil. The guy achieved his goal and thoroughly angered the girl, so she began to violently throw spells in all directions. True, at the same moment he realized that he had brought troubles. Before they encountered, on the other side of the barrier, powerful blows were heard. The Seeker Alt, using her characteristic skills of the blade, erupted through the monsters. Michelle got angry even more from the fact that the city has become exactly the passing yard. Who wants to come? Who wants to leave? Jinsen portrayed disappointment and said that the Seeker is very strong and come to the rescue of everyone, whether it be Cipher or Elf. Taking advantage of the moment, he said that he was leaving, and the girl wished to go to the Watchman. Then the Seeker and her guide, the poisonous Queen of Louise, a very extravagant lady, approached Michelle. They wanted to get help from the girl, but Michelle refused them. Now she was not in the mood of chatting with strangers. The hero sighed in relief, but Karatabaga never appeared, which means this was not the end. This is not real damage, but only small prerequisites for it. Just like then the knights went down to the tavern, or when I did not find a book of creation of the world. So Hilda began to act before she behaved quietly, throughout the head of the dark elves. So why now she made a move, the guy wondered. The battle between the Seeker and Michelle quickly ended, and Cypher lost. They tried to explain to the girl that they did not fight, and the hero realized that while they could be left. He did not have time for this nonsense. It was necessary to continue the search for traces of bugs. So he proceeded after them immediately to the last dungeon where the Seeker should meet the Apostle of Distance, Urpon, and the Village of Pain. And here you can see a map of the area where the hero and other characters are located. As it approaches the boss, the darkness thickened more and more around them. Thanks to the barrier Michelle, they managed to get here if it had not been for them to become infected by the plague. Michelle agreed to help only because they promised to protect the ciphers. Jinsen, that all this time was following them, suddenly raised his hands and asked Azalea Lot to listen to him first. A formidable sorceress stood in front of him, who instructed him her staff. The Hilda plan was to force the Seekers to kill all the apostles. But there was an organization that she wanted to protect the apostles to prevent Hilda to prevent his plan to destroy the world. Gloomy Hunters. Azalea was their leader, and now he demanded that the guy answer why he pursued her and what he wanted. Azalea followed the Seeker as it should. Even now, as the damage approached the demon, the disease intensified, and there were not enough ordinary funds against it. They needed a Michelle shield, but did not have to count on it, the guy thought. So he decided to ask for help from this character and first introduced himself. First of all, he said that in order to interfere with the Hilda plan, she does not need to save the apostles. Besides, she herself must understand that it is incorrectly to set the demon to this place. The guy knew everything that bothered Azalea, which greatly surprised her. She was amazed even more when she found out that he knew about the organization of Gloomy Hunters, the purpose of which is to prevent the end of the world. The protection of the apostles is not a goal, only a means. Chinsen did not ask to believe him, but his goal was to stop Hilda. Let their methods are different the ultimate goal, and these words touched the sorceress. Some have already pronounced to her exactly these words. Therefore Azalea lowered the weapon and decided not to ask this guy by accepting everything as it is. Delucy would be in the city of Erepshon, and the guy sent Azalea there to help the Seeker. Before he left, the sorceress supplied him with charms that helped to survive the plague. The guy thanked her for his help and ran away, and Azalea thought that he was perhaps the same. Suddenly the level grew. Although Chinsen did not even fight, he did not know that the level could be raised simply by participating in events. Then he again settled in the tail of the Seeker and began to pursue them. And so they reached the Plague Apostle. His whole body was a disease. Ordinary attacks on it did not work, Azalea warned. The bug has not yet appeared, so the hero simply watched and kept on the alert. Soon Hilda will open an interspatial gap. This gap will open the subspace where the eternal storm rages. The undead like Demon Delucy will simply drag it there, and the body will split and recover until it is seized forever. However, using the last grains of strength, the Apostle of Damage will open again and disappear with the Seeker. The battle was in full swing. The volleys of Azalea pierced the demon's body through, but he was nothing. With the blow of the tail, he launched Azalea into a stone rock and almost crossed it. That's just because she lost consciousness of the barrier restraining the plague around the hero weakened. It was a complete surprise, and he climbed into the storage to get an antidote. That's just the real body of Delucy has not been sealed yet. The demon growled angrily, and many sharp spikes burst from the ground, so the Seeker had to jump high. But Chinsen did not have time and was pierced through the plague through. The sensations of penetration were not pleasant. Then the whole world around him disappeared, and he again became himself in a deep emptiness. The guy saw his past in the fragments of time, and then his entire recent life. The full adventure flashed before his eyes. He dies. But then the voice next to him told him not to accept such a fate, and with a sharp blow he cut the darkness around. After all, only he can decide what his purpose, the Dark Knight told him. Chinsen opened his eyes. The infection slept. He was still alive by some miracle. He poured all the potions into the guy to save, and the hero tried to recover for a long time and understand what was happening. Smoke was dissipated. Breathing became easier, so Delucy has already been sealed. The Queen of Yadov holds Azalea by the arm, informed the Seeker that the demon of corruption disappeared. But this was already not according to plan. The Seeker had to take the demon in the break. This was the curse. Bug understood the hero and rose to his feet. He had a simple plan, to open the portal again, albeit not for long, and he was not sure that the plan would work. But there was a feeling that he could open the space. He was worried about him, but the hero replied that this was the last chance to end the plague. There was no more potion, and the barrier could not be asked. If you leave everything as it is, then he will receive another fine, and it was necessary to think about it. The guy felt her, a small gap between the worlds. His eyes were filled with darkness like that of a dark night from a vision. Louise suggested returning, but Michelle stopped them. When they turned around, they saw how the space crashes behind the Seeker. Chinsen was tensed with all his might to open it, and from there the paw of the Apostle burst to grab the Seeker. Alt looked at the danger with complete indifference. She seemed to be waiting for her to surprise her with something, and the monster grabbed the player. When the hero did everything, he fell to his knees without strength. He himself did not believe what would happen. He was also well done that he helped him and cured him in time with potions. On this, the guy thought to return to the guild, but then he found that the gap was opened again. And while Louise dragged Azalea on herself, not understanding where to make the Seeker, the sorceress noticed something. Turning around, she saw a jumping pet in the place of the pet, that strange guy. The hole in space tightened the hero inside, contrary to the normal development of the plot. He screamed, resisted, beat his feet, but everything was in vain. Anyway, it is pointless to try to fall into the whirlpool in the river. It's easier to dive to the bottom of the funnel and so get out of it. But there was no bottom. An eternal storm raged in this space. The storm that tore his body to pieces when the hero saw a bright light at the end. For a second, everything died down, and he saw the Seeker that he stood in the void in the middle of flying debris. She was somewhere high above him, with a pathos expression on her face. Gradually formed a barrier, a huge radiant area. With a quick step, the hero rushed to the place of events. Right in front of him, a zone for a battle with the boss closed, and he really needed to have time. Therefore, the guy took out his sword and swung it with a dark force. Having broken the dome, he managed to break into the space, and he sighed in relief. All these trials prettily padded the hero. Alt already fought with the demon of damage, dissecting everything with a sword. The damned Imperial soldiers are still conducting their experiments with a phantom hand. But how they laugh, said the Seeker. Some figures appeared ahead, and Alt began to fight with them. So far, everything went along the plotline of Blade's Awakening, which means this place was a temporary level for the player. Awakening was a hidden system that allows players to increase the level of sealed forces. The Seeker, who failed in a break, overcomes injuries of the past and receives the first of them. Alt saw the illusion of her past when she was still experimental. Fortunately, the player did not see the hero. The barrier stopped the storm that raged in this space. Thanks to this, he was still alive. Another couple of seconds there, and he was rubbed into powder. Then the hero felt an ominous shadow behind him. And when he turned to his horror, saw Delucy, the demon of damage, felt great despite the past battle. The storm destroyed his body, but at the same time, due to the fact that he was undead, he was restored, though he experienced unbearable torment. It was much more important for the hero to not lose sight of the Seeker that he was in the barrier. Sooner or later, with the help of new acquired forces, she will open the door back, and if he lags behind her, she will get stuck in this place forever. All that was necessary to quietly pursue the Seeker, the hero thought when he saw strange drops of black rain, as if someone spilled thick ink in a break and they slowly seeped through him. But it was a small gap through which the hero came. And so it became more, and the vile substance leaked inside the safe zone. The demon immediately took out the outlines and grinned with an ugly tooth mouth. Really to work again, the hero thought, and inside him seemed to break off. The demon saw a man. His entire field of view covered the veil of red anger. He wanted to return to his native dimension, but the hero took out the sword of the tentacle to prevent this. Meanwhile, the Seeker did not even notice the presence of something terrible. Then Delucy quickly switched to a new target, realizing that he was in front of him by the Hilda puppet. But the hero did not allow this to happen, using a dark skill with which he grabbed the demon. True, in response to this, monster quickly changed the shape and pierced the guy with many claws. And then he completely turned into a spiked ball of pain and suffering. Chinsen, in a hurry, dodged the help of moving skills. So far, the plague has not acted on it, even after contact with the Apostle. Maybe in this place its action was weakened, or the guy was just lucky. One way or another, it was his chance, and he applied the skill of a large wave. However, at least his blow cut the Apostle of damage did not inflict any damage to the enemy. The demon kept repeating about Hilda that prevented him. And while they fought fiercely, the Seeker led his quest. The battle reached a dizzying speed. Chinsen constantly moved, and the damage stretched his body with a snake to get it. The demon's attacks were completely unpredictable, and he was useless to cause damage because of his eternally regeneration. In order to at least somehow knock down the demon's attack, he applied his skill of the Dark Sphere and tore him into pieces. Then he applied a blow of 200% by turning Delucy to a dirty blot. But it could hardly help. With the help of his regeneration, he restored any damage. Moreover, this creature could grow out of any of its lust. This time he appeared at the hero behind his back and wounded him with a sudden attack. But the guy could not do anything else. The demon struck his legs with long, twisted claws, and he pulled to himself, though at that moment a transparent dome began to crack over them. The thing is that the Seeker has already completed his quest to Awakening, and the barrier was destroyed. Seeing this, Chinsen cursed because he had to be with her now. The demon also saw a way out and decided to leave, but the hero did not let him go. Delucy snorted and wished the guy at least once to experience the feeling when the body was torn into pieces, but for now, he will shred his miserable world. But the guy was not going to give up so easily. This is not some game. "Because of the demon, thousands of people have already died," the hero shouted to him. His words amused the apostle. Everyone tried to destroy him in order to continue to exist. That's just who he imagines himself to decide who is right and who is not. Then the guy screamed again that if he jumps into the world of Arad now, he would never return home and would be the Hilda puppet. Of course, the black blot did not listen to him and flowed towards the exit. The hero shouted after him and rushed after the demon, despite the wound of his leg. The dome slowly collapsed, and soon the storm will look here. Delucy quickly, like a rat, ran to the exit without paying attention to the call to stop. However, he barely slipped in a break. He closed right in front of his nose. The demon turned around and saw the hero right away, realizing that it was his hand. It was easier to close what the guy said and grinned. His eyes were covered with a black veil of a dark night. Then the monster roared and demanded to open an interspatial gate. Chinsen fought back as best he could, but the rage of the apostle was too great. At this moment, the tentacle of the Lotus helped him, which discarded the black blot. But the guy himself painfully applied against the wall. Wounded, tired, he had neither the time nor the strength to continue this battle. If only, he said to him, the hero was indignant, because he saved the damned demon. But something did not converge in the general story, because Delucy did not cost anything to wander around the Arad and sow death. However, he walked only in one place and destroyed only one city. Then the demon grabbed the guy, forcing him to shut up. He tightly stuck him with his processes. But the guy grinned. He knew that the enemy was not exciting the life of ordinary insects. He really wanted to return home. When his weakness was read, the demon froze a step away from gobbling the hero. Only one person around the world could understand what this creature feels. The demon rushed to him to make it silent forever. His anger was too unbearable. But still he restrained himself. Chinsen knew very well that he felt this creation. He was no longer afraid of his claws and teeth, and offered to unite. In the end, he was not a seeker. He was not a resident of Arad, so they were not actually enemies. Only together they could return home, said the guy. But the demon did not like this arrogance, and he hit the hero. What could know this insect about life in a world where every dog wants to kill him? Every day the demon was torn to pieces. But the guy replied that he knows what it was and knows what it was. It was an ordinary day when he woke up in an unfamiliar place, and he had to fight and solve a bunch of problems. And each time looking at someone else's sky, he thought about how to return. Delucy could not even think that he had something in common with a miserable little man. Chinsen turned towards the crack in space. He felt that she was not completely closed, and Delucy impatiently demanded to open it already. But the guy replied that now it is pointless to leave the demon, because then he will immediately come across Hilda. Moreover, it is pointless to even try to defeat her in his current state. The demon will not rush even behind her shadow. After all, this witch is one of the greatest enemies of Arad. She easily controls the apostles, and she will have the mind to furnish and Delucy. To go ahead means acting according to her script. But she is not able to foresee something. An actor who had already left the stage, said Chinsen, and pointed to the demon. The witch thinks that he is dead. He must hide here, and at the time of the climax to appear again from behind the curtains. And he will end the performance in his favorite style, having arranged a bloody massacre. Chinsen did not order, and did not try to manipulate. He only offered an equivalent exchange. And then they will be able to fight side by the leap, like the allies, said the guy, and opened the portal. The demon realized that the hero wants to leave, and leave him here. The guy replied that he could have done this for a long time. It makes no sense to cunning. There was little time. His strength was not enough for a long time to maintain a break. Delucy was indignant. He could not even laugh at everything. The choice was small. You can hang about eternity here with your huge ego. Then the barrier crashed outside, and the storm burst inside to close the guy. Delucy himself turned to the cocoon. He immediately explained that he was not going to dance to his tune. He just liked the plan how to outwit Hilda. They managed to agree on this. My friend worked as an enemy of my enemy here. Delucy showed on a break and ordered the guy to prove that he was not lying. So that the prophet does not worry. The hero grabbed a piece of his immortal flesh and pressed him to his chest. If he violates his promise, then the demon's clone could kill him. The apostle of the plague liked this plan, and it burst out laughing, and they headed for the break. Delucy asked him how he was going to squeeze into this narrow gap. The plague flesh covered it from the storm forever, and the hero confidently stated that there was nothing to worry about. All they needed to get a good impetus. Before he left, Delucy asked the name of the man. Chinsen smiled and rushed forward at full thrust. He used a teleport to quickly reach a vault. And then he gathered all his dark forces in a sword. And as if the rocket flew to the only exit from this nightmare. It was possible to stop only on the other side. A deep groove remained from his running on the ground, and the guy himself looked as if he had been to hell. So he managed to get out of the world and the eternal prison. At that moment, his own pet almost finished him off, hugging him in joy. In the deep darkness of Delucy remained completely solitude, and said that he would wait for Chinsen. The days of Sharon, at the head of the guild, were still tense. She solved issues with the consequences of the plague, directing support to different places. They took care of the refugees of the victims of the war. After the events in Ophelia, she had not yet rested a day, and only a sense of duty forced the elf to continue to work. She would also really like to know where the employee of the new department was stumbled. Suddenly, he just appeared a demon from the underworld, right behind him, and looked accordingly, after which he asked a couple of potions urgently. On this, the main character's strength ended and he crashed limp to the ground. The night descended to the city of Meyer, and in the light of the moon the guild building looked especially mysterious. Chinsen dozed in bed, still a tentacle twisted in his feet, for sure the cat. As soon as he woke up, he immediately got out of bed, trying to understand where to be, and he was greeted by the affectionate voice of the elf. She recovered about his well-being and said that she had healed all the wounds of those that she could detect. After everything experienced, it is not surprising that the guy felt as if he had become wooden. He was lying on accelerated rehabilitation for a whole week, and this news made him cry out in horror, because this meant that he was very behind in the race with the Seeker. Therefore, he immediately demanded weapons and armor. Sharon reassured the patient, and said that she had taken care of his equipment, but was not going to return her, she said strictly. The elf showed him the bubble of densely precisely the liquid of magic. Inside it was a fragment of Delucy, sealed under many castles in a sealed prison, so there were some questions to the hero. She was obliged to report to the principality of his every word, because the situation was very dangerous. The guy had no excuses. He understood that from the side of the elven could look like a terrorist that he dragged a fragment of eternal plague into a densely populated city. Then he told her that Delucy was deliberately placed in a particular city and forced him to infect that area, using the fact that he could not control himself. In this position, the demon simply defended himself. Sharon could not believe his sharp ears. The man defended the apostle of the plague, as if he had forgotten how many people died from her. But the guy objected that when a crime was committed, the fault lies with who made a shot. And on the guns, this is their deal with the demon. Together, they will make revenge. And a fragment of the demon, something like an observer, so that the transaction is not violated. Sharon was difficult to accept that the guy made a deal with the demon, but the hero stood his ground and asked her to help him use the power of Delucy. But the elf could not agree to drag this dangerous pathogen into the city, although the guy immediately said that he has a plan, and there is an armor that he could help him. So he has to trust him this time, as in all the previous ones. Of course, Chinsen also did not want the spread of the disease in the city. But he did not even imagine what Sharon had to go through and everyone else. She said that she would pretend that she had not heard anything, and he had nothing to do with it. And then she reached for him, activating magic. In other words, all responsibility on it, said Sharon, and destroyed the seal of the demon. It was difficult for the elf to believe in the guy's words, but even despite it, she felt what she should, so she could repay for the salvation of her homeland from the plague. It took time to separate the power of the apostle and illness. Then the guy remembered his weapons, and the elf showed him uncertainly with his finger. But there was little from the sword of the spike. He looked as if he had been dropped from orbit. Since the sword with armor was sealed with a fragment of Delucy, the power of corrosion has been acting on them all this time. Without a good sword, the guy would be tightly understood, and it is also pointless to go to Lunas without new material. It was sad to part with a steep spike, but the hero already pumped up well, and there was money to buy something. After all, he immediately got 100 million gold. The guy was delighted to look into the inventory. His mood improved, and he went to the market to see what would find useful there. Then the voices of other players came to him, and he turned around. One user produced his Führer with a strange outfit, and Chinsen decided to wash his eyes with soap after such a spectacle. He did not think that there was something more disgusting than the Pelusi's plague. Thanks to the avatar system, the user could change the appearance of his character. Unlike ordinary skins of costumes, this one occupied a slot in the inventory. Moreover, the avatars increased skills or basic characteristics. In general, they were an important part of the pumping. The guy decided to check whether he could use avatar chips, and looked into the Hills boutique, where he was met by a maid and some fashionista. But the hero liked the assortment of the store. His eyes immediately fled on all shelves. There was everything from classics to the last squeak of fashion. Hills is quite rubbed. This character loved to shake the money from such a simpleton. And the maid Dalvey helped him, the same speculator to the bone brain. Let the guy not have access to the system in the system. At least the avatar of store worked, and he was glad of this. Then he was sharply transformed, putting Havaika and overhead hair to the shoulders. Dalvi took out the Catals and began to praise different news of this week. She immediately offered him something more daily, and his appearance became like a character from Shadze Manga. At least the avatars worked on it, the hero found out, but suddenly he felt that his clothes were squeezing him. And in one fell swoop on his back, huge motley wings, a thing grew up, a thing without which a real hero cannot do, said Dalvi. But the guy quickly told her that he did not come for jewelry. He needed a rare avatar clone. The wings immediately disappeared, and instead Dalvi gave him the catalog himself, which replaced the search function. Then the hero asked for a set for the whole body. There were no such people in the catalog, and Dalvi said that she would bring. But those that were shown to him were so the guy began to meticulously study everything. Dalvi only ran backward, and Chinsen behaved like an extremely overdocking girl in a boutique. In the end, he drove the maid to death, so that she was no longer on her. At the last gasp, she still found what he wanted, and the guy tried on the avatar. The name of the dudes, or the disco dancer, but this appearance added a lot of characteristics. This was already a pure avatar clone, looked unreasonable, and at the same time gave all the necessary characteristics. Then the time came to request an account, and Dalvi grinned mildly. 200 million gold, she said, after which the hero was petrified. It is worth going another time, the guy said nervously, and dropped the avatar, but no one just let him go. And here is our hero now, traveling around the world. All this time, Sharon was engaged in the pacification and deterrence of a fragment of Delucy. But the stubborn scrap of the demon did not succumb. The elf could not cleanse him. Moreover, the demon devoured her Manu and more acquired the form of armor. Since he was so hungry, she decided to feed him to the dump and strengthened the flow. And so until she gave everything that was, and then the bubble hermetic seal slept. The flash flashed, and the seal inside scattered into pieces. Shards flew right into Sharon, and she froze in horror, realizing that she could not dodge. But at the last moment, Chinsen managed to save her, and pulled it out of the room. It was close, and he sighed in relief, and Sharon mentally cursed him again. But in the end, the elf did everything. It created the armor of the wolf of the Black Plague, a unique artifact, and looked stylish. He was slightly different from what he saw in the game Chinsen, but his characteristics were the same. True, he completely forgot about the restriction of the level, and decided that the armor was waiting for now. Sharon asked the guy how he saw the future again to come to her aid in time. But then Dalvi appeared on the threshold, and asked to pay her account for 100 million gold. Under the gaze of the elven, the guy was instantly covered with vapor. He smiled sweetly and asked to borrow some money, but instead of answering he received a strong and sonorous crack. This is how his debt grew to 150 million gold. It was necessary to immediately go to the golden tunnel of the gnomes. It was lucky that the avatar still managed to buy. The problem with the armor also managed to solve. For this, the guy took another bib of Arts Maripris. The armor was made from the dead spiders of Ophelia, all because a different useful loot was lying in the backpack. Now we needed a weapon, and preferably a unique level, but the characters could take a rare one. Somehow, Chinsen wanted to get to the auction. The issue of money apparently decided to leave for later. Then he turned to an ordinary player and asked to buy something at the auction, promising to pay, because his own access was closed from behind the bug. But each time he received a refusal, everyone took him for a strange fraudster, and did not trust the stranger. The guy was completely desperate, but he still had one friend who could help. And using a loudspeaker, an analog of a common chat, in this world he began to call a sagging, and thus made an appointment in Handen, attracting a lot of attention to himself. But the first attempt was unsuccessful. The message was not sent, so it was necessary to go to another zone, the hero thought. And somewhere far in the snow mountains, cold winds blew on a storm pass. Deep under the mountain was dozing the boss of the pass, the ice dragon of Scos. There were 3 of them, Scos, Hismar, Spirations, 3 brothers with strange names. In deep childhood, they were used for battles as servants, and they attacked Arad. That was their mission. But the result was sad for dragons. After fierce the battle, they fell at the hands of the inhabitants of Arad. It remained only. He saw his dead brothers and roared with anger. And then the dragon saw his master, and he asked him why he was sleeping. The dragon roared and said that he had a second pair, and his echo scattered a cave. He vowed to Lord Bakal to destroy all the little people and broke free. But this also turned out to be a dream. The dragon still snored in a cave and only occasionally turned to another side by another 100 years. It so happened that the hero's path also lay in these mountains, and now he watched the local residents of Bantu, which were not very smart in appearance. But that was not the problem. The main question is why these people still did not understand the hero here. A week passed from that event in Maiar. The plot had to move, he thought when someone called him. A couple of warriors of Bantu sat on the tree, who informed him that there was no place for strangers. In his hands, one of them held a throwing trap of bolo. The guy recognized them and asked, completely perplexed, why they were here, and the warriors looked at him like a hollow. The hero immediately corrected himself, saying that they should not run away, and everything became even more confusing. As soon as he mentioned the dragon Scos, he was immediately captivated with Taco. The hunters still thought to deal with the stranger in a good way, but the way he carried some nonsense, he was definitely tired of living, and rushed at him. And here you can see a map of the area through which the hero wanders. And then he hurriedly had to get off from annoying and vigilant hunters Bantu. But they persistently pursued him, constantly throwing bone knives. Then Chinsen gritted some artifact with his teeth, and a stream of green light escaped from it. His hands were still tied with strong marsh. The hunters understood the sword and nervous at the sight of it. But then there was an explosion of which they did not wait, and the guy was shrouded in a cloud of green smoke. A strange artifact exploded, almost tearing his head to the hero, and only he thought that he was lucky to spit out in time, how he fell into the abyss from a steep slope. True, instead of crashing about a rock, on the contrary, he touched something soft, as if falling on a fluffy feather bed. Below, in fact, the monsters of the snow valley, yet he dozed. Thanks to their thick fur shfu, he survived. Chinsen saw a monster, growled with displeasure, and asked him to sleep further. But communication somehow did not immediately set. The monsters understood only power. Without hesitation, the guy rushed again to run again, when he suddenly heard in his head the player's voice with Nick, a reckless. He heard that they were looking for him. At that moment, the hero drank a blunder of teleportation, and was that. He jumped out of the teleport and immediately called the guest that he walked with the avatar of the dog. The hero asked to leave the details for later. At first he needed help. He said a little catch his breath. The admiring looked at the auction. It was easier to get objects with a unique rarity from the monsters, he said. Chinsen was very hoping that he would be able to find something, but he was not left in alarming foreboding. Mentally, he returned to the storm pass where the terrible dragon of Scos lived, and local residents of Bantu. The plot of this location began with the awakening of the dragon to escape from it. The tribe descends to the foot of the mountains, which provokes the conflict, because they wander into the territory of the kingdom. Because of his pride, the tribe refuses to tell the reason for his flight, and then the seeker goes to the mountains to solve everything on his own. But this plot still did not start, and now the guy was thinking about whether he should wake the dragon himself. Here, a guest one said that he found something. But the thing is expensive. It costs 10 million. Such a price was acceptable, and Chinsen agreed, surprised by the player, because the newcomers usually did not have so many means. She asked him why he had this item. There were not so many of them at the auction, but the guy wanted 100 pieces. 100 useless objects sounded like a nonsense, thought the player. On the other hand, this guy used the armor of Arts Maripris, which no one used 100 years, and before that he used the tentacle, and now he also gathered an avatar in parts, or he had a trump card in his sleeve, or he simply collected expensive things, decided the guest. On the other hand, an insidious cheater could hide under the mask of the player. Suspicions only grew up, and the player examined the guy for a long time, thinking about believing him or not. But in the end, she decided not to think about it too much. You will think about the guy Buzz from the game, and said goodbye to him. So Chinsen got a couple of useful things and was very happy about it. There was only one way to get through the village of Bantu and the lair of the sleeping dragon, the teleportation potion that moved to the area where the player was already, because the galler will attract too much attention. Then, in the process of preparation, he looked into the tavern with which his adventure in the tower began. The radiance of the moon. Here the guy hoped to get a hint what to do next. The taverns were a good place to search for information, when suddenly a couple of funny guys fell out of it. More precisely, someone helped them, and this someone also headed for the exit. The mournful Caracas, that was the name of this man in the years, and he asked local drunkards who spreads false rumors. But the local gentlemen were indignant at how to believe the words of a man who claims that he defeated the evil magician with a piece of cake and flew on a flea underground. Who could believe in this nonsense? Caracas hit his fist with his palm and asked who else wants to check the veracity of his words. But the gentlemen from the big road have already left. Chinsen asked this character whether it was true, and Caracas invited him to check with his teeth. But the guy asked to tell in more detail, taking out the products of fruit and distillation. Caracasu liked the product of dark elves, and the evening ceased to be languid. True. It turned out that this destroyer of evil drinks could talk about nothing without silent, and just poison the fables for 3 hours. Then the hero directed the conversation towards earthen fleas. Caracas understood that it was difficult to believe his words, but said that he never deceived seekers. The guy smiled and stated that he really believes, just wanted to ride on one of them. And late at night, in the light of a bright moon, they went to fly on underground fleas, which could go wrong. Caracas at least twisted a little, but agreed to interrupt the feast. In his soul, He was a rather kind person, despite his character, and asked the guy where he needed to fly. Then the hero said that he wanted to climb onto the storm pass. This surprised Caracas, because it was easier to go through Bantu. But the point was that the locals did not recognize, explained the hero. And then Caracas announced that they were in place. Chinsen himself did not know that in the vicinity of Handen Mayara there is such a wasteland. But instead of telling him about fleas, Caracas suddenly hit his head in the head, and it was not like an ordinary crack. There was nothing here. The usual place where no one would look for the one who decided to harm Bantu, Caracas said menacingly. And he said that the leader of this tribe, his good friend. The guy immediately stated that he did not want to harm anything and could not. But of course, Caracas did not believe the words of a person who knew a couple of hours, even despite the ppm in the blood. But such a trial with his fists did not like the fair hero at all, because he listened to the drunkard for 3 hours. And now his turn has come to listen to the explanations. The guy set up some object under the blow of Caracas, and he roared no worse than the dragon. In the blink of an eye, the whole wasteland was demolished in a completely huge explosion. From this cotton and outbreaks, both were stunned for a long time, and it seemed that the earth was shaking underfoot. It's all about the artifact used by Chinsen. It was the scream of the dragon berserker Hismar, and he had not a few of such pieces. Just an amazing thing, in terms of property resembling a light school grenade. Every time Carax wanted to hit, the guy threw a muffler into him. Then he himself could attack the stunned enemy. And when Chinsen was already thinking that he had caught a tramp, a strange shadow appeared before that made him retreat. Sharp claws are more than a meter long, and large paws surrounded Caracas, and he grumbled that a friend got out too early. Above him stood a huge creature similar to a giant sloth, and certainly not on a flea. Now the balance of power seemed to have changed, and the tramp was ready to continue, but the guy wanted to talk because all this was a misunderstanding. He understood that there was no trust in him, and also remembered that Caracas was the head of one of the guilds. Then the guy introduced himself again, and said that he had a secret task, and he presented the main document that Sharon gave him, which said that he was the chairman of the Association of Mages for Extraordinary Anomalies. Since the document was not a fake, Caracas immediately felt Manu emanating from him. The guy said that he did not need to harm the Bantu tribe. He is here to help them. And again she covered himself in the name of Sharon, saying that this was her order. Fortunately, everything worked out. Caracas believed him, and asked Mora to throw the guy to the top of the mountain. Also, the tramp added that since this business between the guilds, he cannot ride the guy for free, and will write the account. But for the hero, it was like death. Caracas said that he would record everything on him, and completely forgot about the elven drinks that they drank together. The guy did not have time to answer how they rushed forward. The flea, as he called this mole, Caracas traveled through the underground passages at the speed of the train. The tramp looked after them when they disappeared at the bottom of the deep mine, and thoughtfully repeated the name of a funny guy who had a delicious drink with him. The mole ran through the ornate strokes with a dizzying speed so that the guy quickly rocked. Suddenly the mole stopped, and felt a strange power that seeped through the ground. As soon as he sniffed, the aura turned into a huge dragon. The guy climbed forward, clinging to the mole coat, trying to understand what was ahead and why they stopped. But at the same moment, the mole made a circle and climbed in the opposite direction. Then he threw the hero in some kind of cave, which was illuminated by ice crystals. The mole ran away, leaving him in a cold cave. It was not like it to the top of the mountain, which means that the guy had to get to the dragon's nest. But then he saw a tent and a small field camp. In general, they belonged to the Bantu tribe, which was amazing. On the signal horn and the stalk of dry grass for the fire, he realized that it was something like a guard post, in case the dragon suddenly wakes up. Chinsen regarded this as luck, but the Bantu himself could not be seen. Suddenly, 2 fragments sharply flew by like a razor, and if he had not charged the owner in the face, he would have pierced through him through. The hunters of the Bantu tribe asked him who he was, and Chinsen felt a fit of déjà vu. Only these creatures whose eyes sparkled with anger and ice stuck out of their heads. They did not look like people. The guy immediately recognized these characteristic features. There was nothing to talk about with these comrades, so the hero decided to go running. The creatures scared him to madness, so he was even afraid to look around. These people were subject to the curse of the gloomy nightmare, which forced them to rush at everyone who would be seen. So these people were struck by the curse and now turned to the monsters. The guy was screaming them as he could, but the bailiffs did not lag behind. The damned laughed terribly and shouted after him different indecent things. Suddenly they became flat like a pancake, and vibrations swept on the ground from a blow. But now Chinsen did not know to rejoice or cry because this enemy was even worse. Fortunately, there was another damned hunter to Bantu, who fearlessly attacked a snowy man. It was a great opportunity to slip away without any problems. Suddenly, a terrible voice told the guy to open his eyes and look up. He barely managed to dodge how he was attacked by another Yeti. The fool almost fell on such a simple attack. Hilda ego would simply smear, said his voice, and Chinsen was surprised to find a clone of damage in him. As the clone of corruption promised, he closely followed him, though he came with explanations at the wrong time. The fragment of damage all asked where they found themselves, what kind of cave, and where Hilda. The guy said that they could talk about this later, and released the sword, leaving bright red tracks in the air like flowering. Once, too, and the foamy body of Yeti splashing the cherry syrup fell to the ground. The fragment of damage was indignant and ordered not to touch him, but now he has become part of the equipment, so the guy answered nothing to do. The damned Yeti fled to the noise to quickly give the hero valuable experience. They were fled quite a lot from all sides, and Delucy asked how he'd cope with everyone. The hero grinned and promised to leave a couple of monsters for seekers, and he flaunted with a new gun. Having dealt with this, they went further. Delucy showed an interest in the curse of the monsters, but the guy explained that this is not a bug that they are looking for. This curse is part of the plot and was supposed to spread throughout the location. Then he appeared, and the hero asked if he found what he was looking for. The Apostle of Damage smelled self, custodily seeing the Lotus, could not capture the world and now a miserable pet. He was vulnerable, and having gone through all the caves, they found a cozy shed nest that he did not touch anyone in peacefully. Delucy heard about this creation of the bachelor, and was surprised to see him here. Then, instead of 1,000 words, Chinsen took out a box with a roar of a dragon and closed his eyes. The dragon woke up from such an alarm clock and was very upset, so even the mountains shuddered. He told me the second the dragon growled, not yet waking up. Even Delucy did not appreciate the joke. It was necessary to warn about this, the demon said, but something was wrong here, the hero remarked. The dragon did not succumb to the curse of the gloomy nightmare, but the demon objected that he felt the same energy that emanated from the monkeys, but it seemed that something suppressed the nightmare from the inside. But this was already following the bug, which allows the dragon to keep his mind, despite the curse. So all that needs to be done is to reduce the dragon crazy, the hero said easily. The task is easier to make an evil dragon even more evil, and just come out alive. But the implementation came out a chaotic, angry dragon began to pursue the guy. The demon in his pocket squealed with fear, and Chinsen tried to calm him down. In order not to be crushed, I had to use jumps. The dragon was not very happy about playing the stamps immediately after awakening, and now and then cursed. Suddenly, the guy stopped in place and stuck a sword into the ground, and a huge magic circle formed under him. The explosion could hardly even scratch the thick armor of the dragon, and then the hero threw 2 more muffles. Despite the power of a huge lizard, she still had an organs of senses not covered with armor. But even from such an alarm clock, the dragon still did not wake up completely. He was half a day. But the guy chose the correct tactics. He did not just use jammers with the roar of the dragon. In his artifacts, nothing but the dying cries of his brothers were sealed. They should be filled with pain and suffering. Despite this, the dragon still did not believe that his brothers could lose to the men. And the guy continued to jump around and mock, constantly pouring oil into the fire. In one fell swoop, he immediately hit 3 destructive skills, but the words beat more painfully. His brothers in hell were disappointed with him. Now the rage and strength of the dragon have become even sincere, as if he had really woke up. Chinsen barely managed to evade a long attack. The proud dragon did not tolerate insults against his brothers and master, and he was chasing the guy for sure, the cat for the mouse. But even these words were not enough for the dragon to fall into crazy rage and succumb to the curse of the nightmare. Suddenly, the guy darkened in the eye. A wiped blow to his tail sent him to study the strength of stone rocks. On this, the dragon decided to leave him to finish it off later. But with the people on the mountain, he decided to get by not so affectionately. But despite a heavy blow, the guy still rose relying on the sword. And then transparent cubes filled the whole space between them. Even the ancient dragon did not understand what this little man was planning. Bakala and his dragons were killed 100 years ago, so this was not enough to excite Sloa. And then he decided to use all mana, all the cubes that were in his hands at a time, create a spatial break, even break the time. Such a demonstration was to convince him of the veracity of words. Jinsen spread his hands in different directions. It was not the magic of illusions and not witchcraft. He tore up space and time. And then the dragon saw with his own eyes what happened, and what he managed to forget about. All that he considered his nightmares, tormenting his dream, which he simply drove away, turned out to be forgotten. While his brothers fought with all his might, he was in the worships without hind legs, Chinsen, pouring the oil into the fire. And the dragon asked if he would think all this as an ordinary sleep even now. The dragon roared with anger and pain. Veins and veins swell under his skin. The world slowly covered the red veil when he realized that the death of the brothers of his wine. And then Scos began to call Mr. Bakal, and fiercely shake his head in all directions. At that moment, when the dragon was distraught, the guy received his card, evidence that the bug was eliminated. It was time to leave this place, but the dragon did not want to let go so simply and breathed in it with ice. As soon as this breath touched the guy, as the body stopped obeying him and covered with a crust of ice. They, from here, did not step out of here, screamed a dragon for them, and flashed with red eyes. He again began to collect magic in a dense ball in front of him, and the hero froze in place. It was necessary to dodge, but he did not have the strength. Legs froze to the ground and sharp spikes almost pierced his body. Suddenly everything froze. The fragment stopped a millimeter from his face. The dragon also froze, like someone had paused the film. The guy felt that he was addicting him somewhere and was alarmed. And then the earthly firmament opened under his feet, and he saw the gears on which this universe moves. It is a pity, not the program code. When the hero opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange space where huge mechanisms rotated. Around stood an hourglass and measured the time. He had never seen such a place before, because he did not know where to be. He only looked in all directions. It turns out he managed to create a gap, said the creature that had just appeared in front of him. This character was called the Cliff. He threatened the hero with his finger and said that he would judge him, and this monk was like a large steel space hare. He recognized his hero and shuddered, feeling that he had trouble. Nearby was the head of the lion and the hands of the giant, objects belonging to the keeper of the time that live outside him and protect temporary lines from intervention. The guy knew something from the memories of Namir. It was this creature that executed an arrow, a ranger, and a cheerful adventure began with this. The ruler of time said that he followed him from the moment the guy was dragged into this world. The cosmic cat knew a lot, and therefore avoided calling Namir's name, obviously not wanting its intervention. The thing is that he finally crossed the line, the keeper, and showed the guy's crime. The time gap is a very dangerous venture. Matches for children are not a toy, the keeper said. The guy immediately indignantly recalled that he saved the world from the bug, tried for everyone. Leo was surprised at this statement, and the guy recalled that Scos was subject to Baga. But the keeper said that the hero himself infected the dragon with a curse. Then Chinsen showed him a map, saying that that phenomenon could change the future and the whole plot. Then the magnificent-eyed monster called his friends, Namir and Buster, to ask what they think about it. Nothing in common with the future. Two space lions said nothing with the past. There are only gaps that this guy created. Namir said that he looked into the future and the gaps that he created in the past, Buster added. Jensen was amazed at the fact that they were not able to see the bug, despite the fact that they were guardians of the time. The eyes of the main keeper flashed threateningly. He saw a problem that in order to eliminate the bug will continue to arrange breaks. And then the guy was taken in the vice of the gear of the universe. As a person interfering in the course of time, he was sentenced to millennial re-education, Lev said. Despite the fact that his guilt was not there, and he simply corrected the bug, he was still put in a transparent camera. The guy protested, but in the end agreed to follow the rules. Only no one had already released. Chinsen tried to call for dark forces to cause a break, but it was impossible outside of time. Then the guy tried to defeat the glass of the prison camera. Delucy shared his anger. He did not smile to sit here for 1,000 years in such a boring company. But then he drew the hero's attention to the abyss under their feet. The guardians of the fool, he said. Below there was a strange energy, and the demon proposed to open a gap with its help. This is not so many thousands of years, Lev said, and even promised to reduce the deadline for good behavior. But Chinsen no longer listened to him. With the help of the sword, he broke the bottom and quickly fell into the void. All that was needed to reach the strange thing that the demon noticed. But then Namir tried to stop him and ordered him to return as long as possible. But the guy did not obey and deftly slipped away from the paws of Leo. Then a space hare followed him in pursuit, who did not plan to release the problem at all. But the guy simply went through him, breaking the body of the lion with the help of the skill. He asked for forgiveness, but could not linger here for a second longer. And then his hand reached for a mysterious object. A dazzling flash hit the guardian of time in the eyes. The guy grabbed the device and began to use it as a source of energy for the gap. He crossed his Rubicon, Lev said, hiding behind the blow, and on the hero's face appeared a devilish grin. He laughed in the end, right in the face of the keepers of the time. When Namir slapped his hands, as if he had caught an annoying bug. Time stopped if the goal could not be caught in the usual way. The keepers resorted to tricks. And then Chinsen began to move as if someone turned on the recording. The film was spinning back, and the fugitive slowly and correctly returned to his prison. The first couple of moments, the guy did not even understand what happened, because for him, everything happened in a second. The keepers grumbled in displeasure. They could not believe that he would decide on such an escape. Leo explained that he had rewinded time and showed a magic watch. Now he is doomed to eternal repentance, the Guardian said, and the guy grabbed the strong bonds of the universe. He furiously hit on the walls of his glass prison, but everything was in vain. Since he was tied by his hands, it remained to do it with his head. Even the demon did not expect that they would be so easily caught back. But the hero did not just want to rot in this place and could not waste time. Once it did not work out to break his prison, he broke the space right under it. And the whole camera fell into a crack with a bright flash, surprising the Guardians. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to turn on the rewinding of time. Again, he looked at his black-clawed hands, like on the first day on Arad. But now the creaky voice of the Plague Apostle was heard nearby. He was glad that they could slip away. The guy himself was puzzled by the fact that they got out, because he was not at all open to break. Moreover, they did not know where they were. The world around was reminiscent of the Earth at the time when volcanoes still raged on it. The Keeper was also puzzled. The guy did not have the strength for such a fault. Unfortunately, they could no longer rewind the time, since the daring boy slipped out of their measurement. But the place where the guy was sent did not inspire rainbow feelings. Freedom gave the smell of sulfur, ash, and rotten eggs. Flames raged around, and it was hot like in the stove. One of the volcanoes began to erupt right when Chinsen looked at him. The sight was exciting and at the same time frightening. The place was more reminiscent of hell, a demon of corruption said, and for some reason the keepers did not catch them. While they stood and thought what to do next, magic circles appeared under the guy's feet. Before he even managed to cry out a powerful explosion, as if he had fallen to the pole of the volcano. But at the last moment the hero managed to slip to the side and escape. However, an unknown opponent seemed to be waiting for this, and suddenly attacked him from behind. A strong blow fell into the crossed block and almost the words of the forearm. "How interesting," the monster laughed that he attacked him. It was a strange-looking warrior with big hands and a thin body, and instead of his head he had some kind of torch. Outwardly, he reminded the gas stove on his legs. Then the hero did what he knew how to do best, to fire, which he did at high speed. Cosmodemonies, monsters that lived on different dimensions, pursued such rare guests. Chinsen realized that he could not run away, and then he joined the battle, making a blow in the jump. He knew something about his opponent. These monsters lived in interspatial holes. Travel in these faults. They are looking for worthy opponents. Their only goal is to look for the stronger and defeat them. Perhaps it was they who opened the fault from the room of the keepers of the time. They had ability for this. The demon in his pocket grumbled that he would definitely not return at this pace home. One guy could say with confidence, "Since there are monsters, then all this place is a dungeon, which can be cleaned. And if there was a level boss here, then Chinsen saw him, the monster of the boss of the fiery planet, Carlaral, which looked like a hefty armored space knight with a little archaic horns. "All you need to fill up this monster," said the guy, looking from the bottom up at the giant. Meanwhile, in the Guild of Magicians, Sharon solved the issues that fell upon her after the Dragon Awakening, and the flight of the Bantu tribe on their land. And the reason for this was Chinsen, who went to the pass. Moreover, all the responsibility fell on the shoulders of the elf, because Caracas appeared to her and told everything. There were suspicions that this wretch woke the dragon, and he himself disappeared. There was no news from him for a week, so Sharon was nervous, but she did not even imagine what to go through the guy at the moment. The hero brought down a series of powerful chopping strokes on a hefty knight, and in the end, he won. The strong armor of the boss could not stand it, and he fell. True, the guy himself almost suffocated from everything surrounding fire and ashes, the same as fighting in the bath. Now it was possible to return to the village. The hero was delighted after his victory. He actually transferred to another place. It was wet, smelled of mold, and the earth looked like bee honeycombs. The guy was very surprised to realize that the dungeon was still not cleaned. Then the traded gaze of the damaged demon slipped to the side, and he immediately recognized his brothers, what grew here like swamp plants. Among beautiful flowers, a little girl, monster boss of the planet Storm, Conqueror Sam, slept, the system said. Seeing the second boss in cells underfoot, the hero immediately realized that this was an epic path. A dungeon from the past, although it looked different than he remembered. There were 4 bosses Derman, one at a time for each element, and this meant that it was necessary to eliminate all 4, they realized. Chinsen attacked the first to interrupt the dream of a peacefully sleeping girl, but she was protected by a thick stem that escaped from the ground. She looked at the stranger in surprise and confusedly asked who he was. The impudent hero immediately apologized for woke her. The tentacle of the stem threw him back, and the guy landed on his feet, but he immediately had to evade a predatory stem. From everything it became clear that this battle would not be simple and fast. He cut the stem with a sword and again rushed to Sam. So with all the ruthlessness, the hero was eager for such a cutie. Let her be far from Lenny. A confusing story. But everything looked the same. Delucy thought that he could only observe what was happening. In fact, they just needed to destroy everything that appears in front of them, he said when Chinsen entered the room of the third boss. The Frosty Freydor was a monster of the 3rd level boss. First of all, the guy figured out his minions, but the boss himself turned out to be a strong nut and beat well with the right. The hero did not have time to react. He completely flew to the knockdown and spread in the ring. This boss called on some incomprehensible pillars that burst out of the ground in the place where the guy stood. These pieces could also be thrown as if it were spears. Unlike the previous ones, he caused a guy of trouble. Jinsen stopped a spear as he could with his sword, sticking it into the core. Then he applied an ultimatum attack and simply divided the body of the boss into 2 equal shares. Almost immediately, without any rest, he was thrown into the room of the 4th boss, which was more like a robot. Thunder Juice, the king of the planet of Transcendence, met the guy personally, instructing him his stun gunner. By this moment, the guy felt as if he had known the world of pain. He was completely exhausted. But this boss was over, and the path to the portal was open. Everything was as he thought. But even for an experienced player, 4 battles in a row, it was already too much. I wanted to eat, and healing potions were needed. It is only when he left the portal, instead of the smell of meat from the dinette to his nose, struck a sickening smell of sulfur gas. What devil is happening here? Mentally asked himself a stunned hero. Again, he was in the country of fire, where it was even hot to stand, and the enemies did not allow him to rest. Leaving behind a hill of broken enemies, he again stood at the portal of the last level. But everything was repeated at the exit. A fiery, lifeless planet was waiting for him. He seems to have lost his luck, grumbled nervously, and the guy told him to shut up. This time should be the last. The hero already floated before his eyes, and he did not know how much more to last. They walked 261 dungeon, 4 rooms over and over again, one infinitely long battle. This reassured his instincts. Now the guy was moving with a minimum of energy costs. For a long time he could not understand what was happening. All the bosses were revived, as if he had returned in time. Perhaps the rulers of time were involved in this, but he could not check it. It only remained desperate to fight for my life again and again. Then the guy tried to run away. Suddenly it would be possible to find a way out of this place. But there were not even tricks to deceive the player. He simply plopped into the wall. The tentacles of Sam immediately gave him an encouraging slap. They took out the entire area of the level, which means that there are no quiet places. There were more slaps, and the hero really cheered up, as if from a good massage. Sam was tired of waiting for him to return to the center of the ring, and she came closer. But the hero was angry in order. The sharp waves of the sword solved all the issues. He fell into a loop from which there was no exit, and even that he won now did not make sense. The teleportation potion did not work, and the locations were surrounded by an invisible barrier. The only way out is the gate through which he got here. Moreover, the guy could not open it again, and Delucy offered to look for a hidden exit. There was really a hidden location that appeared with a certain chance. The demon immediately grumbled. How could one forget about such an important thing? But the guy was simply not interested in this place, because it was for newcomers. The hero grinned if the exit was to look for him here. Now the situation did not seem so hopeless. It was just necessary to continue the cleansing until a hidden dungeon appeared. So he continued his ascent until he killed each boss hundreds of times. All movements were honed and optimized. Everything was calculated. Of course, at times still had to endure pain and oncoming blows. Anyone would move with his mind doing the same thing. The guy himself began to lose hope. All this went on endlessly long that he began to forget himself. But still, a zombie or a car continued to go for sure. So he began to think about himself until desperation prevailed. In this cycle he had no other way, except to continue or surrender. 317 dungeons, all thoughts, except one, have left the mind, to continue to go. But even at his iron will there was a limit, and the hero threw a sword, unable to take it again. Endless dungeons, one exit through which he came. There should definitely be a hidden location. Each time he waited that he would see something else, and each time he saw the same volcano. Hell should be so, the hero thought. The forces left him and he simply fell to the ground, tired of countless battles. Really gives up, a demon of the plague from his pocket asked him. He lasted longer than he could, but he should not scrape the floor. Or maybe he was already digging his grave, Delucy said. Hearing this, the guy began to dig a level of level, digging his sword, and the demon asked to release it first. After the 300 seizures, the guy was really desperate. He did everything, checked everything, and now he took out his anger on a bare stone. But then he grinned, as soon as he looked at his feet earlier. The floor cracked and began to crumble, as if there was a void under it. This place should be here if he guessed everything correctly. And so he managed to break through the real hole in another world. It was lucky that it was only a couple of meters of concrete. Finally found, the hero smiled. He did not even regret that he had not tried it before, after all. It's good that he just managed to get out. This level looked exactly virtual space, the very hidden level. But where is the exit from the measurement? The demon asked when they went inside and looked around. As unexpectedly he was attacked, unknown by force, and barely dodged. The claws flashed. The blow came out with lightning fast and still took out the guy. Mayu, said the cosmically ugly cat, the boss of the hidden level of the Mao, was difficult to keep track of the logic of the design of this level, where the cat was considered more dangerous than the knight in the armor. But they are also games. It is obvious that this opponent is their return ticket, Delucy said. And the guy agreed with him, grabbing his crimson blade tightly. The cat turned out to be a little crazy, too fast swivel, and very dangerous. Not a single blow the hero could get it. He always perfectly evaded the target. The cat was so fast that he even managed to go to the guy in the back and painfully scratched his claws. Jinsen dismissed him with a sword, but he deftly dodged. The crazy cat simply played with him, as if he had foreseen every attack. It was worth paying his due. He was much stronger than other bosses. But the hero did not have so much time. He already stayed visiting for too long. Suddenly, even after a sharp jump, his opponent simply disappeared from the field of view. He circled the precisely elusive ghost, always for a split second faster than the guy's blow. And then he accelerated even more, jumping between blocks hanging in the sky. Behind such a wild speed, the guy could not keep up even with reflexes that are accelerated by the game. The cat hit his paw, and one impulse was enough for the guy to throw back. Sharp claws dug into his chest when the cat landed on him from above. With his back, the guy rested on the barrier, but the cat hit again. An annoying animal was crushed by a blow of one of the flying blocks, and the guy showered a hail of fragments. Jinsen lay completely broken on the ground. And then the demon said that there is the reason why the cat was playing with him. After all the dungeons, the guy definitely became stronger. He received 10 levels during the time they came here. But this was still not enough to get to the wildcat. The hero frowned. This annoying animal already got it in order. And he seemed to deliberately make crazy faces, so he wanted to call a veterinarian and sleep the poor animal. As soon as the hero jerked towards the boss, the game became more dangerous. The tail with a sharp, sharp tip reached for his neck. It is amazing that they had such a difference in forces compared to the rest of the bosses of the room. The demon said all over, and even the baby burst into tears. Sharp claws erupted him everything from head to toe, but the cat hesitated with the last blow. He liked the toy, and he stretched the time of playing with it as much as possible, until Jinsen collapsed to the ground without strength, too tired, too desperate, and exhausted. The cat already wanted to bite off a piece of the hero as a keepsake, but then I heard a squeak around the corner. And then he saw another toy. The little Lotus squeaks frightenedly. But then the guy got to his feet, leaning on his sword so as not to fall. The guy managed to pierce the cat's tail and nail it to the ground with a sharp end. Now the hero could recoup for everything that this beast did with him. Then followed the procedure for taming a wild animal. So with one overcoming effort, the guy turned the course of the whole battle. Boss Mew did not like such an appeal, but the hero was already tired of the game, especially in such a place. Before his eyes was all the endless hell through which he had to go. Not for that he said goodbye to Lenny to die like this. The cutie would forever remain in our hearts. Fury and righteous anger gave him new strength. The hero almost perforated the cat. His sword pierced the wall. This blow was more serious than all the previous ones, and after the blow there was a whole hole. The cat tried to counterattack, but the hero managed to apply the skill of movement. And then he hit himself with a quick cut of darkness. The beast became very bad. For some reason he suddenly ceased to be so nimble. Jinsen was tired. The whole body was exhausted in pain. It was even painful to breathe. He even thought that it was easier to die. However, his eyes were determined to bring the matter to the end. He will never give up again, as the time when he lost her. The sword was covered with darkness for an ultimatical blow. This blow is supposed to cut the entire level. It was worth saying thanks to the cat, because thanks to him he became stronger. Ahead appeared a way out, a light beach of Arad and a fluttering whale hippo in the sky. The blue deep sea, a high spire of the tower going into the sky, like a cosmic elevator. This world became him as if relatives. We returned to the guy with a pocket demon. But he barely stepped to this path. A huge paw closed a crack, and before his eyes the light of Arad faded before his eyes. Is it really not all that had a terrible thought in his head? The hero looked up. His head had to be lifted very high. Long horns, thick armor, and the size is to match the deity, who dared to violate the order of this space, his voice said. Sharon walked in a good mood, with 2 bottles of grape juice, and smiled at everyone. In her hands was a fresh newspaper that she was talking about recent events. The dragon of Scos was defeated. Thanks to the Seeker and the Bantu tribe, they said in the newspapers, according to the tribe hunters themselves. Some blonde warned them about the threat. Now all the suspicions slept with Sharon, since for the public its subordinate looked like a kind person. Her problems were solved by themselves, and she even received a gift from Caracas. As an apology, it was a very expensive grape juice, long exposure. She was so happy for him, when suddenly something flew past the meteor, and the precious gift disappeared from her hands. Something rolled around her room, raising a column of dust. But Sharon was already used to such an appearance. This is not the first time he showed up in front of her, for sure only left hell. As soon as the guy came to his senses, the elf demanded the answers, and thunderingly tapped the table with her hand. Where he was all this time, and what he did on the pass, and why he carried the door. But the hero stubbornly played the silence. Remembering Bill about his rights, he realized that the plot in the mountain pass had already ended. She all pissed to him with questions, and the guy was silent. But one thing was visible for sure. He was very scared something. Then he stood face to face with the deity, and Delucy nervously asked from his pocket, "Maybe this is also a forgotten boss." But he should not have been here at all, Cosmodiman, the owner of the Gaunis Gorge. The Knight of the Demon waved his hand, and a terrible abyss opened under the guy's feet, at the bottom of which there was something terrible and disgusting. Demons from the swamps climbed from the swamps from there, and the guy had to fight off them. The entire area in which he was transformed, under the influence of Gaunis's ability. The next instant, a hole in the space opened in front of the hero, which seemed to lead a volcano into the Gurlo, and magma poured from there, so he had to jump very quickly so as not to fall under a cunning trap. Finally, the hero found a way out, but it was still necessary to somehow get to him. The forces are running out, there is no time to think. The giant himself attacks with raking hands. One slap is comparable to the action of the asphalt. It is like getting under his skating rink. Chinsen struck a couple of walls and almost erased to zero while gliding on the floor, and then again fell into a break that he led straight into the bowels of the earth. Only at the very last moment, before burning in a liquid stone, under it formed another break. Everything happened exactly as in the measurement of the Guardians of the Time. Someone helped him escape. Someone capable of influence the Guardians of the Time, the owner of incredible power, but Namir would not hide his personality. So someone followed him, because of the scenes, not showing his face at all. But it is difficult to call it salvation. Rather, they simply played with him, he understood Chinsen. His life and death depends on what these unknown personalities decide. He was simply used, and he did not even know who and why. This made him feel a miserable, ordinary toy in the hands of fate. Despite the fact that he became stronger, it did not mean anything. Sharon did not press on him anymore, realizing that the guy was already broken. She only gently touched her shoulder, wanting to console, and the hero raised his amazed gaze to her face. "It is enough that he just returned," said the elf, so touching that his breath caught his breath. "You hardly expect such feelings from a regular game." The guy was so touched that he did not find what to answer, but in calm. But before he managed to say something, she cast him from heaven to earth, and reminded of Cyclopean duty, the payment term of which proceeds tomorrow. So the time came to dig deep in the abandoned mines of the gnomes. The hero was not very worried about inflation in the world of Arad, and rowing gold with 2 hands. It turned out well, and the guy hoped not only to pay off debts, but to leave himself a little. He decided that he would still not be able to find out who manipulates him with fate. But once this one will definitely give himself out. One thing is clear for sure, that the guy should become stronger, and not allow playing with himself. Then a demon from his pocket gave his voice, and asked if the hero was thinking to meet with Hilda now. But Chinsen answered that he should not rush. He definitely did not want to say goodbye to life all the more as a debtor. "Their path lies in the sky," the guy said a few days later, looking up. Delucy thought he was talking about the whale, but the hero was already there. Now he should go even further, and the demon did not understand how possible. "But one could not worry about this," the guy said, because he knew more about this world than his inhabitants. He also knew that they would soon receive a ticket to the next world, literally to heaven. Right above the city there were 2 huge magic circles. The first was created by Archmag Mayar, and defended these lands. The second belonged to Bakalu. It was created in a heavenly castle, and it did not allow it to rise above a certain mark. "So this legend originated," the hero of Sharon said when it was time to promote the plot. "The earth existing above the sky, the kingdom of heaven, which sounded like a fairy tale. This place really existed, and at the moment was in danger." The guy looked into the sky and gave out a mysterious prediction. Soon the harbor of the west coast destroyed the galler that fell from heaven. On board there will be a celestial who needs help, just like in the story arch with an air whale. The guy saw such a future, and also knew that Marlin would call the celestial, he added for more convincing. "Marlene Katiska, court lady that serves the princess of the heavenly kingdom. Brava lady that she went down to them in search of help," said Sharon. And Chinsen was a lot surprised that the elf already knew everything. She knew this because all these events happened 2 weeks ago, followed by a shocking explanation. The situation became extremely awkward, and the guy did not know what to say. Sharon began to think not to hit his head. A month has passed as a guy returned, and he again needed the help of an elven, so he did not even know where to start. But then she herself began to discuss questions with him. This case. A miracle of 100 Marlin was able to overcome the magic circle of Bakal. But now they thought about how to return the girl back safe. Sharon did not know how to overcome the circle created by the apostle, and the guy smiled at feeling useful. It was reasonable to use the power of the bachelor to destroy the circle, he said. Let the Bacchal himself have long died, but his strength still lived in this world, the hero added meaningfully. And seeing that the elf thought he finally could go to his request. Not far from this place in the blacksmith was boiling hard work, around a high-tech mountain. Those who managed to tear their hair with him, not knowing whether to succeed in success this time or not. And now the stove rang a bell like a microwave, and the player opened the door. Thick smoke fell from there, and the player himself froze with a face of full expectations. But then the system said that the result is negative, and in his hands he held some fragments. The player immediately collapsed to the ground in complete despair, although he was just full of enthusiasm. Apparently he was too gambling. The rest comforted him, the next time they said. Lady Kiri headed this technology for strengthening weapons and objects, and invited other players to try his luck in this roulette. Then a young man with blonde hair approached her, and introduced himself as the head of the special department of the Magic Guild. Sharon reported him, so Kiri had no questions, although the guy looked strange. She already knew that he wanted to use her skill for free. As Sharon taught Kiri magic, the girl felt in debt and fulfilled her requests. But for free it was too grateful, but not a stupid student. The best that she could offer to throw off half the price. But the guy put her a thick wallet on his hand and said that she did not need a discount. Instead of a discount, the guy demanded the ingredients for enchanting, harmony crystals, protective gaps for successful enchanting. This request greatly discouraged the girl's craftswoman. It was very difficult for her to create gaps, and the daring guy wanted to get them for free. It is not surprising that she reacted so. Knowing the prices in the market, the guy could not retreat, and so far there is an opportunity he wanted to get these gaps. But Kiri said that he puts her in an awkward position, because she is a member of the Guild of Magicians, which is an official organization, which means that she is a member of the government. Then Chinsen turned this argument against her, because he was also a member of the government in this case. The girl tried to justify herself that his demands were not reasonable, but now the hero pressed her because she did not refuse to cooperate. Kiri was extremely outraged by the fact that they were trying to blackmail her. In addition, a lot of questions can arise to it when the mountain was checked for the last time, whether taxes were paid, and whether there are fire extinguishers in the building, the guy asked and went inside. There was something to report to the whole principality, he said by what he brought the girl to white heat. She was given 70% limp. It was the limit of her possibilities for a discount, and the hero grinned gloatingly. After that, having worked for a couple of nights, he completed the sharpening of the sword for +10. The hero was very proud of himself that he managed to spend time with benefit. Now he was ready to take revenge on Hilda. At that moment, someone called him out, and slowly stepped to the meeting, so that the cloak was epic fluttering in the wind. We have not seen each other for a long time, the captain said, and an ice grin appeared on his face. The guy did not expect that they would meet this problem character again. This was their first meeting since the events on the Hippo, even upset that the guy left without saying goodbye. All because of recent events, and the arrival of Marlin, which needed military support for this. The captain appeared in the guild. After the incidents with the demon of the plague, and a serious shortage of people was brewing with the Bantu tribe in the kingdom, the captain said, "Therefore the Empire Delos decided to offer his help, and they sent the Order of the Iron Wolves." So the hero realized that the knights are now in Handen Mare, and also go to the Kingdom of Heaven, as soon as the ship is shell. There he said that he was worried about the fact that they would not pass the barrier, but that night Sharon called him, and said that the problem was solved. Then Chinsen realized that he lost sight of the most important thing. In this Arch would again have to work with the Order. In other words, he needed the captain's permission to take part in the mission. When he turned around to leave, the hero wanted to turn to him, but he said to set aside. The queen had already asked the captain about whether the Seeker could join them, as if she wanted to put an observer to the Order. But they did not need more insignificance, so the guy would also have to stay, said Smug. Sharon, meanwhile, solved the riddle of 3 dragons of Bacall. This great trio was subject to him from birth, and each of them was a fragment of power. So their plan was to use fragments of this force to break through the magic barrier. The Seeker could tell about Scos because he saw him the last. It was the same with Spirazzi. He was defeated during a large plague, and again sealed. There was hope to deal with the Seeker and do without his participation, but now he understood that he had no other choice but to cooperate. The next day he and Harts went to the western coast and went to the port. Since the 3rd dragon Hismar died on the territory of the Empire, it was necessary to return and see what was left after it. They still wanted to talk about a lot, but the Seeker was about to return. This time the Seeker was the girl Paladin, a sweet beauty with a shield and a sword. Thanks to her, a fang was obtained, which had to be delivered in a wagon. Then they collected the remains of the other 2 dragons, horns and hooves. Meanwhile, the repair of galleys and its equipment came to an end. When all the preparations were ready, The team gathered on the pier. Marlin, with a smile on her face, thanked everyone for their help. They exchanged formal courtesies with Captain Valo. Then Fiona climbed aboard with her faithful companion, Knight Dan. The order has already gone on board, but something bothered Captain 1. He was waiting for another guy and frowned in displeasure, thinking that he had surrendered too easily. 3 horns were gathered together and tied with a magical circle so that they would not be lost. The ship smoothly broke away from the water surface and began to gain height. Marlin got up at the helm because she alone in essence knew where to fly. They gained speed very quickly, and dissecting the air with a whistle soared into the sky. "What nostalgia!" the captain exclaimed, recalling his past trip. At the very border of the barrier, he ordered everyone to take their places. The roof of the world quickly approached. But thanks to 3 horns, they were not afraid to crash against the barrier, and broke through it with a deafening crack. The flash was so bright that it was seen even in neighboring lands. 3 horns concentrated on their terrifying power and did not allow her to destroy the ship. The inhabitants of the kingdom were amazed at how the magic circle was destroyed. And then everyone saw a huge collapse, as if someone broke the window in the sky. The first to meet flocks of fish and underwater inhabitants, a wide variety of shapes and colors. Ships surrounded by a protective dome quickly moved to the surface of the ocean. It was striking to discover that the heavenly kingdom begins from the ocean, from somewhere above the bright sun beat. This place was called the Middle Ocean. It was here that the demon Lotus wanted to break through. They passed the barrier, but the horns and hooves of the dragon got out of a hard time and they collapsed. The ship quickly reached the surface and emerged exactly the whale, raising a raging geyser. Swimming over the wave of Galar reached the kingdom of heaven. This city rose like a mountain over the ocean, surrounded by a high fortress wall. The Knights of the Order of the Charter, from the endless pitching and shaking, were happy that their campaign did not end with shipwreck. And even more rejoiced the Shirter, whose cabin was a small barrel, where it was located next to his spineless neighbor. In the early morning, the sun broke through its window, warming with a warm beam. I didn't want to get up. Soft silk blankets, fresh morning air, to sleep too sweet at such a time. But despite this, the girl was tormented by nightmares, and he nervously flinched with visions of fires and destruction. On that day they attacked the capital, and many people died at the hands of robbers. They did not spare anyone, and the streets stained in red. A long trace stretched from the throne room, where screams and sounds of struggle were still heard. They searched for the princess, and the girl woke up in horror, all in cold sweat. This nightmare was again dreamed of that for a long time tormented her. At that moment a messenger burst into the room with a report. He announced the incident again. The walls of the capital were attacked. This was not the first time they were subjected to such a raid. The princess said that it was taken to take care of this, but at that moment her minister decided to crush his brains. Near the jubilant killer, another dwarf appeared, who grumbled that first had to shoot at the girl. He had to press the trigger at the same moment, but was too carried away by looking at the girl that she had just got out of bed and did not have time to dress properly. The killers came here for her, the commander of the defense forces of the capital. The explosion that should be prompted by her personal chambers completely. Both impudent criminal fell to sleep without hind legs. The girl looked contemptuously at the attackers. They somehow managed to go through the walls. Zeline Schneider, lucky that she always had a trunk at hand, more caliber than that of the killers. She shot again to finish off the survivor. That was a fee for breaking into the girl's bedroom until she was dressed. A minute later, a belated guard came running to the noise, and the princess ordered to double the number of patrols, because they were again attacked by bastards from the cartel. But the soldier objected that they simply did not have enough people to strengthen the patrols after the last battle, and there were few ammunition. In addition, the northern wall asked for reinforcements, and the princess grumbled that she had barely woke up, and a ton of problems had already been dumped on her. It was as if there was little. Another soldier came running looking for the commander. He said that an unknown ship with strangers on board moored to the eastern port. Iron wolves have already been built on the pier, and the sailors unloaded supplies to the shore. The group from the lower world was waiting for the meeting committee, without an invitation. I did not want to enter the city. The place looked interesting. The Captain 1 hoped that Emily would see this too, looking at the high walls of the capital of the Heavenly Kingdom, but then local guards took them into custody. Despite the fact that the guard was armed with handguns, the Captain 1 eloquently laid a hand on the hilt of the sword. The commander Zendine personally went out to meet strangers, her weapons in the right prosthesis. She complimented the heavy arquebus on her shoulder. Then from behind the back of Captain Vaughn, Marlin looked out and waved to the princess. Zeldane was amazed to see her friend alive, and she said that she was lucky to land successfully. She told about the people that they came with her. Then the captain was introduced, and said that he was the knight of the Empire Delucy. But at that moment the capital was again attacked. It seems that the enemies of the princess did not calm down after an unsuccessful attempt. In order not to stand in the open place, Zelina called them to the field camp and led them to the headquarters. Her position was desperate. She showed them a map, in the hope of Allied assistance, at the moment they were attacked by the forces of a whole criminal cartel. The Empire Zibin, where they were located on its separate island. He poked his finger at the only large city. It was easy to guess that it was the capital. The city was surrounded by 2 rows of walls, and it had 4 main gates, on all sides of the world. Cartel was called a huge organization that has grown strongly and occupied the whole island, eventually becoming so forced that they had to reckon with them. They took advantage of the fact that the forces of the Empire were distracted and arranged an unexpected attack. And it turned out that the real princess was abducted, and the commander of the defense forces, Zeline, took her duties. Worse than the troops left could not return from their assignment now. After all, they are opposed to an even more terrible enemy right now. In other words, the commander was supposed to defend a huge metropolitan city with a bunch of brave men. The knight agreed to help, and finding out what to do, approached the seeker, what stood next to the tent. He wished her good luck in her part of the plan, and so that she would return alive, although it sounded more like a mockery. The commander Zeline thanked for his help, and there was modestly stated that he was just doing his job. From the very beginning, having learned about the problems of this country, he was ready to collide with a dangerous enemy, but in the end, they opposed a bunch of hooligans, said herself, grinning. His condescending tone greatly hurt the pride of the warrior. The main forces of the Empire will soon return, the captain said. But he himself did not believe that there was a need to wait for them. As the captain of the Order of the Iron Wolves, he promised to destroy the cartel within a month. He would continue to boast of his strength, but disturbing news arrived. Deliveries by the sea were plundered by a cartel, so that the forces of the Order were left without supply here. At that moment the phone Vaughn stopped recognizing his face. Horror reigned on the pier. One poor fellow shot his head with a shot. The flame was so strong that it destroyed all the fabrics, left only the bones, so now it has become an awesome artifact. Near him were held by the tied captives. Fiona and her faithful satellite Dan were kneeling with tied hands. The robbers themselves made fun of the captives, flattering about the sweet face of Fiona. For the proud iron she-wolf, such humiliation was worse than death, and she clasped her teeth silently, demolished all the mockery. All things are in their terrible weapons, thanks to which even such garbage posed a danger. Then the cartel raiders grinned. They gave them a green light to do everything that would like to do with the captives. The time has come to examine the contents of the gallery, the supplies of which sailors laid out on the pier. But instead, the contents of the barrel checked the strength of the robber, not in favor of the latter. From there, it was as if a demon from the underworld jumped out a hero. He knew that the whole trip could not go smoothly. True, while I was in front of the cameras, he grabbed the crack. The robbers swore dirtily. Who was a bastard who dared to attack them? They asked. And at that moment, when they were distracted, Fiona took advantage of this and kicked one of the raiders. She managed to grab her knife with her teeth and wanted to deliver another blow, but a heavy boot interrupted her movement and forced a fragile girl to spread on the ground. True, for this moment, Chinson managed to get out of his robber and laid it on the shoulder blades. He rushed to the aid of Fiona, realizing that until he could use a rapid movement, he could not be afraid of bullets. Everything is just the same as then. He just needs to move and chop, the guy thought. Then they heard a scream with a demand to bend, and several robbers at once that surrounded Fiona and other captives ceased to exist. Captain One still could not authorize normally on his phone, so he was terribly angry. From his coolness, the bandits literally demolished their heads. The first thing he told Fiona that she made a huge mistake, and the knight immediately apologized. The captain ordered everyone to get to the city on their own, and the knights were released from the put began to fulfill. The captain did not even glance at the guy. He realized that he somehow penetrated this place with them, but warned him to be more careful. After all, they are on the battlefield, and here you can die at any time, said without a shadow of friendliness, which was rather like a threat. Meanwhile, the Seeker Paladin fought in another place against the raiders. She repulsed the eastern gate, throwing the enemies. They fled in horror. But in the meantime, bombers were already flying to the eastern gate. It was possible to find out thanks to the radio interception. The commander Zeline ordered to find the gunner until it was too late. For the first time since the beginning of his fateful mission, the hero thought about the nature of things. Earlier in each dungeon, he fought with monsters and killed monsters, or obsessed. He was well aware of this, and visited quite a few places where death found his house, strewn with bodies all around, like autumn leaves. Delucy appeared from his pocket and irritably asked why the guy hung, but the hero ordered him to shut up. But the demon did not calm down. What the point of making himself a saint and the righteous? All this time he was only doing this. It was not worth seeing people in these creatures, the demon grumbled. From the moment he arrived in Arad, he passed countless dungeons, and destroyed not to count how many monsters, But he always did it alone. All defeated enemies were far from called people. There was nothing left for them to empathize, and all this was just a game. One could recall the Bantu tribe, but their hero tried to avoid them like them, involuntarily following the simple rule not to kill people. In this vein, he has not yet killed a single person here in Arad. Unlike a Dark Knight, Chinsen was a 21st century man, not accustomed to murder. So thoughts in this vein made him think, the criminals were still people. They are the inhabitants of the game universe. But their thoughts are real. Their feelings are real. They do not look at, even if they are at their own level of development. But Delucy did not understand these debates at all, and considered everything only by a childhood game of nobility. The guy did not try to explain anything. He just felt like a man. Paladin, meanwhile, found a gunner's group and quickly approached him. The hero watched her from afar so as not to interfere in the gameplay. In the end, this seeker must move the story forward and not him. He does not need to deal with the cartel, and did not need to increase the level, the guy thought. But they themselves were looking for problems themselves. A couple of raiders from the cartel threatened him with a gun. The guy told them that he did not want to fight. They better throw their weapons and run. But if any conflict could be resolved by such a request, there would be no wars in the world. The shot thundered, but the guy managed to quickly move right behind the robber's back. He mercifully cut it out with the handle of a sword, simply hitting his jaw. That's just one blow was not enough to deal with the bastards who did not sit at home. Yet the guy did not try to turn off anyone in this way before. Suddenly, the raider went to polish the walls and to change architecture with his body. It was the work of the Seeker, which went to his goal, which means the eastern gate was now safe, the hero thought. No cartel is here, he sighed with relief. Suddenly, a strange sound came to him. One of the raiders stood on his feet and handed over the coordinates to strike. In his hands, he held a radio station with a pipe and bearing their location with an alphabet Morse. It was a different connected, which should not be here, belatedly realized by the hero. I confirmed the fire, handed it to the coherent without fearing at all. This man was a bug. With horror he realized Chinsen. This game simply mocked him. A curse in the person of a person. What would he do with this? Mockingly asked in his head the voice of Captain Wan. Without hesitation, Chinsen hit the signalman in the neck before he transferred the exact coordinates. All that he had to do simply to cut down this person. But he turned out to be very brisk. He turned out and kicked the hero with his foot in his stomach, fiercely fighting for his life. Having bounced back, the raider took out the barrel and cursed. The guy played the Samaritan again and asked a bad guy to disarm and retreat. But he did not listen. Then the hero quickly moved behind his back so as not to catch a bullet. But before he hit the signalman again, the voice of Captain Wan appeared in his head again. He mockingly stated that he was behaving too arrogantly for a beginner. His attack was too predictable, and the signalman managed to react. "What devil is happening to him?" the captain asked, and the hero ordered his voice to shut up. The shot thundered so close that it was impossible to dodge him. "Such is the fee for doubts about the battlefield," the captain won mockingly. After that, the guy had to quickly avoid subsequent shots. Chinsen used the skill, and the dark veil closed the arrow overview, saved his life. After which the hero again applied fast movement. The wound looked unpleasant, but fortunately he had bottles of potion to cure himself. For the first time he felt a real danger. The wound was very sick. Besides, he could have fallen in the head. We needed invisibility skills to evade this. The plan remained the same, to pick up the weapon and neutralize the enemy. Then it would be possible to do without murder. Otherwise, the guy simply cannot return home. That's how he felt himself. How he can laugh carelessly after returning if he becomes a killer. He had to go back, but then the enemy threw a grenade. The explosion that almost prompted the entire building. The enemy rejoiced and giggled vilely after his trick. The guy knew the pain that was not yet, while the gunner released his jokes. The world was tightened with a muddy veil. He would remember this lesson, told the hero the raider. Chinsen could not move. His feelings refused him, and he realized that death was near. But he was not yet ready to die so simply, because the guy grabbed the sword and pierced the robber, on whose face a complete bewilderment appeared. This world was cruel, and it was worth behaving accordingly, not forgiving mistakes to anyone. That so simply the devil was past, and Chinsen no longer felt any remorse. The shadow of Captain Wan hung over the guy while he was trying to recover. For some reason it seemed to him that the captain approves everything. "Congratulations," said a pocket demon. Finally he got rid of his children's complex. "It was an outstanding achievement for the hero's growth," the demon said. But the guy was not so sure of this. He so deeply went into his thoughts that he did not notice how another robber came up behind, put a gun to the back of the head. It was his brother, he said, and tears rolled down his cheeks. The guy wanted to object that he was not going to kill anyone, but he was ordered to shut up. "Blood for blood," said the robber, and again looked at his cooled brother. At that moment a shot thundered, and a stream of smoke broke out of the gun point. But the robber turned out to be killed. The girl who held in her hands did not understand what the Dark Knight was doing here. Why another seeker in her dungeon? She held out her hand and asked if he was really like her. Is it true that he is also obsessed with her? Her blue eyes looked at him with curiosity, and the guy did not know what to answer, only stared at the stranger in mutant. The shooter girl was not the character of the game. She looked more like a player. A huge warrior sent him, she said, and the guy immediately jumped up, remembering Namir. This girl was a man like him, that he lives in the world of the game. Here they have a voice from a crack of a walkie-talkie microphone. The girl pressed the button and handed it to the Commander Zeline that the bombing managed to prevent. For her, it was good news. But the guy heard the character address this girl as a seeker. It was very strange because the only seeker, as the guy thought, was the girl paladin. He looked around several times to understand where she had gone. Suddenly they were again attacked by annoying raiders. Then the stranger suggested talking in a safer place. She asked to cover her and activated her weapon. A huge gun immediately appeared in front of her, and the girl said that the front would take on. The very first volleys fell on the target and demolished several attackers. Under a hail of bullets, she skillfully drove her weapon, which could change shape and caliber. But then one of the robbers quickly became close to her with the help of a bike. But the flash of light deprived his hand, which he wanted to strike, so quickly that the raider did not even understand what was the matter. The guns of the Seeker herself moved with a jet engine, giving her protection in close combat. Then the raiders dragged heavy weapons and took refuge behind the shields. They shot a homing rocket, and the Seeker again changed the type of weapon. Her weapons were transformed again and simply surrounded the rocket. Each part had its own engine, and so they easily left the explosion. Then they simply made a circle and counterattacked robbers with a powerful gulp. The Seeker herself also did not lose time and fired at the enemies. This girl was the same fellow as he was, and at the same time she clearly had no problems in order to participate in the war. Chinsen simply stood covering the rear when he saw several more enemies. They hoped to bypass the brisk Seeker, but then a stranger stood in their way, with a sword in his hands. He had to stop them, the guy repeated to himself, because the girl entrusted him with a cover. It was necessary to cut them out before they began to shoot. Only now the hero still pursued the obsessive shadow of cruel decisions. But unlike him, the robbers did not have such doubts and immediately acted. Another moment would have died for a moment, but the girl player saved him again, although he had to cover her. There was a war around, people were dying, and he simply fell into a stupor and collapsed to his knees. She grabbed him by the collar of the shirt and began to shake desperately, because the guy behaved strangely and risked both of them. She considered him crazy, but the hero rudely pushed the girl's hand and stated that she was the only crazy here. Even if she got used to the murder, he is not yet, and he could not do it without regrets. These words made her shut up and move away. The girl squeezed her fists and recalled her weapon. For a whole year she waited to enter the best college. She was going to live an ordinary happy life, like all freshmen. But she was in war, in the world of the game, which became a terrifying reality. 3 years ago, she moved to the den of disgusting monsters, being an ordinary girl. The creatures did not know pity and saw only food in it. Then she saved her another player who destroyed all the monsters. The girl was delighted with her unexpected salvation. "Sorry for the lateness of uni," said the warrior with the halberd and smiled. This character, although he was a fragile girl, was also younger than Uni, instilled in her confidence, whether she was called, and she was stronger and smarter. So they worked together to return home. Unjuni followed her friend everywhere and passed hundreds of dungeons. But in the end, she herself began to fight, tired of sitting in the rear. And so she moved on, through all the pain and horror, correcting the bugs. Uni also faced the fact that her body did not obey, even when she wanted to shoot at the monsters. But Lee did not worry about it, and smiled encouragingly, because she had a treatment skill. This girl was so strong that Uni began to rely on her more and more. Until they were on a storm pass, Lee was so strong that it was easy to forget an important fact. Uni was still hiding in the ice while her friend fought, but she did not notice how the enemy crept up to her and attacking her from the back. Lee saw that a friend was in danger and screamed to her. She waved her fighting cross and began to break through to her friend. But whether it was worth opening, she herself was injured. Uni grabbed her friend, but it was too late to do anything. Lee wished her to return home and said goodbye. These were her last words. Only at this moment the girl finally realized how cruel this world was, and how irresponsibly she behaved. Then Uni swore to herself never to run away again. Fury gave her strength, and with this determination she continues her way home. She knew what the hero was thinking. She went through it herself, but she believed that it was better to do everything possible to return home, even if it means the murder of game characters. The guy listened silently and looked after this bold girl, who again got in touch with the commander. Zeline reported that they lost contact with the Union detachment next to them. These were not regular troops, but a detachment of mercenaries, and Uni answered that she would check. The next quest just began to understand the girl, and prepared to run in that direction. Then she turned to the guy and asked him if he wanted to work together. Now he was in bad shape and she could take care of him. Still, they were comrades in misfortune, and this is the lesser that she could do for him, provided that he would not interfere, and even ordered him to not be caught. The pocket demon immediately began to be indignant that this girl allows herself too much. But the guy, on the contrary, was grateful to her and wished them good luck to both of them. One surviving did not understand what was happening and why the mercenaries betrayed them. Storm Riders changed into the shape of the cartel so that they would not confuse their leader believed that since there was no news from the kidnapped princess, the empire fell, and there was no one else to serve. Manhwa ordered him to shut up. The cause of betrayal was too ridiculous. But the mercenaries said that it was just the use of common sense, so she also has a chance to make the right choice. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the intervention of an Iron Man. Uni brought some robot with her and came to deal with the traitors. Those without hesitation opened fire and heavy rocket launchers. But a large robot managed to protect the girl from these shots. Then she gave the order to cover them with all a missile blow. The reactive installation instantly plowed the entire street along with a detachment of stupid mercenaries, arranging a real chaos. Their commanders tried again to raise people to battle and ordered the fire to be response. At this time, the hero was hiding behind the wall and watched everything. To his happiness, so far the story went on its own, without errors. In the end, he also wanted to return. It was his main goal. Let him not talk about it before, but there was a family, friends, subscribers with whom he shared this life. The guy really wanted to return those times, a carefree life. That is why he could not kill people. To which the pocket demon exploded with rage and called him a madman. And he reminded that the devil was already crossed, his hands are already stained. And then the guy saw his reflection in the red eyes of the demon. In despair, he rushed away, driving away these thoughts, as if he had still struggled with reality. But then he saw a robot flying over him in a fairly battered form. At that moment, the robot turned into a pile of fragments crashed into the wall. Uni still bravely fought back from a whole detachment of mercenaries. But there were too many enemies. They surrounded her and fired at all sides. The girl wanted to change the weapon, but dense fire prevented this. Had to take up a personal gun. The situation was difficult. The robot was disabled. The weapon was no longer transformed. And Chinsen, who could help her, himself needed help. He was crushed by debris. Busted mercenaries sank to completely vile methods and took one girl hostage, ordering Uni to stop. The hostage asked the leader of the detachment to surrender until it was too late, but he had his own reasons to continue. As soon as he put on the form of a cartel, he eliminated many former comrades. There was no way back. Chinsen cleaned the wreckage and rose. His former world collapsed. He felt slowly plunging to the bottom of the abyss. Then the Junie objected, "It is impossible to return what was lost, as well as the fact that the blood cannot be washed off. But even these dirty hands could do good, for the sake of those who are dear," the girl said. She held out her hand and pulled out of the darkness of despair in her words. So the guy again realized that he could still make the right choice. But exactly like her friend, there is no time for her girlfriend. Junie, to save the guy, opened and received a blow in the stomach. "The robber of the cartel," answered her, calling all this nonsense. What a fool he would choose the side of the losers, and smiled with sharp, crooked teeth. After that, he shot at the former captain of the mercenaries. The shooting began and the cartel soldiers killed mercenaries, who did not expect them to be betrayed too. "Cartel is not a place for playing and entertainment to serve him at will," the raider said. Uni tried to get up. She still had the strength. The wound was not deadly. But before the raider finished her, his gun suddenly crumbled. The guy stood behind the killer and stated that he would say it only once, give up and throw his weapons because he did not want to fight. Of course, no one listened to him. Bad people respect only strength. Show that you are stronger, and they would have surrendered. Nothing else restrained him. They refused to lay out the weapon, and the hero instantly made a fair execution. He could not return to the past, but this did not mean that he had to stay in place as a guy. He kept his ideals for too long. Deep inside, the captain supported him. To hold it. They are just enemies. Monsters. You should not feel guilty about their account. I really wanted to believe that these bad people are just monsters. But it was not so simple. He was guilty that he had not stopped evil people before and let them do bad deeds. But in fact, he had long crossed the line when he gave the arrow to die with his carefree. The guy felt regret for the fact that by his fault, the same unhappy captive of the game died like him. The world will definitely never be the same. There was nothing to cling to. The dark side of his personality again tried to take control. In the end, there is no much difference between them. But the hero fiercely fraught with these claims. He was not going to become a monster only because the whole world is not correct. As soon as he began to act according to circumstances, the robbers of the cartel had no more chance. The hero took responsibility. He did not want someone else to pass through the same as he. The girls stared at the hero who independently destroyed all enemies. Now he was ready to become a real harbinger. After the battle, the hero spent a couple of healing potions and saved the Junie, and the saved girl from the detachment of mercenaries ran with a report to the commander. Unia bravely stated that she would be in order if she drinks a couple more potions, but the hero told her not to strain. Even if they could heal herself, the pain would not go anywhere. Then they realized that they did not even know each other's names. The guy introduced himself and looked above the head of Uni, where his nickname should be. So the girl realized that he first sees an awakened player, and she explained that they could not see the names of her characters. That is how she realized that he was the same awakened player. Her real name was Bibi. The player introduced herself and smiled sweetly. Despite the intense battle, there was a light blush on her face, and her eyes were beaded with cleanliness. The players shook hands. Both were glad to meet a man with a similar fate. True, here everyone felt something familiar in the names heard. Then Bibi realized that he was the same streamer, and the guy realized that she was a master of theory. Meanwhile, a heavy mood roamed at the Empire headquarters. They lost the battle. There were good news. The Seeker of the lower world of Bibi helped to repel the attack on the Eastern Gate, and the Knights of the Iron Wolf were held by the Marina and the Western Gate of the city. Several large enemy commanders were destroyed, among other things, traitors. After many years of retreats, they were able to fight back in some centuries, the commander thought. But all this was only the first step in their long way of gaining stability in the state. Bibi always believed that the guy would be known, but she couldn't think that he would be a streamer. All the awakened players of which she met before were champions of the arena, and so the guy realized that she had seen only those who proved their skills in one way or another. In this vein, it is clear why Bibi was chosen. She was known for her obsession in the field of various theories of the game. Theoretically, the best way to activate the ability to inflict damage and use equipment, Bibi created 300 articles on this topic. As soon as the balance of the patch came out, the girl gave out the best ways of pumping and weapons. Meanwhile, Chinsen realized why she changed her grades, but muttered that it was no longer important. Now they could exchange impressions of how much they were surprised to move to the game that they knew so well. That is why Bibi created combat vehicles to fight at a great distance, because she realized that the mechanisms were the future, or so she thought. But then it turned out that each machine should be controlled separately, which greatly reduced its combat capabilities. So she became a mechanic, but asked the guy not to rush to the conclusions to her account. But most of all, he was excited that she personally chose her profession or class. The girl was completely stunned by his question. In his head, the memories of the first meeting with Namir flashed. While the guy was thinking about this, they were warned by the commander Zeline. But when she saw the Seeker and Chinsen, she suddenly realized that she had come at the wrong time and asked for forgiveness for it. The guy immediately received a sonorous slap in the face, and Bibi said that there was nothing between them. The girl quickly began to make excuses that they worked together like allies. Then the commander looked at the hero, whom she saw for the first time, and he introduced himself, and Zeldane promised to inform the defenders of the Empire about him. First of all, the commander was grateful for everything they did. Then Chinsen asked her whether Bibi, the only Seeker, was true, and received an affirmative answer. But then what about the pink-haired girl of the Paladin? What came with them? He asked. The guy realized that most likely when the Knights disappeared, he moved to another world. It was the Arad universe supported by Bibi. Perhaps for this reason he felt so weak, and therefore there was another Cartel gunner. So far he has not understood how he moved at all and why. Perhaps this was a special form of a bug. It is hard to believe that this is a common coincidence. Then Bibi tore him from thought. They had an urgent message from the scouts. Before the guy joined her, Delucy got out of his pocket and warned that if the hero once again show his weakness on the battlefield, he would break his face. The guy grunted and dismissed these words, but this fragment will not fight him. But the pocket demon did not joke, and showed the seriousness of his intentions, jumping out of the inventory. The demon did not want to fight, but if the guy continues to spend his time supporting meaningless ideas, then it would be easier for him to deal with him. They entered into a contract, reminded Delucy. At that moment when the guy becomes useless, his head will go somewhere. While they talked cutely, Bibi noticed this, and asked what kind of terrible toothy black thing sticking out of his inventory. From the outside, it did not look very no longer. So Delucy hastened to get into his pocket, but the girl still asked again what it was. The demon immediately ordered the guy to come up with and lie. It was impossible to give out his existence until they got to Hilda. But it was too late to the Master of Theory exactly knew that it was Delucy, although the guy said that he was simply holding a black dog in an inventory. Just the puppy had fun. He tried to justify himself again, and with all his appearance he begged him to believe. The demon did not like such resistance, and he was angrily indignant from his pocket, and the hero quickly translated the topic and said that they needed to hurry.